Chapter 1. The wooden practice blade was already descending toward his throat when Kakashi opened his eyes. That was wrong. His body moved before thought caught up. He dropped his weight, felt the rough bite of packed dirt through his sandals, and let the blade skim over his silver hair. A sharp draft brushed his ear. He swept his leg low. The boy across from him yelped as his balance vanished, then hit the ground hard enough to kick up a ring of pale dust. The training yard fell quiet. Kakashi stayed crouched for half a breath longer, his pulse smashing against his ribs. Not a dream. Not memory. Not some fever inside the Kamui dimension. The sun was too warm on the back of his neck. The practice posts around the yard still had fresh cut marks from children, not battle scars from Jonin. And the hand holding the wooden blade was small, smooth, young. Someone barked, "Hatake, if you're done trying to kill your classmate, step back." He obeyed because his body remembered discipline even while his mind split open. Children ringed the training yard in academy uniforms. Too many unbroken faces. Too many lungs that had not yet filled with blood. At the far edge, an instructor with a scar over his eyebrow glared at him while the fallen student wheezed in the dirt. Kakashi knew this yard. He knew the smell of the dust after noon heat touched it. He knew the tree with the split trunk outside the fence. He knew the angle of sunlight across the roof of the storage shed. This was the academy side ground. Years before Team Minato. Years before Canopy Bridge. Years before a blood-soaked girl drove a hand through her own chest because she trusted him. His fingers tightened around the practice blade until the cheap wood creaked. The instructor pointed. "You see? This is what I mean. Talent without restraint is still a defect." A few students muttered. One boy rubbed his throat and shot Kakashi a hateful look. Kakashi stared at them and heard two timelines scraping together inside his skull. A man who had buried friends. A boy whose shoulders were still narrow enough for an academy uniform. The clash made his stomach twist. He had one clear thought. Before Obito died. Before Rin died. Before Minato sensei. Before the village started putting masks over wounds and calling it adulthood. He was before. The instructor stepped closer. "Hatake, answer when spoken to." Kakashi lifted his head. His own voice came out younger, thinner, but still flat enough to cut. He swung too high. The class rustled. The instructor's jaw tightened. "That isn't an answer." "It is." Kakashi glanced at the boy still getting up. "If he leaves his throat open, someone will use it." The instructor's expression darkened. "This is academy sparring, not a battlefield." No, Kakashi thought. This is where the battlefield begins. Aloud, he said. "Then tell him not to aim like he's afraid to miss." The boy lurched upright. "You think you're better than everyone because your father is the White Fang." There it was. The old shape of the world. Childish envy. Clan names. Adults pretending the wars outside the village walls had nothing to do with the children inside them. Kakashi should have stayed quiet. A younger version of himself would have. That cold silence had once looked like strength. But silence had also left too many things untouched. He planted the practice blade upright in the dirt and met the other boy's glare. "No, I think you telegraphed your right shoulder, shifted your front foot too wide, and tried to impress people before you tried to win." The laughter this time was nervous and quick. The boy flushed red. Humiliation flickered across the students like the start of a brush fire. Kakashi felt it then, not with his eyes but somewhere just beneath the skin of his forearms. Thin pale lines shimmered around the boy's body for the briefest moment. One ran from shoulder to hip. One curled around the right wrist. One hovered near the throat where fear had tightened muscle before the swing. Threads. He blinked. They vanished. The movement cost him more than it should have. Heat rushed behind his eyes. For one impossible instant he smelled wet stone, hospital disinfectant, and blood on rainwater. Another battlefield, another life, pressing against the present. His knees nearly folded. The instructor caught the sway and barked. "Enough. Training match over. Hatake, to the bench." Everyone else, reset. Kakashi walked because failing to walk would raise questions he could not answer. He sat on the splintered bench under the shade awning and breathed through his nose. Dust. Pine resin. Sweat. The world stayed. Good. His hands were shaking. Bad. He looked down at them. No lightning scars. No glove. No old man's calluses. Child hands. A second shadow fell over him. That was too much. The instructor's tone had lost some edge. Up close, Kakashi remembered the man after a moment. Ueno, Chunin ranked. Decent at taijutsu, better at shouting than teaching. Dead within 3 years in a border skirmish nobody would remember. Kakashi had not remembered that until just now. He looked up. Ueno crossed his arms. "You hear me?" "Yes." "You don't need to act like every match is life or death." Kakashi almost laughed. The sound would have come out wrong, so he swallowed it. "You don't know which one will become life or death later." Ueno frowned. "What does that mean?" It means I know where all of this goes if nobody touches the wheel. It means children die because adults call preparation unnecessary until it is too late. It means if I say one honest thing, this whole world will look at me like a madman. Kakashi lowered his gaze. Nothing. Weno exhaled through his nose, already tired of him. Your father is picking you up today. Try not to insult anyone else before then. Father. The word hit harder than the wooden blade had. Tsukumo. Alive. Kakashi's chest tightened so fast he thought for a moment that he would not get Eren again. He turned his face away until Weno left. Alive. He did not deserve another chance at that word. He had failed too many people for the world to return one to him. Yet the sunlight stayed warm. The yard noise resumed. Somewhere beyond the fence a vendor called out grilled sweet potatoes in a cheerful voice. Alive. By the time academy dismissal came, Kakashi had rebuilt enough control to stand straight. Students streamed toward the gate in loose knots of chatter. He moved more slowly, scanning faces he had once only remembered through the blur of old years. Some lived long. Some did not. Some had already become names carved into stone he had touched with gloved fingers. He stopped beneath the gate. There he was. Hatake Tsukumo stood with one hand resting on the hilt at his hip and the other holding a paper-wrapped skewer he had probably bought on impulse. He looked younger than memory allowed. Broader. Less haunted. His silver hair fell differently without the weight of later scandal. Sunlight struck the white on his shoulders and made it seem almost bright enough to hurt. Kakashi forgot every plan he had tried to build in the last hour. Tsukumo noticed him and smiled, small and crooked. You have the face of someone preparing a very serious complaint. Kakashi's throat locked. He had imagined this reunion in impossible places before. Dreams. Jinjutsu fragments. Hallucinations born from exhaustion. In none of them had Tsukumo sounded so ordinary. The skewer lifted slightly. Sweet potato? Or did you already calculate this would ruin dinner? Kakashi took one step, then another. Discipline shattered. He grabbed the front of Tsukumo's vest with both hands and pressed his face into the cloth before he could stop himself. For a heartbeat, Tsukumo froze. Then a big warm hand settled on the back of his head. No questions. No startled push. Just pressure. Steady. Present. That bad? Tsukumo asked quietly. Kakashi nodded once because speech would have broken him. The fabric smelled of sun, steel oil, and the clean soap Tsukumo favored. The scent cracked open 100 old absences at once. Kakashi dug his fingers in harder, ashamed and unable to let go. Tsukumo did not make him. They stood that way long enough for the gate noise to fade around them. When Kakashi finally stepped back, his face felt hot. He hated that. He hated needing anything he could not command. Tsukumo, infuriatingly, only held out the skewer. Eat, he said. If the academy finally managed to defeat you, you should at least do it on a full stomach. Kakashi took it. The potato was too hot. Sugar clung to his tongue. It tasted like childhood and was therefore far more dangerous than poison. They walked home through the late afternoon streets. Kakashi listened to sandals scrape stone, to laughter from open windows, to the clack of distant practice weapons from another yard. Every sound felt sharpened, not because the world had changed, but because he had been dropped back into the version of it where he still had time. Tsukumo broke the silence first. You frightened your instructor. He startles easily. Tsukumo sounded amused. He told me you fought like you expected your classmate to draw real steel halfway through a training match. Kakashi kept his eyes ahead. That would have improved the match. Tsukumo chuckled under his breath. Then the sound faded. Kakashi. There was enough weight in the name to make him look up. His father watched the street ahead, not him. Being strong before other children isn't the same thing as being alone above them. The words slid under Kakashi's guard with surgical precision. He answered too quickly. I'm not alone. Tsukumo's mouth tilted. That sounded defensive. It was accurate. Then you won't mind proving it sometime. Kakashi fell quiet. The old flaw was there already, waiting. Hold everything. Tell no one. Make a plan alone. Survive the consequences in silence. He knew where that path led. He had walked it until there was almost nothing left of him but duty and ghosts. And still, when Tsukumo reached over to ruffle his hair, Kakashi instinctively leaned half a step away. Tsukumo noticed. Of course he noticed. He withdrew his hand without comment. That tiny retreat hurt more than a wound. The cost was immediate. Kakashi had known better and still chosen reflex over trust. By the time they turned into the Hatake compound, the first line of evening shadow had crept over the Ingawa. Tsukumo slid the door open and stepped aside. Wash up, he said. After dinner, show me what put that look in your eyes today. Kakashi paused at the threshold. The house was the same. Low table, sword stand, the faint scent of tea leaves and cedar. No silence like a grave yet. No missing presents. No sealed room full of things that would never be touched again. He stepped inside. I can still change it, he thought. Somewhere under his skin, that strange triple pulse answered. Not with comfort, with promise. Chapter 2. The first thing Kakashi learned about having a child's body again was that it lied. It looked light, quick, ready. It was also shorter on breath, thinner on reserves, and far too honest about pain. He drove his heel into the bark of a training post before dawn and felt the shock jump straight up his shin. Splinters scraped his palm where he caught himself. Cold air burned in his nose. He stayed bent over, listening to his own breathing, annoyed by how loud it sounded. In his previous life, that kick would have snapped the post. Now it left a dent and a lesson. He reset his stance. Again, the training ground behind the Hatake compound was still shadowed. Dew clung to the grass in silver beads. Somewhere in the trees above, a crow gave a rusty cough of a call. Kakashi rolled his shoulders and forced his muscles to unclench. He had spent half the night testing what remained of him. The answer: skill, memory, and instincts. Not the body to use them properly. That mismatch was dangerous. It meant every choice had to account for reach, stamina, and chakra reserves he no longer possessed. Worse, older habits emerged before thought. Twice during weapon drills, he had overcommit to motions this body could not finish cleanly. Once, he had nearly dropped a training blade because his grip strength lagged behind his intention. He hated the gap, which was why he did not stop. He lunged, pivoted, cut across the post with a wooden tanto, and forced himself to watch the flaws. Shoulder too tight on the reverse. Left knee leaking force. Hips not turning fast enough. Plan, he thought. If the body was weaker, timing mattered more. If reserves were smaller, waste had to become unforgivable. If he could not overpower the future, he would arrive one beat earlier than it expected. He closed his eyes. Yesterday's flicker returned to mind. Pale lines coiling around motion and intent. Not sight exactly. More like pressure behind sight. Like the world had seams, and he had caught one for a heartbeat. He lowered the wooden tanto and drew a slow breath in for 4 counts. Physical chakra. Spiritual chakra. Memory. He did not know why those 3 words felt right. He only knew that when he aligned the breath to them, his pulse changed. 1 beat in the chest. 1 behind the eyes. 1 lower, near the navel, where chakra always felt hottest when he pushed too far. He held the breath. On the release, pain lanced through his temples. The ground swayed. Kakashi went to one knee with one hand dug into the wet earth. Mud packed under his fingernails. Ball climbed his throat. He swallowed it down and tried again. By the 4th attempt, the first threads appeared. Not around another person this time. Around himself. They rose from his forearms in hair-thin streams of pale silver, then faded whenever panic or excitement touched them. He stayed still. Cold seeped through the cloth at his knee. Dawn light thinned the darkness into gray. There. 1 thread ran from his right wrist to the practice post. Another hovered around his left ankle, twitching with imbalance. Another lay across his sternum like a line drawn over armor, vibrating faintly whenever he thought about the yard at the academy, the wooden blade, the old instructor's rebuke. Memory anchored motion. Not because memory was sentimental, because it contained timing. He understood that with the bone-deep certainty of a shinobi noticing the shape of a trap. The thread over his sternum pulsed once. Kakashi moved. He cut low, reversed the grip halfway through, used the shift in his ankle to change angle instead of fighting it, and struck the post exactly where the grain had already started to split. Wood cracked with a clean report. The top half of the post twisted and fell. Victory lasted 1 breath. Then the thread snapped. White pain burst behind his eyes. He grabbed at empty air and vomited into the grass. By the time the spasm stopped, his hands were trembling hard enough to make the dirt jitter beneath his fingertips. So that was the cost. Not exhaustion. Not simple fatigue. Mismatch. Feedback. The body rejecting too much pressure from something it barely understood. Kakashi wiped his mouth with the back of his wrist and sat back on his heels. Hidden technique, he thought. Because almost nobody would keep trying after that. Because you needed a reason stronger than comfort. Because if this art had ever existed openly, it would have devoured anyone who treated it like just another ladder upward. He was still staring at the broken post when sandals clicked softly over the ingwa. You are either very dedicated, Tsukumo said, or very bad at sleeping. Kakashi did not turn right away. He did not want his father to see the stain in the grass. Both. Tsukumo's silence lengthened. Then he dropped into a crouch beside him without ceremony. A canteen appeared in Kakashi's peripheral vision. Rinse first, Tsukumo said. Then tell me why you look like you tried to fist-fight a genjutsu. Kakashi took the canteen. The metal was cool against his palm. He rinsed his mouth and spat into the weeds. I was training. I had noticed. It worked. Then why do you sound disappointed? Because it hurt. Because success was proof, and proof made the future heavier. because every new tool meant one more reason not to fail when the real moments came. Kakashi capped the canteen. It worked badly. Tsukumo leaned one forearm over his raised knee and regarded the split practice post. Badly enough to break hardwood before sunrise. The post was flawed. Convenient flaw. Kakashi risked a glance. There was humor at the edge of Tsukumo's mouth, but concern under it. Real concern. Not the careful distance adults used with gifted children they had already half surrendered to military use. It made honesty tempting. Dangerously tempting. He looked away first. My chakra moved differently. Differently how? Kakashi chose the smallest truth. It felt like I was seeing the moment before it happened. Tsukumo did not dismiss him. That alone almost undid him. And when I followed it, I was right. He flexed his hand. The fingers still trembled. Afterward it felt like someone drove Senbon through my head. Tsukumo's gaze dropped to the grass where the vomit darkened the blades. That part, he said mildly. I had also noticed. Kakashi waited for a lecture. Instead, Tsukumo took the broken top half of the post and turned it in his hands. Battlefield instincts sometimes surface early. Most children get excited and try to use them every hour until they burn themselves stupid. And what do the smart ones do? Tsukumo shot him a sidelong look. They tell their fathers before they poison their own tenketsu. Kakashi's mouth flattened. That was one time. This morning. The day is young. That earned him a short laugh. It slipped between them easily enough to hurt. Tsukumo set the wood aside. Listen carefully. Some gifts are really just patterns your body notices before your mind can name them. Some are bloodline traits. Some are techniques, fragments of older systems no one teaches cleanly anymore because the cost is uglier than the result looks. The dangerous part isn't having them. The dangerous part is thinking you need to master them alone before anyone else deserves to hear about them. Kakashi looked at the mud on his knees. There it was again. The flaw with a voice. Tsukumo continued, quieter now. You're my son, not my subordinate. You don't need permission to ask for help. The sentence landed with brutal accuracy because part of Kakashi had already been preparing not to. He forced himself to answer. I know. Tsukumo's eyebrows lifted. Kakashi corrected himself. I'm trying to know. That seemed to satisfy him more. Good. Tsukumo stood and offered a hand up. Breakfast. Then the academy. Then tonight you show me the chakra exercise from the start, without hiding the ugly parts. Kakashi took the hand. Warm. Calloused. Steady. The moment his feet settled, one of those pale internal threads twitched faintly from his wrist to Tsukumo's palm and vanished. He froze. Tsukumo felt the catch in his grip. Pain. No. Kakashi released his hand a fraction too fast. Just noticing something. The retreat was small. Reflexive. It still cost him. Tsukumo's expression shuddered by a degree. Not offense. Not distance. Just the simple adjustment people made when another person stepped back first. It was almost invisible. Kakashi saw it because he had spent 2 lives studying smaller things. Idiot, he thought. He knew better. He still moved like trust was a hazard. By breakfast, he had a plan to repay the damage. Not with apology alone. With action. At the academy, Ueno announced paired reaction drills. Students lined up opposite one another on the scuffed wooden floor inside the weapons hall. The room smelled of lacquer, old sweat, and damp cloth drying near the entrance. Kakashi drew a classmate named Tetsu, a broad-faced boy who disliked him on principle. Don't break anything this time, Tetsu muttered, rolling his shoulders. Kakashi adjusted his stance. Yours or mine? Tetsu scowled. Good. Scowls made timing easier. Ueno clapped once. Hands only. First touch to the chest counts. Begin. Tetsu lunged. The threads came faster now, faint silver tracing the angle of his elbow, the flare of weight through the front foot, the pulse of intent before the grab. Kakashi did not think. He slipped outside, tapped the chest, and stepped away. Again, Ueno snapped. This time Tetsu feinted high and kicked low. The thread around his ankle thickened before the kick arrived. Kakashi dropped his shin to intercept, turned the collision into a pivot, and tapped the chest again. A murmur spread through the hall. Tetsu's ears reddened. Stop doing that. Doing what? Looking like you already know. Kakashi almost said, because I do. Instead, he heard Tsukumo's earlier warning and changed course. Then stop telling me first, he said. Your shoulders talk too much. Some of the nearby students snickered. Humiliation flashed over Tetsu's face. Kakashi saw anger about to harden into reckless movement. He made a choice. He lowered his hands. Again, he said. This time I only move after you touch my sleeve. Tetsu blinked. The room hushed. Ueno opened his mouth, perhaps to object, but curiosity beat discipline. Tetsu stepped in warily and brushed Kakashi's sleeve. Only then did Kakashi move. He let the first hit land lightly on his shoulder, took the opening that followed, and guided Tetsu offline instead of dropping him. They ended in a knot of locked wrists with neither flat on the floor. No laughter this time. Tetsu's breathing was harsh. Why? Kakashi released him. Because if I only win, you learn to hate me. If I show you the moment you lost balance, you might fix it. Tetsu stared as if he had been handed the wrong script. Weno called a halt. His eyes narrowed, but not with the old annoyance. With calculation. Kakashi recognized the look too. Adults noticing not just skill, but utility. By lunch, whispers followed him through the courtyard. Not about cruelty. About reaction speed. About whether the White Fang's son had some hidden trick. He sat alone under the eaves and unwrapped a rice ball from home. Seaweed, plum, a little too much salt. Familiar. He did not notice the three older academy boys until their shadows cut across the stone. One of them, a year or two ahead and proud of it, looked down his nose. Hatake. Kakashi kept eating. We're talking to you. Then your problem isn't volume. The tallest boy's mouth twitched. I heard you embarrassed Tetsu in the hall. Tetsu embarrassed himself. I adjusted. The boys exchanged looks. Pack behavior. Testing. If he stayed silent, they would circle for days. If he overreacted, Weno would call him unstable. Plan. Kakashi rose with the rice ball still in hand. What do you want? A match after classes? No. The answer was so immediate that all three boys hesitated. Kakashi took another bite. If you wanted to learn, you would have asked that first. You want a crowd? I don't owe you one. Their expressions soured. The tallest stepped closer. You think you can refuse? Kakashi looked past him to the academy bulletin board, where mission merit notices and attendance charts fluttered in the warm breeze. Then back to the boy's face. Yes. Coward. Poorly chosen insult. Kakashi brushed a grain of rice from his thumb. If you're trying to provoke me, use something less lazy. The boy reached for him. Kakashi caught the wrist, turned it just enough to force the older student onto his toes, and leaned in close enough for only the three of them to hear. If you grab me in front of instructors, he said softly, I will put you on the ground, explain exactly how you lost, and make this your worst afternoon this month. Choose better. He released the wrist. The three boys stepped back. Not beaten, not even frightened enough to matter, but checked. Plan executed. When the final bell released the students, Kakashi left with his irritation under control and his head beginning to ache again. The threads had appeared too often today. Useful. Dangerous. He found Tsukumo waiting at the gate a second time. This time, before reflex could betray him, Kakashi crossed the space and held out the academy notes Weno had sent home. I need help with a chakra exercise, he said. Tsukumo took the papers, then looked at him instead of them. The smile was faint. Real. That, he said, sounds much smarter than vomiting in the grass alone. Kakashi breathed out through his nose. One small correction. One thread laid properly. It would have to be enough for today. Chapter 3. The room in Tsukumo's study smelled like cedar, ink, and old iron. Kakashi had forgotten that. He stood just inside the doorway while evening light pooled amber across scroll racks and low cabinets. On one wall hung maps marked in Tsukumo's clear, forceful hand. Border rivers. Supply routes. Terrain sketches with notes in the margins. None of it looked like legend. It looked like work. Tsukumo knelt beside the central table and unrolled a blank practice scroll between them. Start from the first breath, he said. No skipping because you think the embarrassing part is inefficient. Kakashi sat opposite him. It's not embarrassing. Tsukumo's eyes were dry with amusement. Then your ears turn red for unrelated reasons. Kakashi ignored that and set 2 fingers against his wrist. He inhaled. Physical chakra first. That hot, grounded weight in muscle and bone. Then spiritual chakra, cool and fine behind the eyes. Then memory. That part was the knife. He let the image rise anyway. The academy yard, the descending wooden blade, the split second where another life had collided with this one hard enough to leave a mark. His pulse changed. The triple beat aligned. Thin silver tremors appeared over the backs of his hands. Tsukumo's expression sharpened at once. Again, he said. Kakashi repeated it more slowly. The threads brightened. One coiled around his right forearm. Another crossed his chest. A third stretched forward, not to the scroll or table, but toward the empty air above Tsukumo's left shoulder, where the memory of impact still seemed to hang. Then the pain hit. It started as pressure and became a spike driven behind both eyes. Kakashi's breath broke. The threads shivered. Tsukumo moved faster than sight. His hand closed over Kakashi's wrist, not to stop the flow, but to change it. Chakra, dense and clean, slipped through skin and tenketsu with surgical precision. He redirected the surge away from Kakashi's temples and down into his shoulder. Pain flared across the arm instead of the skull. Manageable. Kakashi gasped. The threads snapped apart and vanished. For a moment, the only sound in the study was the faint rattle of the shoji in the evening breeze. Tsukumo released him and sat back slowly. "That's no academy trick," he said. Kakashi flexed his aching fingers. "I know. Where did you see it?" "Good question. Impossible question. In another life. In tragedies I failed to prevent. In the shape of people dying just badly enough to leave marks on my chakra when I woke up young again." He lowered his hand. "I didn't see it anywhere. It felt familiar." Tsukumo studied him long enough to make the lie feel cheap, even though it was incomplete rather than false. "Familiar isn't an explanation. It's the one I have." Tsukumo's gaze shifted to the blank scroll, then to the maps on the wall. Finally, he rose and crossed to a narrow storage cabinet in the back of the room. Metal clicked softly inside. When he turned back, he carried a small wrapped bundle. The cloth was old, white once, but faded toward gray at the corners. He set it on the table between them and unfolded the layers one by one. A Tantanto guard lay inside. White metal, slightly oval, one edge chipped. Hairline cracks ran through the surface like frost across winter glass. Kakashi's breath snagged. He knew it before his mind supplied the reason. Not because he had seen this exact piece before. Because the moment it touched the lamplight, the threads under his skin gave a violent answering pulse. Tsukumo watched that reaction and said nothing. Kakashi reached out. The guard was cool. Too cool for a piece of metal that had been wrapped indoors all day. The instant his fingertips met it, a spiral pattern hidden beneath the hairline cracks flashed into clarity. Not decoration. Sequence marks. Tiny angled cuts laid in a rhythm his chakra recognized before he did. 1, 2, 3. Pause. 1, 2. Pause. 7-beat cadence. The room blurred for a heartbeat. He smelled smoke and moonlight and blood on a stone altar that had not happened yet. He ripped his hand back. Tsukumo's voice was low. "What did you see?" Kakashi pressed his thumb hard into his palm until pain steadied him. "A pattern." "Describe it." He did, because the safest lies were the ones anchored in truth. Spiral timing. Layered intervals. Not a weapon forger's habit, but something closer to seal notation written for a blade guard instead of paper. Tsukumo listened without interruption. When Kakashi finished, his father sat very still. "I found this years ago," Tsukumo said at last. "Not on a mission report. Not in an archive. On a battlefield after a skirmish near an Uzumaki refugee caravan. It was broken. The blade was gone. No one else in my squad thought it was anything but scrap." Kakashi looked down at the guard. "You kept it." "Because when I touched it, my chakra snagged." Tsukumo's mouth thinned at the memory. "Not enough to use. Enough to notice. Later I saw a sealing specialist glance at it and pretend not to. That usually means either treasure or trouble. Or both." That earned a flicker of approval. Tsukumo folded his arms. "I investigated quietly. Most references were nonsense. A few mentioned old battlefield methods the Uzumaki developed for synchronizing squads under impossible conditions. Timing seals. Sequence formulas. Dangerous enough that fragments were hidden after the fall of their village." Kakashi stared at the guard as if staring harder would make the future gentler. So the art was real. Not whole. Not named. But real enough that Tsukumo had brushed it years before. That changed the shape of everything. Others had not found it because they were not standing at the crossroads of trauma, chakra precision, and stolen second chances. Others had not touched the memory wrong enough for the metal to answer. Tsukumo tapped the table once. "What concerns me is not that you reacted. It's how strongly you reacted." Kakashi forced himself to meet his eyes. "Do you regret showing me?" "No." Tsukumo's answer came without pause. "I regret not showing you sooner, if this is tied to what your chakra is doing already." The words warmed and wounded at the same time. Kakashi looked away first, toward the map wall. "You don't know that. Then we'll learn it." Simple. Direct. The sort of answer only someone still alive could give. Kakashi swallowed. They spent the next hour testing carefully. Tsukumo would place the guard at different angles. Kakashi would breathe, align the triple pulse, and see which internal threads answered. Most attempts yielded nothing beyond tension and the start of headache. A few produced pale lines between the guard and the old mission maps on the wall, especially where border routes narrowed into kill zones. Memory plus route plus intention. The art liked convergences. On the 7th attempt, Kakashi saw a new thread. It did not connect to the guard. It connected to Tsukumo. Not to his body exactly, to his decision. A line of white gold tension that flared whenever his father shifted his posture toward intervention before Kakashi even moved. Protector's momentum turned visible. The sight hit him so hard he forgot to breathe. The thread trembled. Then it ran forward in a branching spray of possibilities so brief and sharp he almost missed them. One branch ended in an empty house. One ended in a white cloak stained dark. One ended in Tsukumo standing over injured comrades while the mission objective burned behind him. Kakashi lurched back hard enough to slam a shoulder into the scroll rack. Wood rattled. Scrolls thumped. Kakashi. Tsukumo was already moving. Too late. The vision had landed. Not full prophecy. Not certainty. But enough. Enough to know the road to his father's ruin was still there, waiting for the same choice. Kakashi slapped a hand over one eye and dragged air into his lungs. Don't touch me. The command came out rougher than he intended. Tsukumo stopped. Silence struck the room. There it was. The flaw again. Secretive. Defensive. Cutting the hand that tried to help because fear arrived first. Regret followed at once, hot and immediate. Tsukumo lowered his hand. All right. No anger. Which made it worse. Kakashi forced his hand down from his face. I saw. He stopped. Truth balanced against causality like a blade on a fingertip. I saw that this thing is tied to choices. Not just movement. Decisions with weight. Tsukumo's gaze sharpened. What kind of weight? The kind that gets heroes buried by the village they save. Mission weight, Kakashi said. People against objectives. For the first time, something unreadable crossed Tsukumo's face. He sat down again with more care than before. Then maybe the old Uzumaki were more dangerous than the stories admit. Kakashi let out a breath that shook. Maybe. Tsukumo watched him a while longer. Then, as if the moment had not just split open, he reached to one side and pushed a cup of tea across the table. It had gone warm while they tested. The steam was gone. The surface still smelled faintly of toasted leaves. Drink, he said. Your hands are unsteady. Kakashi obeyed. Warm bitterness coated his tongue. After a while Tsukumo said, if this art really binds memory to action, then understand this now. Memory lies. Regret lies worse. They can make one path feel inevitable because it hurts more sharply than the others. Kakashi stared into the tea. Tsukumo continued. A shinobi who sees ahead and stops trusting everyone behind him becomes a weapon, not a person. If you're touching something built on anticipation, you'll need anchors stronger than fear. The sentence lodged deep. Stronger than fear. Not stronger than death. Not stronger than loss. Stronger than fear. Kakashi set the cup down carefully. What if fear is accurate? Tsukumo's mouth shifted into that tired, knowing line Kakashi remembered and had missed more than he would ever say aloud. Then accuracy is not the same thing as surrender. Later, after the study lanterns were lit and dinner dishes had been washed, Kakashi returned alone. The room was darker now. Moonlight silvered the edge of the table. The Tantanto guard lay where Tsukumo had left it, wrapped again but not hidden. Kakashi knelt before it. He did not touch it right away. Instead, he remembered the branches he had seen around Tsukumo's choice and let the pain of them settle without turning away. Empty house. Bloody cloak. Mission fire. Then he spoke into the quiet. Not this time. The guard answered with the faintest pulse under the cloth. Chapter 4. By the next afternoon, Kakashi had reduced the possible ways to test the timeline into 3 useful categories. First, public events too small to matter strategically but large enough to compare against memory. Second, people. Third, himself. The third category was the problem. He already knew he was different. The question was how much difference the world would tolerate before it stopped following any line he could predict. Which was why he found Obito Uchiha leaning backward in his chair with both hands behind his head and talking through the instructor's announcements as if silence were a clan weakness. Some things, apparently, transcended fate. The classroom smelled of ink, straw mats, and children who had run too hard before sitting down. Afternoon heat pressed against the paper windows until the room felt close. Ueno droned through lesson assignments from the front. Half the class had drifted. Obito had not drifted so much as launched. I'm telling you, he whispered to the girl on his left. If he gives me cleaning duty again, I'm going to start calling it special taijutsu footwork practice. The girl giggled. Kakashi looked over from his seat near the aisle. Obito's hair was still messy at the back. His orange goggles rested on the desk instead of his face. His grin had all the reckless brightness Kakashi remembered hating, then missing, then carrying like a blade fragment under the skin for years. Alive. Loud. Annoying. Alive. Kakashi's fingers tightened around his brush. In the old timeline, he would have ignored him. Let him remain a noise at the edge of the room until promotion and missions forced friction into something uglier and more intimate. That silence had calcified into rivalry before trust ever had a chance. Different, he thought. He needed proof the line could bend. So when Ueno assigned paired shuriken cleanup after class and Obito groaned theatrically loud enough to earn a slap of chalk to the forehead, Kakashi made a decision that would once have felt ridiculous. He raised his hand. Ueno blinked. Hatake. Switch partners, Kakashi said. I'll take cleanup with Uchiha. The room went still. Obito straightened. What? Several students turned all the way around. Ueno narrowed his eyes as if suspecting a trap. Fair. Why? Kakashi looked at Obito. Obito looked back with open suspicion and a chalk smear above one eyebrow. Because, Kakashi said flatly, he talks too much to finish alone. Laughter broke across the room. Obito's mouth fell open. That isn't a reason. That's an insult. It can be both. Ueno stared at Kakashi for one long second, then shrugged in the way of a man too tired to refuse something that might solve itself. Fine. Hatake, Uchiha. Clean the east yard targets and return every usable shuriken before sunset. As soon as dismissal came, Obito caught up with him in the hall. Why did you do that? Kakashi kept walking. You were going to complain either way, he said. I am complaining. Obito darted around to face him while still walking backward. That isn't an answer. Kakashi looked at the chalk mark still on Obito's forehead. You missed a spot. Obito swiped at it, smearing it worse. Hatake. Kakashi stepped around him. If you trip while talking, I'll leave you there. The east yard was empty by the time they arrived. Practice targets lined the fence. Shuriken glittered where they had missed straw and bitten into dirt, wood, or the trunk of a pine tree that had suffered academy negligence for years. The late light had turned gold. Cicadas whined overhead. Obito folded his arms. You always act like you're older than everyone else. Kakashi crouched to pull a bent shuriken from the ground. Sometimes that's because everyone else is being childish. You mean me. If the shoe fits. Obito clicked his tongue. See? This. You can't talk to people without aiming for the throat. The rebuke landed too neatly because it was half true. Kakashi dropped the shuriken into the collection pouch. And you can't stop making noise long enough to notice when someone is trying to help. Obito blinked. Help. There. The dangerous edge. If Kakashi pressed wrong, the entire conversation would snap into old shape. He straightened and made a choice. You're not stupid, he said. But you waste openings because you react to people instead of the moment. In class. In drills. If Ueno keeps seeing that, he will keep assigning you extra work. So we're here. Obito stared as if uncertain whether he had been insulted or recruited. You? He jabbed a thumb toward himself. You asked to do extra cleanup. For me. For efficiency. Obito squinted. That's just your way of pretending you did something nice. Kakashi turned toward the targets before his expression could betray too much. If you want to believe that, try picking up the ones in the tree. Obito made an offended sound and stomped toward the pine. Kakashi let him go, then began collecting blades from the fence posts. He listened while Obito muttered to himself about arrogant silver-haired weirdos and people with no social skills. The complaints were oddly grounding. Memory had kept Obito in pieces, blood, boulder, mask, impossible return. Seeing him whole and annoyed was almost enough to hurt. Almost. Because whole did not mean safe. Obito climbed the lower branches with more speed than grace, reached for a lodged shuriken, and snapped. Got it. The bark under his sandal sheared. Kakashi saw the slip one beat before it happened. Not with eyes. With threads. Pale lines flared around Obito's ankle, the branch, the tilt of his center of gravity. Kakashi moved. He hit the trunk, planted one foot, and shoved upward. The child body complained instantly. Muscles strained, breath shortened, timing went razor thin. He caught Obito by the back of the shirt just as the branch gave way. Wood cracked. Leaves showered down. Obito yelped and flailed. Kakashi twisted with the fall so they landed in the grass instead of on roots. The impact jarred his shoulder all the way to the teeth. For a second they lay tangled in sun-warmed weeds. Obito shoved up on one elbow. You could have warned me. Kakashi stared at him. Alive. Bright-eyed. Indignant. Face inches away. He had not even realized his grip was still locked in the back of Obito's shirt until Obito glanced down at it. Kakashi let go at once. I did warn you. When? Just now. Obito sat up and squinted through the falling leaves. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. Not mocking. Startled. You really are weird. Kakashi pushed himself to sitting and ignored the sting in his shoulder. You climbed like you wanted the tree to help. It almost did. No. It almost killed you with embarrassment. Obito snorted. That wasn't a kill shot. The conversation had gone off script already. In memory, this sort of exchange always ended sharper. Obito would bristle. Kakashi would freeze him out. Both would leave thinking the other impossible. Now Obito plucked a leaf off Kakashi's hair and grinned. Still. Thanks. Kakashi went still. The gratitude should not have unsettled him. It did because it came too easily. Because accepting it required admitting he had stepped in on purpose for reasons that were not efficient at all. He looked away. Don't fall twice. It would become a pattern. Obito hopped to his feet and offered a hand. Then keep up, genius. Kakashi stared at the hand for half a second too long. Reflex again. Distance again. Obito's grin faltered, only a little. The cost was tiny. A hairline crack in a moment that might have rested cleanly otherwise. Kakashi hated how well he could see it forming. He took the hand anyway. Too late to make the hesitation vanish, but not too late to refuse it rule. Obito hauled him up with more enthusiasm than leverage. You're lighter than you act, and you're louder than necessary. That's called personality. Then maybe lower the volume. Obito laughed again and bounded toward the next target. They finished cleanup under a sky streaked orange and rose. Obito talked the whole time. About a new fireball exercise he was close to getting right. About how instructors favored students who looked serious. About how one day he would become Hokage and make everyone answer missions with proper enthusiasm. Kakashi listened more than he spoke. Not because he had nothing to say. Because hearing the shape of Obito before grief sharpened him was like finding a room in a burned house still untouched by flame. At one point Obito asked, "What do you even want anyway?" Kakashi paused over a half-buried blade. The truthful answer was too large for the yard to contain. He said, "For the people around me to stop making stupid decisions." Obito barked a laugh. "Then your dream is impossible." Maybe, Kakashi thought. When the last shuriken hit the pouch, they headed back toward the storage office. The path curved past the academy's side fence, where a narrow service lane ran between old walls. Few students used it. Too dull. Too quiet. Perfect for observation. Kakashi felt it before he saw it. Not a full thread. A pressure. Intent held down under practiced stillness. He stopped. Obito took 3 more steps before noticing. What? Kakashi's gaze shifted to the shadow between 2 roof lines. Nothing obvious. A dark drain barrel. Moss on stone. A scrap of cloth caught under a nail. And a presence. Watching. His skin tightened. Not academy child curiosity. Not civilian attention. Shinobi. Obito followed his gaze and frowned. Did you hear something? Kakashi made the fastest choice available. Drop the pouch. What? Now. Something moved in the shadows. Kakashi shoved Obito sideways a heartbeat before a sunbomb hissed through the space where his throat had been. The needle struck the fence with a dry tick. Obito hit the dirt and cursed. Kakashi's hand flashed to a practice shuriken from the pouch. Cheap steel. Good enough. He threw toward the movement not to hit, but to mark. The world narrowed. For one crystalline instant, a thin pale line stuck to the retreating shadow like a barb tied to silk. Thread listener. Not the name, exactly. The sensation of a threshold crossed. A new type of connection. A mark on hostile intent that would let him recognize the same pattern again. The shadow vanished over the wall. By the time Kakashi sprinted to the corner, there was nothing left but a faint scrape and the smell of damp stone. Obito scrambled up behind him, breath fast. What was that? Kakashi pulled the senbon from the fence and turned it under the light. No maker's mark. Balanced too well for an academy prank. A warning, he said. Obito swallowed. For you. Kakashi looked at the lane, at the vanished watcher, at the first real proof that the dangerous adults had already begun measuring children. For now, he said. Then he tucked the senbon into his pouch and started planning how to answer. Chapter 5 Kakashi dreamed in white threads and woke with his jaw clenched hard enough to ache. Dawn had barely touched the edge of the window. The room was gray-blue. His blankets had twisted around his legs sometime in the night. Sweat cooled on the back of his neck despite the morning chill. He sat up slowly. The dream stayed sharper than ordinary sleep should allow. Pale lines crossing over Konoha like a net. One knot pulsing beneath the academy service lane. Another inside a root-dark corridor he had never walked in this life, and still somehow knew. At the center, a hand pressing children into shapes useful to war. Danzo, he thought. Not because he had seen the man in the dream. Because this was how control felt when it learned patience. Kakashi swung his feet to the floor. The tatami felt cold. He rolled his shoulders, testing for lingering backlash from yesterday's mark. There was a pull behind the eyes, but lighter than before. Manageable. He opened his hand. For a moment, if he breathed exactly right, he could still sense the hostile thread tag he had planted on the watcher. Thin. Distant. Northwest of the academy. Moving slowly, like someone who knew how not to be noticed. So the mark held. Useful. Dangerous. His first impulse was to follow it alone before classes. His second was the better one. He rose, dressed, and went to find Tsukumo. His father was already in the kitchen, sleeves rolled to the forearm, slicing pickled vegetables with the same precision he used on battle reports. The scent of miso drifted through the room. Morning light made a pale line across the table. Tsukumo glanced up. You look like you fought your pillow and lost. I need to ask you something. Tsukumo set the knife down at once. No complaint about timing. No instruction to wait until breakfast was served. How urgent. Before academy. That was enough. They moved to the ingawa facing the small inner garden. Dew clung to the stone basin. A breeze stirred the bamboo and carried the wet green smell of leaves indoors. Kakashi knelt opposite Tsukumo and placed the sunbon from yesterday on the floor between them. Tsukumo's eyes narrowed. Where? Academy side lane. Kakashi kept his voice even. Someone watched us. Then took a shot. Us. The word mattered. He used it on purpose. Tsukumo picked up the sunbon and balanced it across 2 fingers. Not academy issue. Not a child's hand. His gaze lifted. Why are you telling me before trying to investigate on your own? Kakashi held the question without flinching. Because yesterday you were right. Tsukumo watched him for a beat, then gave the smallest nod. No praise. No softening. Just acknowledgement that the correction had been made. That steadied something inside Kakashi more than praise would have. Tell me everything, Tsukumo said. So he did. The cleanup duty. The hidden observer. The sunbon. Not the word root. Not yet. Not without evidence from this timeline. He described the pressure of being watched, the angle of the throw, the sensation of the thread mark attaching. At that, Tsukumo's expression sharpened. You can still feel the attacker? Yes. Show me. Kakashi closed his eyes, drew the triple breath, and reached inward. The tagged thread answered with a faint metallic pull. Northwest. Distant, but not beyond Konoha's older administrative quarter. There, he said, pointing. Tsukumo did not ask how he knew. He measured the direction against the village in his mind. Government storage district. Of course. Kakashi's mouth went flat. Not proof, Tsukumo said quietly, reading him too well. Just location. It's enough to narrow. Not enough to accuse. Kakashi hated that he was correct. Tsukumo rose in one smooth motion. You still go to the academy. Behave normally. I will pull on a few threads that belong to adults. Kakashi looked up. And if the watcher approaches me first? Tsukumo's hand settled briefly on his shoulder. Warm. Heavy. Then you remember 2 things. First, nothing in this village gets to claim you by surprising you. Second, you are allowed to walk away and bring me the problem instead of solving it alone. Allowed. Such an ordinary word. It landed like a blade turning in an old wound. Kakashi nodded once. At the academy, behaving normally proved harder than fighting. Every corridor felt thinner. Every instructor's glance could have been innocent or informed. Students moved in chattering clusters, sandals tapping wood, lunchboxes clacking, paper assignments rustling. The world looked the same. That made it worse. Obito found him before first lesson and fell into step at his side, as if yesterday had established a fact neither of them needed to name. You left before I could ask if your shoulder was busted. Kakashi adjusted the strap of his gear pouch. It wasn't. See? That's not a real answer. Then ask a real question. Obito huffed. Fine. Did the thing in the alley scare you? Kakashi considered lying. Then he said, yes. Obito stopped walking. Kakashi took 2 more steps before noticing and turning back. Obito's expression had gone blank in the startled way of someone who expected denial and got something heavier. Oh, Kakashi waited. Obito rubbed the back of his neck. It scared me too. Honest. Awkward. No performance. The answer shifted the space between them. Kakashi said, good. Obito sputtered. Good. If it didn't, you'd be an idiot. Obito glared, then laughed despite himself. You really don't know how to make agreements sound normal. And you talk while processing danger. Better than turning into a wall. Fair. They entered the classroom together. Several students looked up. A few whispered. Let them. Kakashi took his seat. Obito dropped into the desk behind him and spent the first half of the lesson flicking tiny bits of folded paper at the back of his head whenever Ueno turned to the board. Each note contained exactly 1 word. Alive? Hungry? Bored? Paranoid? The last one made Kakashi almost smile. He wrote on the paper and flicked it back without turning around. Prepared. Obito stopped throwing notes after that. Late in the morning, Ueno appeared at the classroom door and called, Hatake. With me. The room cooled around him. Kakashi rose. Obito half stood too, then caught himself. Their eyes met for a second. Obito's mouth flattened into a line that looked much older than the rest of him. Kakashi gave the smallest shake of his head. Not now. He followed Ueno through the administrative corridor to a side office rarely used for anything good. The paper screen stood open. Light fell across the threshold. A man waited inside. Bandaged arm. Dark clothes. 1 visible eye. Presents like dry paper and old knives. Shimura Danzo looked younger than Kakashi remembered, and no less poisonous for it. The shock was not that he was there. The shock was how early he had chosen to move. Ueno cleared his throat. Hatake Kakashi, sir. Danzo's gaze settled on him with clinical calm. Leave us. Ueno obeyed without question. When the instructor's footsteps faded, Danzo gestured to the cushion across from him. Sit. Kakashi remained standing for 1 extra breath, not to show defiance, but to observe. A tea set on the low table. 1 cup poured. 1 untouched. No visible guards. No need. Men like Danzo carried institution around themselves like a second skin. He sat. Danzo studied him in silence long enough to make lesser adults rush to fill it. Kakashi had played this game before. He let the quiet remain. Finally, Danzo said, "Your instructors report unusual perception. They talk too much." One corner of Danzo's mouth shifted. Not amusement. Measurement. And yet they are useful. Kakashi said nothing. Danzo picked up the teacup and did not drink. The village is entering a harsher age. Talent must mature quickly. Some children understand that. Others need comfort and stories first. His gaze sharpened. "Which are you?" Kakashi felt the old, cold machinery of root in the question. Choose isolation and be claimed. Choose softness and be dismissed. A false split designed to reveal what kind of tools sat across the table. He answered with one of his own. Which answer would make you leave the academy alone? Danzo's visible eye narrowed by a fraction. Direct, he said. Efficient. Efficiency without obedience becomes waste. Kakashi looked at the untouched second cup of tea. Obedience without judgment becomes a graveyard. The room went still. He had pushed harder than prudence advised. Good. Humiliation and pressure were meant to make children shrink. Kakashi had promised himself he would answer every such moment with a plan. His plan here was simple. Reveal enough sharpness to become inconvenient prey, not enough to justify immediate seizure. Danzo set the teacup down with a soft click. You are young to speak that way, and you're old enough to recognize when someone is testing you. The air between them thinned. For one dangerous instant, Kakashi sensed the thread lines around Danzo not as loose movement, but as layered black cords descending into darker places beneath the village. Networks, commitments, compulsions. This man had bound himself into an engine and mistaken that for patriotism. Danzo noticed the shift in his gaze. What did you just perceive? Too direct. He had seen something. Not what. Kakashi chose the crooked path. That you don't ask questions unless the answers are already useful. Danzo leaned back slightly. Then answer this one. If a mission required the sacrifice of 10 to save 100, would you hesitate? There it was. The philosophy dressed as arithmetic. The wound waiting for Tsukumo years before it opened. Kakashi's pulse hit once, hard. He thought of empty houses, bloody cloaks, children in academy uniforms being measured for how well they would obey pain. He said, I'd ask who decided those numbers were honest. For the first time, Danzo's stillness cracked. Not anger. Interest. You have a suspicious mind. The village should be grateful. Danzo rose. The movement was quiet enough to feel worse than speed. Perhaps it will be. In time. He stepped past Kakashi toward the door, then paused with one hand on the frame. Children with uncommon gifts attract uncommon dangers. If you ever decide the academy is too small for what you are becoming, there are those willing to shape you properly. Kakashi did not turn. Then they should become less willing. Danzo left. Only when the footsteps had fully vanished did Kakashi realize how hard his nails had dug into his palm. Blood dotted the crescent marks. The meeting had lasted minutes. It felt like surviving a wire pulled across the throat. Outside, Ueno pretended to be occupied with papers when Kakashi emerged. His eyes flicked up. Curious. Wary. What did he want? The instructor asked. Kakashi wiped his palm on the inside of his sleeve where the blood would not show. To hear himself talk. Ueno snorted despite himself. Back to class. At lunch, Tsukumo's shadow appeared at the edge of the courtyard. Not openly beckoning. Just there, in a place where Kakashi would notice if he was looking. Kakashi asked to step out. Ueno allowed it. They met beside the old water storage shed, where the smell of damp would covered softer voices. Tsukumo's face told him at once. He had found enough. Government storage district, Tsukumo said. An unlisted training annex. Operatives moving through after dawn. Officially, it doesn't exist. Kakashi exhaled once. Danzo met with me 10 minutes ago. Tsukumo went very still. What did he say? Kakashi told him. When he finished, Tsukumo's jaw had hardened into something close to battle calm. You will not meet him alone again. He won't ask permission. Then he can test whether I asked permission either. For a moment, fierce relief almost knocked Kakashi off balance. He had forgotten what it felt like for an adult he loved to step toward danger with him, instead of placing him in front of it. The feeling was sharp enough to become its own kind of pain. Tsukumo saw some part of that on his face, and, in a voice gone quieter, said, Kakashi. Kakashi looked up. Whatever you think you need to carry, Tsukumo said. You are not carrying this part by yourself. The words settled into him like weights dropped into running water, changing the course even where the surface still looked the same. He nodded once because speech would have betrayed too much. When he returned to class, Obito watched him sit and slid a folded note onto the desk without looking over. Dead or alive? Kakashi wrote back. Still inconvenient. Obito read it, snorted, and relaxed by half an inch. The day ended under an ordinary sunset. Children shouted in the yard. Laundry snapped on lines. Dinner smoke rose over rooftops. Konoha looked peaceful enough to fool anyone who had not seen the roots underneath. That evening, alone in his room, Kakashi sat cross-legged and drew the triple breath until the pale inner threads returned. One led toward Tsukumo. One still pointed toward Danzo's hidden annex. One, thinner and new, wound toward the classroom where a loud-mouthed Uchiha had decided fear was easier to bear out loud. Kakashi opened his eyes into the dark and understood the change for what it was. Power was not just seeing danger first. It was deciding which connections he would strengthen before danger arrived. Chapter 6. Rin's bandage was tied too tightly. Kakashi noticed it before she did. The academy field behind the main hall smelled of sun-baked grass and chalk dust from the lane markers. 3 wooden posts had been planted across the training ground to represent captives. Ueno paced in front of the assembled class with a clipboard tucked under one arm and the expression of a man already expecting disappointment. 3-person field exercise, he announced. 1 team attacks, 1 team defends. Captive post touched and ribbon retrieved means success. If you crack a classmate's skull, I will crack yours harder. The students shuffled into knots, whispering names and preferences. Kakashi's gaze had already found the red marks on Rin's wrist where she had bandaged herself after morning shuriken practice. The cloth bit into the skin in a neat line. Efficient, sloppy under pressure. Rin noticed him looking and lifted her hand, embarrassed but smiling. It's fine. That was the first thing she ever said to him in this life. No battlefield, no blood, no plea-choked underwear noise. Just a girl with chestnut hair, sharp eyes, and a bandage tied too hard because she had hurried through care she would gladly give to anyone else. Kakashi stared 1 beat too long. Rin's smile tilted. Do I have ink on my face? Obito popped into the space between them like he had been launched there. No, he just does that. He stares at people like he's already writing their memorial stones. Kakashi looked at him. You're loud before noon. And you're creepy before noon. See, everyone has something. Rin covered a laugh with the back of her hand. We're assigned together. Ueno, apparently guided by cruelty or destiny, was pointing directly at them. Hatake, Uchiha, Noira, you 3 defend first. Obito groaned. Why am I always on the same side as him when he's in one of his moods? Rin bumped him lightly with her elbow. Maybe because sensei wants you to survive. Obito brightened at once. See? Rin gets it. Kakashi's chest tightened in a way that had nothing to do with chakra. The old impulse came hard and fast. Handle the field alone, set the lines, give clipped instructions, let them follow or get in the way. He crushed it. Different, he reminded himself. He stepped toward the nearest captive post and knelt. Obito, you'll take left approach. Obito bristled. You didn't even ask if I agree. Push back. Good. Real. Kakashi changed tack. Fine. Tell me where you'd rather stand. Obito hesitated, caught between offense and opportunity. The front, he said finally. If they're attacking, I'll stop them first. You'll get baited first. Kakashi pointed to a low stone rise on the left side of the field. From there, you can intercept anyone trying to flank and still swing into the middle if they commit. Obito followed the line of his finger. Thought about it. His mouth twisted. That is better. I know. Rin rolled her eyes. You could say that less like a challenge. Noted. Kakashi said, though he did not mean it. He turned to her. Your hand. Rin blinked. What about it? The bandage is cutting your circulation. If you throw with it like that, your fingers will numb on the release. She glanced down, surprised, then started to untie it. Kakashi caught the motion. Not like that. Before he could reconsider, he stepped close and redid the wrapping himself. The cloth was warm from her skin. He forced his hands not to shake. Too tight, and it would impede. Too loose, and the joint would slide on impact. Rin watched his face with unnerving calm. You know first aid? She asked. Enough. Obito snorted. He says that about everything. Yesterday it was enough to throw me out of a tree. Rin's eyes widened. You fell out of a tree? I was attacked by bad bark. You climbed badly, Kakashi said. Rin laughed outright this time. The sound stabbed and soothed in equal measure. Ueno raised a hand. Positions. Start. The attack team sprinted forward. Kakashi moved to the center post and dropped low. Threads flickered over the field, faint as sunlight on water. They traced footwork, hesitation, pride. One attacker, a stocky boy from the older cohort, feinted toward Rin's side because he had already decided the healer-looking girl would be the weak point. Wrong. Kakashi let him commit. Rin, 2 steps back, he said. She obeyed without asking why. The boy lunged into the space she had vacated. Kakashi's foot hooked behind the attacker's ankle while Rin's palm shoved his shoulder. Not hard. Precise. The boy tumbled sideways and skidded through the grass with a curse. Obito hooped from the left rise. Huh. Try not to attack the person expecting you. Another attacker changed angle and charged Obito instead. Obito met him too eagerly, overextended, and lost his footing on the dry slope. Kakashi saw the fall before it happened. He did not rush to save him. Left hand, he snapped. Obito reacted on instinct, slamming that hand into the dirt. The catch saved his balance. He twisted, shoved off, and shoulder-checked the attacker broadside. Both boys rolled. Obito came up first, breathing hard and grinning like an idiot who had just discovered gravity could be negotiated with violence. That one was on purpose, he shouted. Liar, Kakashi said. The final pair tried the direct middle. Rin stepped in before Kakashi could. Her bandaged hand flashed. She flicked a smoke pellet low enough to burst at shin level, not face height. The gray cloud stayed near the ground, hiding movement without blinding her own side. Useful, Kakashi thought at once. She wasn't standing back. She wanted to prove she belonged in the center of a fight, not behind it. The attackers plunged into smoke. Kakashi moved by thread and sound. One footfall heavy, one breathing pattern too high in the chest. He clipped a knee, redirected an elbow, and heard the thud of somebody kissing dirt. Then another body cut through the smoke at the wrong angle. One of the younger students had ignored the route to the captive post entirely and sprinted for Rin because he had seen her throw the pellet. Kakashi crossed the distance before the thought fully formed. His shoulder hit the boy's chest. They collided hard enough that pain sparked down his arm. He used the momentum to turn and dump the attacker on the grass, then planted himself between the boy and Rin with a kunai-length stick in one hand. The field froze. Weno blew the whistle. Defense wins. The smoke drifted away. Rin was staring at Kakashi's back. Obito jogged up, grass stains on both knees. You could have left me some glory. You wasted yours shouting. That was tactical shouting. Rin stepped around them and looked at the boy Kakashi had thrown. You all right? The attacker grunted and nodded. Then she looked back at Kakashi, not smiling now. Studying. You moved before he did, she said quietly. Kakashi wiped dirt from his wrist. He was obvious. No. Rin shook her head. You were ready before he decided. Her voice held no accusation. That made it more dangerous. Obito was too busy reliving his own tackle to notice. Did you see my recovery? Be honest, it was heroic. It was loud, Kakashi said. Rin's gaze lingered half a heartbeat longer before she let the question go. For now, during the second round, they attacked. This time the problem wasn't enemy movement. It was Obito refusing to follow the route Kakashi laid out. If we split there, they'll collapse the middle, Kakashi said, drawing lines in the dirt with a twig. Obito folded his arms. And if we split there, I get seen first. Yes. So your plan is for me to be bait. My plan is for them to think you are. Obito's scowl deepened. I don't like plans where I don't know the last step. Rin, kneeling beside them, looked from one to the other. He has a point. Kakashi's reply came too fast. No, he has distrust. The words landed wrong. He knew it the instant they left his mouth. Obito's face closed. And you don't. The question cut cleaner than a kunai. Kakashi had no safe answer ready. That was the problem with real people. They moved outside outline and strategy. Rin drew a breath through her nose. We're wasting time. She reached down, rubbed out Kakashi's dirt map with the side of her palm, and started drawing her own. New plan. Obito does visible pressure on the right. Kakashi slips left because no one watches the quiet one until it's too late. I trigger the center with smoke and noise. If they chase Obito, Kakashi reaches the ribbon. If they collapse on Kakashi, Obito breaks the line for me. Obito leaned over the sketch. I get to break the line. If you survive long enough, Rin said. His grin came back. I can work with that. Kakashi stared at the erased dirt where his own plan had been. Someone had pushed back. Not because they were foolish. Because they had priorities of their own. Obito wanted agency. Rin wanted a plan that used all three people instead of arranging them around one center. He could force his original approach. He could also learn. Fine, he said. Obito blinked. That easy. Don't make me reconsider. The whistle shrilled. They moved. Rin's plan worked. Not smoothly. Not elegantly. Obito drew too much attention and nearly got bowled over by two defenders at once. Rin's smoke rolled crooked on a change in wind and forced Kakashi to adjust his angle mid-sprint. But the defenders split exactly where Rin predicted. One beat later, Obito crashed into the center like a cheerful disaster. Rin clipped a knee from behind, and Kakashi slid under a reaching hand to rip the ribbon free. Weno called the point. Obito punched the air. Rin breathed out in delight. Kakashi stood in the trampled grass, ribbon in hand, and realized the field around him had shifted. The threads were not brightest where he acted alone. They brightened where choices touched. Not control. Connection. That understanding settled in him like a lock turning. When class ended, Rin caught up with him at the gate while Obito argued with another student about whether shouting improved speed. You should have trusted us earlier, she said. Kakashi looked at her. Rin's expression was soft, but not yielding. You watch everything. That's useful. But if you keep deciding for people before they speak, you'll miss what they were trying to do. He could deny it. Instead, he said, you erased my plan. Yes. Bold. Needed. Her smile came back then, small and stubborn. Your rewrap on my wrist was good, by the way. Kakashi felt the absurd urge to look away first and refused it. Your smoke timing was better. Rin's eyes warmed with pleased surprise. I'll take that. Behind them, Obito yelled. If you two are done being serious, I want noodles. Rin laughed and hurried toward him. Kakashi stayed where he was for a moment longer. Different, he thought again. And for once the word did not feel like a warning. Chapter 7 Guy arrived like a green blur and an accusation. Hatake. The shout cracked across the academy courtyard hard enough to rattle sparrow wings from the roof. Kakashi had just set one foot on the outer stones when a blur of black bowl-cut hair, bright eyes, and impossible momentum skidded to a stop in front of him. Minato Guy planted both fists on his hips and grinned with all his teeth, as if greeting an old rival after years apart, instead of a boy he barely knew. I have heard disgraceful things, Guy declared. Obito, halfway through a steamed bun, pointed with it. This should be good. Rin sighed into her tea. Kakashi adjusted the strap of his pouch. Then your source has poor standards. Guy slapped one palm over his heart. They said you have begun helping classmates. Kakashi blinked once. That, Guy continued, leaning in with conspiratorial intensity, means I may finally challenge a version of you that understands the flames of youth are fueled by companionship. Obito snorted hot bun crumbs. I have no idea what he just said, but I support violence. Guy thrust a finger toward the training ring. Taijutsu match. Now, Kakashi looked at the sun's angle, at Wino speaking to another instructor near the hall, at the circle of students already scenting spectacle. A public challenge could be ignored. It would also become a story. Hatake refusing. Hatake cold again. Hatake too proud. He considered the faster answer. No. Guy's grin widened, infuriatingly delighted. Then I accept your silent confession that I have already surpassed you. Obito choked on laughter. Humiliation offered. Cheap and loud. Kakashi could have cut it apart with a sentence. Instead, he felt the old competitiveness stir in a different direction. Guy's value had never been subtlety. It was pressure that did not come poisoned. Useful pressure. Kakashi set his pouch down on Rin's bench. One match. Guy slapped the air. Yes. The ring filled within minutes. Dust rose under the feet of gathering students. The afternoon heat had thickened. Sweat already clung at the back of Kakashi's neck before he even stepped onto the packed earth. Guy bounced on his toes across from him, radiating enough earnest joy to make restraint feel impolite. Wino pinched the bridge of his nose when he noticed the crowd. Then, perhaps deciding that stopping them would require more effort than supervising them, he lifted one hand. Hands and feet only. First clean knockdown or ring out wins. If either of you bite, I am writing both your parents. Guy bowed with exaggerated respect. My youth accepts. Kakashi said, you make simple things sound exhausting. Guy beamed. You make exciting things sound like weather reports. Wino chopped his hand down. Begin. Guy exploded forward. Fast. Not technically refined the way older elites moved, but honest speed driven by brutal practice and a refusal to hesitate. Kakashi slipped the opening straight punch and felt wind scrape his cheek. Guy's follow-up knee came at the ribs. Kakashi checked it, pivoted, tried for the shoulder turn. Guy let himself spin. The momentum became a back fist. Kakashi barely ducked in time. Dust slapped into his eyes. He retreated 2 steps and reset. Outside the ring, Obito hooped. Bowl-cut monster. Rin elbowed him. Do not encourage him. Guy's grin sharpened. You were reading my first 2 attacks. Good. That means I should use the third one faster. He rushed again, lower this time. Threads flickered around his shoulders, his planted foot, the spring in his calves. Kakashi followed them and met him in close range. Elbow to forearm. Palm to sternum. Sweep. Guy hopped over the sweep, landed on one hand, and scissored both legs toward Kakashi's knees. Kakashi jumped back, but not far enough. One heel clipped his shin. The impact stung up to the hip. Guy sprang upright, as if the ground merely existed to launch him. Useful, Kakashi thought, reading the pattern. Guy did not conserve. He layered pressure until the other side stopped thinking clearly. Against most academy students, that alone would look like destiny. Against Kakashi, it looked like a lesson. He stepped in instead of back. Guy's eyes lit. Their forearms cracked together. Kakashi jammed the lead shoulder, forced Guy's spine offline, and hooked behind the ankle. This time the throw took. Guy hit the dust on one side and rolled hard to absorb it. The crowd gasped. Kakashi did not press. That was the mistake. He had won too many fights in another life by assuming the smart point had been made once advantage was clear. Guy hit the ground laughing, kicked off with both hands, and came back up in a wild cartwheel of legs in motion. Kakashi raised both forearms on instinct. The heel smashed into his guard with enough force to numb 2 fingers. Guy landed inside his stance, shoulder slammed chest, and drove him back 3 steps in a spray of dirt. The ring rope brushed Kakashi's heel. Guy's next straight punch targeted the line of retreat. Kakashi saw it. Knew it. Chose the narrow counter anyway. He shifted left, trapped Guy's wrist, and went for the turn. Guy abandoned the arm and crashed forehead first into Kakashi's shoulder, then drove through with shameless, relentless pressure. Kakashi's feet left the ground. He hit outside the ring on his back hard enough for the sky to jolt. The crowd erupted. Guy skidded to a stop at the line, chest heaving, eyes bright. Victory! Weno pointed without delay. Guy wins. Dust coated Kakashi's tongue. His shoulder throbbed where forehead and shoulder slam had landed. More irritating than the pain was the clarity. He had read the fight right and lost anyway because he had fought to prove superiority of method instead of matching commitment to outcome. Humiliation deserved a plan. He sat up and said, "Again." The courtyard hushed. Guy blinked, then grinned so wide it looked painful. "Yes." Weno cut in at once. "No. Hatake already lost." "Then I accept that result," Kakashi said, rising, "and request a second match after class." Weno stared at him for a moment, perhaps checking for sarcasm and finding none. "Fine. After class. If either of you can't hold a pencil later, I'm blaming your fathers." Guy marched over and thrust out a hand with dramatic solemnity. "Hatake, your spirit has taken a step toward the proper road." Kakashi looked at the offered hand, then took it. Guy's grip was hot, earnest, and crushing. "Your forehead is a bad habit," Kakashi said. "Then defeat it." The second match happened under longer shadows. Fewer students watched this time. That was better. The heat had bled out of the air, leaving the packed earth cooler underfoot. Kakashi had spent the intervening hours building an answer. Not how to read Guy, how to survive him long enough to use what he revealed. Rin had wrapped Kakashi's shoulder during lunch with brisk hands and a nurse's lack of patience. You let him keep moving because you wanted the fight to look neat. Obito had added, mouth full of noodles, which was stupid. Guy, from across the table where he had sat uninvited and cheerful, had nodded enthusiastically. It was. Kakashi had considered stabbing all 3 with chopsticks and decided that would prove their point. Now he faced Guy again and moved first. No testing. No waiting. A low kick to the calf. Elbow feint high. Palm strike into the shoulder crease. Not to win. To make Guy reveal his recovery chain. Guy laughed right in his face and answered with a spinning knee that nearly removed Kakashi's breath. Kakashi turned with it, bled force into the angle, and struck the planted leg. Guy staggered half a step. There. His balance correction always favored the right hip before he launched again. Kakashi stored it and paid for the knowledge with a hard punch to the ribs that left his side buzzing. The ring tightened around them. Sand grated under sandals. Their breathing turned rougher. By the 4th exchange, Kakashi had blood in his mouth where he had bitten his cheek. By the 6th, he knew he could not beat Guy cleanly with speed. So he stopped trying. Guy rushed with that same brutal sunny aggression. Kakashi gave ground on purpose, step by step, until Guy believed the retreat. The crowd noise dimmed. The threads around Guy thickened at the right hip just before launch. Kakashi dropped. Not backward. Down. One knee hit the dirt. Both hands clamped Guy's attacking leg. He turned under the strike, rose with the momentum, and dumped Guy over the trapped hip in one ugly, efficient arc. Guy hit the ground outside the ring hard enough to grunt. Silence. Then Weno barked, "Hatake." Guy lay there for one breath, then burst out laughing and slapped the earth. Excellent. Kakashi let out the breath he'd been holding and discovered his ribs hurt far more than pride did. Guy climbed up, dusty and delighted. "You let me think I was hurting you." "You were." Kakashi brushed dirt from his knee. "Where I wanted." Guy pointed at him as if accusing him of greatness were the highest compliment possible. "That expression. Keep it. You look less dead inside." Obito cackled. Rin hid a smile behind her hand. Kakashi picked up his pouch. "You're all irritating." Guy threw an arm around his shoulders before he could dodge. The weight was warm, annoying, and too familiar to reject without trying. "Then we are friends," Guy declared. Kakashi endured the pressure for a whole 2 steps before shifting just enough to breathe. Not fleeing. Adjusting. Small corrections, he thought. Sometimes that was how fate changed. Chapter 8. The mission slip smelled like cheap ink and impatience. Weno held it between 2 fingers as if offended by its existence. Civic service detail. River ward supply count. Market lane hazard check. and delivery of replacement training rope to the West grounds. Obito lifted one hand. That is 3 chores wearing a mission coat. Congratulations, Ueno said. You can read. Rin accepted her own copy and scanned it quickly. This route takes us past the Memorial Works District. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. In his other life, the Memorial District would one day hold stones he visited with flowers and late apologies. Right now it was only masons, storehouses, and the edge of the administrative quarter, and close enough to Danzo's hidden annex to matter. Ueno pointed at the trio. You 3 did not embarrass me in the last field exercise. Therefore you have earned the honor of boring reliability. Be back before the evening bell. Obito muttered. I'd rather earn danger. Rin tucked the mission slip away. That's because you're stupid in very specific ways. He brightened. You noticed. They left through the south gate under a high white sky. The village smelled of hot tile, frying oil, and river damp where the canals cut between streets. Merchants shouted over one another. A dog barked from behind a butcher's stall. Wheels rattled on uneven stone. Outwardly, it was the easiest assignment possible. Count crates at the river ward. Check loose paving stones in Market Lane. Deliver rope. Kakashi walked half a step ahead and treated every reflection, rooftop edge, and cross street like a possible mouth of a trap. Obito noticed before Rin did. You're doing the creepy thing again. Narrow the definition. The one where your eyes go flat and you start acting like rooftops insulted you. Rin glanced over. He's been doing that since we left the academy. Kakashi considered denial and discarded it. Stay closer. Obito opened his mouth for a joke, then shut it at the look on Kakashi's face. Good, Kakashi thought. Not because obedience was comfortable, because recognizing danger mattered. At the river ward, they found their first complication. 2 clerks were screaming at each other beside a stack of damp grain crates while a teamster tried to calm a horse that wanted no part of either man. The river smell was sharp with mud and fish. Flies whined around a split sack near the loading ramp. You counted that batch twice. I counted what was unloaded, not what your idiots dropped in the water. Obito muttered. Excellent. Adults. Rin had already stepped forward. We're on civic detail. Do you need a neutral count? Both clerks turned on her at once. Yes. No. She planted her hands on her hips. You can keep yelling and lose more grain, or you can let us help. Kakashi watched the exchange closely. Rin wanted this. Not because it was their mission, because disorder that hurt ordinary people bothered her on instinct. She was stepping in for her own reasons. Good. He moved to the split sack and crouched. Wet rice clung to the boards. The pattern of muddy footprints around the crates told a clearer story than either clerk. One stack had been shifted after unloading, not during it. Deliberately or carelessly, it hardly mattered. Obito, Kakashi said. Count intact crates from the ramp inward. Call out the ones with freshwater marks. Why me? Because you're loud enough that everyone will hear the total. Obito grinned despite himself. Reasonable. Rin was already separating the 2 clerks and making them repeat the sequence of unloading one at a time. Her voice had gone gentle but firm, a medic's voice before she ever wore the title. The horse calmed under her hand as if it recognized the authority faster than the men did. Within 15 minutes the lie and account surfaced. One porter had shifted 3 crates to cover a broken plank in the ramp and forgotten to report it. The missing grain was under canvas, not in the river. The teamster nearly cried from relief. Rin accepted his thanks with an embarrassed wave. Obito basked in the attention like a man decorated after war. You see? We bring order where lesser people bring accounting errors. Kakashi rolled the replacement rope from one hand to the other and looked up at the roofline. There. For the briefest instant, a masked figure crouched between 2 chimneys across the lane. Dark clothes. Still posture. Watching not the dispute itself, but them. Threadmark. Not the same watcher as before. Another operative. Different cadence. So Danzo was not merely curious. He had a sign pattern observation. Kakashi looked away as if uninterested and kept moving. At Market Lane, the paving stone problem turned out to be sabotage rather than neglect. 3 stones near a drainage grate had been loosened just enough to break ankles under a cart's weight. The grate itself hid thin wire tied to a bell scrap inside the gutter. Alarm line. Obito crouched beside him. That isn't for civilians. No. Rin brushed hair off her cheek and frowned. Then why put it on a market street? Because the street sat 1 block from the annex route. Because trained movement through crowds needed warning more than civilians needed safety. Kakashi did not say that aloud. Instead, he pressed 2 fingers to the loosened stone and let his chakra skim the wire. The thread sense answered. Weakly at first, then with a clearer pulse running from the wire through the gutter and under the lane wall toward the Memorial Works district. Connection. He had been searching for a way to confirm whether his thread listener mark could identify hostile routes as well as people. Now the question sat under his fingertips. filthy with gutter water. He made a decision. Cover me for 10 breaths, he said. Rin's frown deepened. What are you doing? Something reckless, Obito said immediately. I can tell by the tone. Kakashi ignored him. He drew the triple breath and fed memory into the contact point. The hiss of the Senbon, Danzo's eye, the hidden observer above the river ward. Chakra flowed down his arm. The wire trembled. The world narrowed into pulses. For an instant the gutter, street, and alley beyond turned transparent in his perception. Thin pale lines ran along prepared routes, down walls, over roofs, through civic infrastructure no child should have noticed. Not traps, habit paths, places where hidden movement had been made easier over time. Then the signal bit back. Pain tore up his arm. The loose stone cracked. Dust jumped in a ring. Kakashi jerked his hand away and nearly pitched forward. Rin caught his elbow first. Kakashi. Obito grabbed the back of his shirt. What did you break? His arm felt full of hornets. The nerves from wrist to shoulder burned. But through the pain the new understanding stood bright and hard. A mark did not only cling to a person. It could cling to a choice repeated often enough to become a path. Fred Listener had deepened. He could tag moments. Not change them yet. Recognize them when they try to happen again. Mission hazard, he said through his teeth. I confirmed it. Rin was not fooled. That answer was useless. It was concise. She tightened her grip on his elbow. Sit down before I do it for you. Obito crossed his arms. I support the medic dictatorship. Kakashi hated both of them for being right. He sat on the edge of a water barrel while Rin checked his forearm. The skin looked normal. The pain was not. Rin pressed lightly along the tendons. No swelling. That's worse. How is no swelling worse? Because it means the damage isn't where I can slap you for it. Obito laughed loud enough to startle a passing cat. Rin shot him a look. And you're helping by? Moral support. You are a weather event. Kakashi listened to them bicker and looked beyond the market lane toward the Memorial Works district. Somewhere in that direction, hostile routes overlapped with the ordinary bones of the village. Useful information. Cost paid in pain and in suspicion. Rin now knew he was hiding something stranger than fast reactions. Obito knew it too, even if he lacked the words. The flaw moved again, urging secrecy. Not yet, Kakashi told it. Not everything has to be mine alone. It was easier to think than to speak. When they delivered the replacement rope at the west grounds, a shadow detached from the fence line on the far hill and watched them for less than a breath. This time Kakashi did not throw. He only looked straight at the masked figure until it withdrew. Message received. Message returned. Chapter 9. The hostage was fake. The knife was not. Kakashi knew both the moment he stepped into the abandoned storehouse and smelled fresh lamp oil instead of fear. Dust lay too evenly on the floorboards near the walls. A child-sized figure knelt in the middle of the room with a hood over the head and hands tied behind the back. One older academy student stood behind the hostage with a kunai at the throat. Two more waited in the rafters, breathing too quietly for ordinary delinquents. Ueno had called it a special judgment drill and sent selected students in one by one. Danzo's influence clung to the edges of it like mildew. Kakashi stepped over the threshold without changing pace. The storehouse air was stale and warm. Dust coated the back of his tongue. The older student behind the hostage smirked. Hatake. Good. Makes this easier. Kakashi let his gaze drift once around the room, measuring angles, weak boards, lantern placement, and the two hidden observers above. The hooded child made a muffled sound. Fake distress, he thought. Not because the acting was poor. Because the knees were wrong. Too stable. Someone trained to kneel without panic. The lead boy lifted the kunai. The blade gleamed. Real steel. Good. That made the choice simpler. Rules? Kakashi asked. The boy looked pleased that he had asked. You can surrender your mission token and leave. You can attack and risk the hostage's throat. Or you can give us the answer we're supposed to take back. Which is? The smirk widened. Mission first. One loss to prevent three. There it was. The lesson hidden inside the drill. Not judgment. Conditioning. Kakashi slid one hand into his pouch and touched the smooth wooden mission token Ueno had given him at the door. An emblem. A test. Also weighed enough to distract. Plan. The room had 4 important objects. The lead boy. The fake hostage. The lantern on the left pillar. The rotten board 2 steps inside the threshold, where the grain had darkened from old water damage. 3 breaths. On the first breath, Kakashi let his shoulders loosen. On the second, pale threads surfaced around the lead boy's grip and the rafters above. On the third, he made his decision. He flicked the mission token. Not at the lead boy. At the lantern. The wooden token cracked the glass chimney. Oil splashed. Flame guttered sideways. The lead boy's eyes snapped toward the sudden light burst. Instinct. The rafters shifted at the same time. Kakashi had been waiting for that. He stamped on the rotten board. It shattered with a loud crack and dropped his weight half a foot. Not far. Enough. The change in height altered the angle of the lead boy's reflexive slash. Kakashi surged forward under it. His shoulder hit the hostage's back, driving the kneeling figure sideways out of the blade line. His left hand caught the lead boy's wrist. His right elbow slammed into the boy's sternum. Air burst from the older student's lungs in a shocked bark. The rafter observers dropped. Kakashi threw the lead boy into the first one and pivoted, using their collision to screen the second. The storehouse filled with scrapes, curses, and the smoky stink of spilled lamp oil. The second attacker lunged low. Kakashi saw the thread of intent at the knee before the motion. He turned, let the strike brush cloth instead of flesh, and chopped down on the forearm. Kunai clattered across the boards. The fake hostage tore off the hood. Not a child. A young root trainee with a blank expression and a needle hidden in the sleeve. He jabbed for Kakashi's neck. Kakashi caught the wrist at the last possible instant and twisted. Pain lit his own fingers. The trainee was strong. Stronger than an academy student had any right to be. The needle scraped past Kakashi's collar and nicked the skin just below his ear. Cold spread. Poison or sedative? Not much. Enough to matter. The world sharpened to a thin, bright edge. Kakashi drove his forehead into the trainee's nose. Cartilage crunched. The trainee stumbled. Kakashi kicked the inside of the knee, took the collapse as it came, and slammed the attacker's shoulder into the floor hard enough to deaden the arm. By the time the lead boy got his breath back, Kakashi had his own practice kunai at the boy's throat, and the three older students tangled around him like discarded rope. Silence hit the room. Dust drifted through the broken lantern light. The lead boy, face red and furious, hissed. You were supposed to choose. Kakashi pressed the blunt training edge a little closer. I did. The side door slid open. Ueno stood there, expression unreadable. Behind him, another instructor and a masked ANBU observer occupied the hall. For one ugly heartbeat, nobody moved. Then Ueno said, release them. Kakashi did not obey at once. He looked at the broken lamp, the real kunai, the hidden needle, the blood dripping from the root trainee's nose onto the floorboards. He wanted witnesses to see the details. Only then did he step back. The lead boy surged upright. He broke protocol. You brought a live blade into an academy drill, Kakashi said. Controlled risk. Bad phrase. Worse idea. The root trainee wiped his nose without visible emotion. That blankness disturbed Kakashi more than the attack had. Ueno entered the room and picked up the fallen needle with 2 fingers. His jaw tightened. Who authorized this? The older student hesitated. Enough answer in that silence. Kakashi looked from Ueno to the ENBU at the door. If the lesson was mission priority, your setup was sloppy. Ueno snapped. Hatake, enough. No. Kakashi's voice stayed level. The lantern was unshielded. The floorboard was weak. The hostage breathed like a trained operative. Anyone who calls that a clean scenario is teaching children to worship scripts instead of conditions. The words landed in front of witnesses. That was the point. The ANBU's masked face revealed nothing, but the tilt of the head changed. Ueno's eyes narrowed, anger struggling with reluctant agreement. Outside, in the yard, the evening air felt cooler than it should have after the storehouse heat. Kakashi leaned one shoulder against the wall and focused on breathing past the sedative shimmer in his veins. Obito and Rin were already there. So were several other students from earlier rounds. Obito took one look at him. You got stabbed. Scratched. Rin was in front of him before the sentence finished. Sit. That command is becoming repetitive, and you keep earning it. She pushed him onto an overturned crate and tilted his head to inspect the nick below his ear. Her fingers were cool. The medic's focus on her face made argument pointless. Obito hovered like an agitated firework. What happened in there? Kakashi thought about lying. Then, because the flaw had already cost enough, he chose less distance than usual. It was a rigged drill, he said. Real blade. Hidden operatives. They wanted us to accept bad assumptions. Obito's expression changed from outrage to something darker. Who is they? Kakashi looked at him. Obito looked back and, for once, did not press the exact wrong way. Right, he muttered. One of those answers. Rin cleaned the scratch with alcohol. Fire ripped across Kakashi's skin. He hissed. Hold still, she said. If this is sedative, you need the blood moving, not panicking. Obito crouched at eye level. Tell me who to punch. Kakashi almost smiled despite the burn. Too many targets. Not enough fists. Rude. The side door opened again. Ueno came out with the ENBU behind him. The instructor's face looked 10 years older than it had that morning. He stopped in front of Kakashi. You humiliated senior students in a supervised drill. Obito bristled. Rin straightened. Kakashi only said, they invited poor results. Ueno's mouth twitched. Then, Quieter, so only the three of them heard. He added, "You were also right." The admission cost him something. Pride, maybe more. Kakashi inclined his head once. "Then fix it." Ueno stared at him, perhaps deciding whether to be offended by being ordered around by a child. In the end, he exhaled through his nose. "Get out of my sight before I remember you're still my problem." As they left, Obito muttered, "I think that means you won." Kakashi glanced back at the storehouse. No, he thought. Not yet. Winning meant making sure the next child did not walk into the same lesson with a blade at the throat and call it education. Chapter 10. The archives smelled like old paper and dust that had forgotten the sun. Kakashi preferred it to the storehouse. The poison scratch from yesterday had left a faint headache behind his eyes and a fresh reason to stop waiting for adults to clean up dangerous systems at their own pace. Ueno had tightened academy procedures for one day. Danzo's network had likely adapted within the hour. So Kakashi made another decision. He went looking for the dead parts of the village memory. The public records hall sat behind the administrative offices, all quiet stone and dark cedar beams. Most students never entered. Most civilians only came when taxes, land claims, or death notices forced them. In the hour before dusk, the place felt almost underwater. Footsteps softened on old boards. Ink dried slowly in the dry, stale air. A clerk with spectacles low on his nose looked up as Kakashi approached the desk. "Children aren't allowed in restricted stacks." "Good thing I'm not asking for restricted stacks." The clerk sniffed. "What are you asking for?" Kakashi slid a copied mission note onto the desk. Not forged. Borrowed from Tsukumo's unattended paperwork that morning and returned later if necessary. Enough authority to open lesser records. Historic route ledgers involving emergency, civilian evacuations during border operations. The clerk frowned. "Why? School assignment. That sounds false." "It sounds efficient." The clerk looked even less pleased, which Kakashi took as progress. After a long silence, he hauled himself upright with the creak of old knees and jerked his chin toward a side shelf. Third corridor. Shelf marks in black, not red. "If you touch anything sealed, I will throw you out myself." Reasonable. The third corridor was narrow and cool. Scroll cases lined both walls from floor to ceiling. Dust motes turned slowly in the slanting light from a high window. Kakashi moved with measured care, reading shelf marks, ignoring the drag of old ghosts in a place built to hold names and versions of truth. He found evacuation ledgers first, then border casualty logs. Then, buried between two dull records of ration allotments, a slim bundle tagged with Tsukumo's old unit designation and marked for internal review. His fingers paused above it. Too easy, he thought. Nothing this useful should have survived ordinary archiving unless someone had misfiled it or hidden it in plain sight. He drew the bundle free. Inside were 3 mission summaries in Tsukumo's hand, copied more tersely than the originals he kept at home. Along the margins, however, ran another notation style. Fine brushwork. Sealed terminology. Timing marks. Kakashi's pulse changed. He unrolled the second summary on a reading table under the window. The paper crackled softly. Dust stung his nose. There it was. Not the same spiral as the Tantanto guard, but related. A 7-beat sequence written in shorthand beside a note about civilian extraction windows. Another mark beside an annotation on delayed detonation tags. A final line under a sentence Tsukumo had underlined twice. Mission success should be measured after all survivors are counted. Kakashi stared at the brushstroke until it blurred. Someone had taken battlefield ethics and linked them to a sequence art. Not just timing for combat. Timing for choice. His fingers touched the margin. Chakra stirred. The old paper answered with a thin, brittle tremor. Memory anchored to record. Kakashi drew a careful breath and followed it. The archive around him thinned. Not vanished. Overlaid. For one sharp instant he sensed threads clinging to the shelves themselves. Each one a residue of use, secrecy, neglect, erasure. Most were pale and frayed. A handful shone darker where records had been handled, often for reasons not reflected in public logs. One of those darker lines ran from Tsukumo's file toward the restricted red-marked section the clerk had forbidden. Question answered. Another question born. Could he follow it without collapsing? He had been holding that question since the Tantanto guard, since the wire under Market Lane, since every glimpse of more. Now the answer waited in the same room as a rule. Kakashi weighed the options. Obey the boundary and leave with partial proof. Cross it and risk being caught, exposed, or broken open by backlash. He chose the line he could still recover from if it went wrong. Not the red stacks. The clerk. Kakashi rolled the file shut, tucked it under one arm, and returned to the desk. The spectacled man eyed him without warmth. Done. Not yet. Kakashi set the file down and pointed to Tsukumo's unit mark. This references an annex document in restricted holdings. You know where it is. The clerk's expression did not change, which was an answer. Children, he said, know astonishingly little about what they are not entitled to. Adults hide astonishingly much behind entitlement. The clerk's nostrils flared. Careful. Kakashi leaned one hand on the desk. Someone cross-indexed field timing notes with sealed terminology and buried the index. That means either a preservation effort or a cover-up. If it's preservation, tell me who handled it. If it's a cover-up, then telling me who handled it still saves us time. The man's eyes narrowed over the rims of his spectacles. You talk like an investigator. No. Kakashi tapped the underlined sentence in Tsukumo's file. I talk like somebody who reads what people try to leave behind. For a long moment, only the scratch of a distant brush from another room filled the hall. Then the clerk sighed through his nose, defeated less by authority than by the refusal to stop. Annex records were partly transferred after the Uzumaki diaspora, he said quietly. Most of the actual sealing materials never made public shelves. A few routing annotations survived because no one recognized them. Kakashi kept his face still. Who handled the transfer? The clerk hesitated. Then, in a voice lower still, a sealing consultant from the Hokage's office. Not Root. I checked because Root men came later asking the wrong questions. Later. Different factions. Good. Name. You have enough. Not if they come back first. The clerk looked at him for a long, measuring beat. At last he pulled open a drawer, took out a scrap of paper, and wrote in quick, irritated strokes. He slid it across the desk. Uzumaki notations. Annex key references. Ask Saratobi Archive Seal Office for transfer witness, Mito branch consultant. K. Uzumari. Kakashi read it once and committed it to memory. Then the clerk snatched the paper back, held it over the lamp flame, and let it curl black. You did not get this from me. That improves your image. The clerk looked offended despite himself. Leave. Kakashi gathered Tsukumo's copied file and moved toward the exit. At the door, a familiar presence met him. Tsukumo stood in the fading light outside, one hand resting against the post, as if he had simply happened to pass by. His eyes dropped to the file in Kakashi's arm, then lifted to his face. You were supposed to be at home half an hour ago. I improved the schedule. Tsukumo held out a hand, not demanding the file, asking for it. Kakashi looked at that hand and understood the moment with painful clarity. 2 lives of habit wanted him to keep the discovery, explain later, carry the lead alone until it either paid off or crushed him. The flaw whispered that secrecy was safer, but secrecy had already cost him enough this week. He put the file in Tsukumo's hand. Tsukumo looked mildly surprised. Good, he said after a beat. Let's be late together, then. They walked home under a sky turning purple behind the roofs. Evening smoke drifted over the streets. Somewhere farther down the lane, Obito's voice carried from a noodle stand, arguing with impossible confidence about broth quality. Kakashi found himself listening for it, and was annoyed to feel relieved when he did. Tsukumo glanced sideways. What did you find? Kakashi told him about the margin notation, the surviving annex trace, the clerk's warning that Root had asked after the same material. Tsukumo's face remained calm. His voice did not. Then the thing in your study wasn't an isolated curiosity. No. And Danzo knows enough to search for pieces. Yes. They reached the corner near home where the first lanterns had been lit. Warm paper light spilled over the road. Tsukumo stopped. Kakashi. He looked up. You are not imagining this. Whatever pattern you're touching is real. Tsukumo's gaze sharpened in the dusk. That means we proceed carefully. It does not mean you go hunting alone because reality finally agreed with your fear. The sentence landed clean. Kakashi let out a slow breath. Understood. Tsukumo resumed walking. Also, if you use a mission note to bully archive clerks again, forge one less obviously. Kakashi's head snapped toward him. Tsukumo's mouth twitched. You knew? I raised you. For the first time all day, the pressure in Kakashi's chest eased enough to make room for something close to laughter. By the time they reached home, he had a file under one arm, a lead pointing toward the Hokage's seal office, and proof that the hidden art was not buried by time alone. It had been handled, missed, sought, hidden again. The village had forgotten on purpose. Kakashi, standing in the doorway with evening light at his back, decided he would remember on purpose too. If you want to walk the hidden roads of Konoha with Kakashi, subscribe before the next thread tightens. Hit the bell so you don't miss the next mission, and leave a like you're planting a marker seal on the path ahead. Chapter 11. Obito chose the hill because the light was wrong everywhere else. No, stand there, he said, waving both hands at Kakashi as if directing troop movements instead of classmates. If the sun catches the side of your hair, you stop looking like an angry kitchen knife. Kakashi looked at the slope, the cheap sketchboard under Obito's arm, and the wide blue sky above the training fields. That was rude in multiple directions. Rin laughed from where she stood with her shoes half sunk in the grass. The hillside faced west, overlooking a stretch of village roofs and a distant ridge where the trees rose in a clean dark line. Wildflowers nodded in the breeze. The air smelled of warm earth and crushed clover. Obito planted his board on one knee and squinted. Rin, a little to the left. Not too much. You're not escaping my artistic genius. I wasn't trying to, Rin said. I was trying to stand where the ants don't bite. Guy, who had invited himself the moment he heard there would be capturing the fire of youth on paper, struck a pose at the edge of the hill. Should my radiant side face the sun or challenge it directly? Your radiant side should go away, Obito said without looking up. Guy gasped. A rival in the arts as well. Kakashi should have left 10 minutes ago. That had been his first plan when Obito appeared outside the academy gates with sketch supplies, ink, and the stubborn conviction that future legendary shinobi need proof they were once young and cooler than everyone else. Then Rin had said, "It'll take 1 hour," in that practical voice of hers. Then Guy had declared it a matter of friendship. Then Kakashi had looked at the hillside, the late afternoon light, the three of them alive for no reason except time had bent, and found himself unable to say no without sounding like someone he no longer wanted to be. So he stood in the grass while Obito frowned at the world like a man personally insulted by imperfect composition. Why this hill? Kakashi asked. Obito shrugged. Because from here the village looks like it belongs to us. The answer was so simple it nearly stole the breath from him. Rin shaded her eyes and looked toward the distant ridge. You mean from here it looks small enough to protect? Obito pointed at her with the brush. Exactly. See, she gets it. You keep staring like I invited you to your own funeral. Kakashi's mouth went dry. Obito, oblivious, kept sketching. One day we'll be famous. Team photos matter. If we don't leave proof, old people will tell our stories wrong. Kakashi stared at the board, at the angle of the village behind them. At the far ridge Obito insisted on keeping in frame even though it sat too distant to matter in a simple childish sketch. The threads under Kakashi's skin shivered. Not danger. Recognition. He could not say why. Not yet. But some hidden line in the landscape tugged at him the moment Obito marked that ridge in charcoal. Hold still, Obito said. You moved. Then draw faster. With that face? Impossible. Rin sat down in the grass and hugged her knees. Why are you making him come at all? Obito paused, brush hovering. Because, he said at last, more serious than usual, if I don't, he'll spend the afternoon reading scrolls until his soul dries out. Guy clapped once. A noble rescue. Kakashi would have dismissed it if Obito had sounded joking. He didn't. He sounded annoyed by concern, which was somehow worse. Kakashi looked away toward the ridge. The flaw whispered that any honest answer here would create obligations he might fail to keep. Better to let the moment stay shallow. But the whole point of returning to this age was to stop letting fear disguise itself as caution. Thank you, he said. The words came out dry enough to scrape. Obito stared up at him as if Kakashi had started speaking seal formula in the middle of a picnic. Rin's smile turned soft. Guy pressed one fist to his heart. Witness. The frostbound mountain has cracked. I regret everything, Kakashi said. Obito recovered first and grinned down at the sketch. Good. Regret gives the face character. They spent the next stretch of sunlight arguing over poses. Guy refused to stand normally. Rin kept shifting when the ants found a new route. Obito erased and redrew the ridgeline 3 times because the angle behind their shoulders felt important in a way I can't explain. Kakashi filed that sentence away. Important in a way I can't explain. He knew the feeling too well. When Obito finally held the sketch up, charcoal stained half his fingers. The drawing was clumsy, energetic, and full of obvious affection he would probably deny if challenged. Rin's smile looked brighter than the real one. Guy's teeth were larger. Kakashi's expression had been adjusted from murderous to tolerable. Behind them, the ridge stood in clean dark lines against the light. Kakashi's gaze locked there. The threads quivered again. Not enough for an answer. Enough to know the image mattered. Rin leaned in close to inspect. You made my hair look better than reality. Because I respect beauty, Obito said. Guy jabbed the page. You captured my youthful ferocity. I captured your eyebrows. The rest was collateral. Kakashi held out a hand. Let me see it. Obito hesitated for a strange beat, then passed the sketch over. The paper was rough under his fingers, warm from the sun and Obito's hands. No chakra stirred from it, but the ridge still pulled at some quiet place in his perception. Kakashi folded the image of it into memory with deliberate care. One day, he thought, I will need to know why this feels like a door. Obito reached to snatch the sketch back. Don't crease it. This is future treasure. Kakashi let him take it. Then keep it dry. And safe, Rin added. Obito tucked the paper into a protective folder with surprising gentleness. Obviously, the sun had dipped lower by the time they headed down the hill. Long lights spilled between the grasses. The village below glowed orange at the edges. For one impossible stretch of quiet, Kakashi walked beside them and let the moment be only what it was. Children on a hill. A drawing in a folder. A future not yet nailed shut. Then, halfway back to the main road, his thread sense twitched toward the ridge behind them like a finger tapping his spine. Kakashi looked back once. The dark line of trees watched in silence. Chapter 12. The accusation came with a broken lock and a crowd. By the time Kakashi reached the academy equipment shed, 3 instructors, half a dozen students, and 1 red-faced quartermaster were already ringed around the open doors. Splintered wood hung from the latch. Inside, shelves of practice kunai cases stood half-emptied. Paper inventories fluttered across the floor in the draft like frightened birds. Obito stood in the center of the mess with his fists clenched and fury lighting his face. I didn't take anything. The quartermaster, a narrow man who smelled of old metal polish and old grudges, jabbed a finger at him. You were seen near the shed after hours. You have a history of disciplinary issues, and your prints are on the shelf. Obito looked ready to launch himself across the room. Rin had one hand on his sleeve, not quite restraining him and not quite letting go. Her lips were set in a hard line Kakashi had only seen when somebody was hurt and pretending otherwise. Ueno noticed Kakashi at the edge of the crowd. Relief flashed across his face and vanished at once. Hatake, stay out of this. That meant he was already in it. Kakashi stepped past 2 gossiping students and into the shed. The smell hit him first. Fresh oil, not from the shelves, from the lock. He crouched beside the broken latch. Splinter direction outward, not inward. Staged break after access. A smear of dark grease on the metal where someone had used a cloth wrap tool to avoid skin contact. Obito turned to him, angry enough to shake. Tell them what? That the future once crushed you under a boulder, and I remember your voice more clearly than my own? Kakashi chose the useful answer. Tell them you're too messy for this theft. The crowd blinked. Obito stared. That is support. It's evidence. Kakashi rose and walked to the shelf the quartermaster had indicated. A row of practice blade cases sat open. One compartment near the middle was smudged with powder from academy chalk. Another held a partial print. Obito's, probably. But the shelf edges carried other marks too. Thin cloth fibers. Mud flake from outside, pale and gritty, not the darker soil from the academy yard. The quartermaster folded his arms. If you have a point, make it. Kakashi looked at the broken lock. The lock was opened before it was broken. How would you know? Because the splinters point out. If the door was forced closed, the break would carry inward. Also because someone oiled the latch. He rubbed thumb and forefinger together and held up the shine. Obito doesn't oil anything. Obito, offended, said, that isn't true. Rin did not look away from the quartermaster. It is. A ripple went through the students. The quartermaster scowled. Then he touched the shelf. He trains here, Kakashi said. Half the class has touched the shelf. Ueno stepped closer and crouched by the lock himself. The man had enough pride to hate being corrected by children and enough competence to verify the correction anyway. Good. Kakashi moved deeper into the shed. The thread sense trembled. There, along the far shelf. A faint line clinging to intent, not theft. Placement. Someone had wanted discovery more than loot. Framing. He followed the thread to a crumpled paper inventory lying near the back wall. At first glance it looked trampled. At second glance, too clean. Kakashi picked it up by one corner. On the reverse, in tiny brush strokes, someone had written a practice schedule under Obito's name and altered the time to place him at the shed after dark. Sloppy. On purpose? Or because whoever set the trap thought academy staff would stop at the first answer? Kakashi held up the page. This was planted. The quartermaster reached for it. Kakashi stepped back before he could touch the evidence. Who saw him near the shed? Kakashi asked. Silence. Then one older student at the door raised a hand with theatrical reluctance. Tetsu's cousin, broad-shouldered, smug, the type who relied on adult assumptions the way other people relied on balance. I did. Kakashi looked at the boy's sandals. Pale grit in the treads. Same as the mud flaked from the shelf. Not proof alone. Enough to set the next piece. You saw him when? After sunset. From where? The lane. Which lane? The boy hesitated. There were 3. Kakashi watched the lie try to pick one. North Service Lane. Wrong. The north lane's dirt was darker and stuck in clumps after the previous night's watering. The pale grit on his sandals came from the east wall repairs near the mason's yard. Kakashi turned to Ueno. He wasn't in the north lane. The older student bristled. You calling me a liar? Yes. Kakashi's voice stayed flat. Also lazy. That got a sharp inhale from half the room. Humiliation hit the boy like thrown oil. His ears went red. Good. Angry people either strike or explain. Both are useful. You little, he lunged. Kakashi expected it. He sidestepped, caught the wrist, and turned just enough for momentum to pitch the boy into the open shelf. Wooden practice blades rattled down around them with a clatter like hail. The boy swore and shoved back. Kakashi let go and did not retreat. You broke in. You put Obito's old practice schedule on the floor. Then you broke the lock after. You wanted a public scene, not stolen gear. The boy's face twisted. Why would I care about him? Because he embarrassed your cousin in drills, and because you thought academy staff would prefer the loud Uchiha as the easy culprit. Rin's hand tightened on Obito's sleeve. Obito had gone very still. Weno took 2 steps forward. Answer the accusation. I don't have to answer anything to him. No, Weno said. You answer to me. The quartermaster finally noticed the oil on the latch and the planted schedule and began cursing under his breath. The room turned. Students whispered louder. The easy story was breaking apart in real time, and with it the confidence of everyone who had already decided Obito guilty, because it fit comfortably in the mouth. Obito looked at Kakashi, then away, jaw hard. That should have been enough. It wasn't. Because Kakashi had nearly made the mistake himself. He had read the scene quickly and moved to solve it alone, speaking for Obito before giving him room to speak for himself. Faster. Cleaner. Wrong in its own way. He turned, deliberately, toward Obito. What do you want done? The question shocked him almost as much as it shocked Obito. Obito blinked. What? They're hearing you now. Kakashi nodded toward Weno and the crowd. Use it. Obito looked from him to the older student, to the broken lock, to the gathered classmates who had already half convicted him. His anger settled into shape. I want him to say it in front of everyone, Obito said. The older student spat near Kakashi's sandal. I said nothing false. Obito stepped past Rin then, not wild now, but hot and deliberate. Say you picked me because I was easy, he said. Say you thought if you pointed at me loud enough, no one would look at your hands. The boy sneered and kept his mouth shut. Cowardice, then. Weno's patience broke. You were suspended from equipment access and drills pending review. Quartermaster, inventory every shelf. Hatake, no era, Uchiha out. It was not justice. It was not confession. It was enough for the moment. Outside, sunlight flashed hard off the courtyard stones. Obito tore free of Rin's grip and paced 3 sharp lines before punching the training post by the path hard enough to skin his knuckles. Rin grabbed his wrist before he could do it again. Stop helping the post. Obito jerked, then let her hold him. They looked at me, he said, staring at the ground, and it was easy for them. No joke, no grin, just that. Kakashi knew the taste of it too well. He should have said the right thing immediately. Instead he said, then we make easy impossible next time. Obito looked up sharply. Plan, not comfort. It was the best language Kakashi had. How? Obito asked. By getting better where they think you're weakest. By making your mistakes yours instead of the ones they hand you. By making witnesses before they make stories. Rin released Obito's hand only to bandage it. Her voice stayed calm, but her eyes burned. And by not letting people decide who you are because it saves them effort. Obito breathed once, hard. Then he nodded. The moment did not heal him, but it pointed him somewhere other than shame. Chapter 13. The Hokage's office smelled like smoke, paper, and old responsibility. Kakashi noticed the last part before the first 2 because Sarutobi Hiruzen carried it into the room more densely than any incense. He sat behind the wide desk in simple robes, pipes set aside for the moment, eyes lined by years, and far too awake for someone who had probably slept little. Tsukumo stood at Kakashi's side. That mattered. Without his father there, the meeting might have looked like an inquiry into the White Fang's difficult son. With Tsukumo present, it looked like something closer to what it was. A serious adult choosing to treat a child's observations as potentially worth the village's time. Hiruzen folded his hands. Hatake Tsukumo says his son has found references to restricted Uzumaki battlefield notation inside archived mission files. Kakashi set the copied summaries on the desk. Found and cross-checked, he said. Hiruzen's brows lifted almost imperceptibly at the tone. So I hear. He unrolled the pages in careful silence. Smoke from the neglected pipe drifted faintly through the room. Outside the shoji, wind brushed tree branches along the administration building and made a soft, dry whisper. When Hiruzen reached the margin marks, his expression changed. Not surprise. Recognition. Kakashi saw it. Tsukumo saw it too, judging by the tightening in his shoulders. You know them, Kakashi said. Hiruzen looked up from the file. I know of them. Different answer. Tsukumo's hand touched Kakashi's shoulder once. Warning or grounding, hard to say. Hiruzen, to his credit, did not take offense first. He took a breath. These notations belong to a narrow branch of emergency SEAL logistics maintained by a handful of Uzumaki specialists and allied commanders. Most records were scattered after the fall of Yuzushiogakure. What survived was sealed because partial understanding made them dangerous. Dangerous how? Tsukumo asked. Because they do not merely strengthen formations. Hiruzen traced a margin mark with one finger. They alter decision timing between multiple shinobi at once. With the proper anchors, one commander could coordinate rescues or retreats beyond normal communication limits. With improper use, the same framework becomes a coercive lattice. Danzo, Kakashi thought immediately. Hiruzen's gaze flicked to him, perhaps reading too much of the thought from the stillness of his face. How much do you know already? The Hokage asked. Kakashi chose his answer carefully. Enough to know someone is still looking for fragments. That was the closest he could come to naming Danzo, without turning the meeting into a contest he could not yet win. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair. The old wood creaked softly. That is why these were kept narrow. Narrow hasn't stopped anyone, Kakashi said. For a beat, the room cooled. Then Hiruzen sighed through his nose like a man hearing the truth from the least convenient possible mouth. No, it has not. Tsukumo folded his arms. My concern is direct. Root-linked operatives have already tested Academy students with live steel. My son was approached by Danzo personally. If fragments of this system are loose, secrecy alone is no longer protection. Hiruzen's eyes sharpened at that. Live steel. Tsukumo's voice stayed level. Investigate your Academy drill logs for yesterday. No flourish. No accusation louder than necessary. Just a thrust laid flat. Hiruzen went still in the way powerful men did when deciding whether anger should be private or public. I will, he said. Kakashi watched him and thought of all the future moments where good men had known too late, moved too slowly, compromised until the shape of the damage outlived their regret. He made a choice. If you lock this away again, he said, Danzo will keep searching in the dark and call it patriotism. Tsukumo's fingers tightened once on Kakashi's shoulder. Hiruzen's gaze settled on him fully. Old, heavy, not unkind. And what do you propose instead, Hatake Kakashi? The question held more weight than the words. He felt it. Not because he mistook himself for an equal. Because adults sometimes asked children impossible things when they sensed an answer might exist there. Controlled access, Kakashi said. Not public. Not buried. People you trust enough to read the whole danger, not just fragments. And records of who handles them. Hiruzen studied him for a long moment. You speak as if trust is a ledger. No. Kakashi looked at the files. I speak as if secrecy without accountability is a grave with paperwork. The pipe smoke hung in the air between them. Then, to Kakashi's surprise, Hiruzen laughed once. Tired. Brief. Real. Your father did not exaggerate. Tsukumo's mouth twitched. Hiruzen rolled the files shut. Very well. I will authorize supervised research access to the archive annex under seal office oversight. Limited. Logged. No copies leave without my mark. Kakashi had expected refusal, partial at best. Instead he got movement. Different, he thought again. Hiruzen continued. In return, Hatake Kakashi will not enter restricted records on his own initiative. Tsukumo answered before Kakashi could. Agreed. Kakashi looked sideways at him. Tsukumo did not blink. There was the pushback. Necessary. Infuriating. Fair. Hiruzen noticed the look and hid a smile in his beard. One more matter. Ueno reports that your recent conduct in drills and civic details has been useful. Irritatingly useful, in his words. Accurate on both counts, Tsukumo murmured. Kakashi ignored him. Hiruzen opened a side drawer, removed a small stamped pass tablet, and slid it across the desk. The wood was smooth and warm from the office air. Training ground access beyond standard academy hours. Supervised when requested. If you are touching something unusual, I would rather you do it where walls can survive the attempt. Kakashi took the tablet. It should have felt like simple privilege. Instead it felt like a line moving under his feet. Someone in power had not merely heard him. They had altered structure in response. That was more dangerous than praise, and more useful too. As they rose to leave, Hiruzen said quietly, Hatake. Kakashi looked back. Being right early is a lonely habit. The old man's gaze rested on him, knowing in ways Kakashi disliked. Do not let it become the only one you keep. The words followed him all the way out of the office. Chapter 14 Tsukumo chose the border trail because it had no audience. The path wound through low pines beyond the village training perimeter, where red earth broke through needles and the afternoon wind carried resin and distant water. Birds rustled high overhead. No academy students. No clerks. No Hokage's desk. Just father and son walking where a shinobi could speak without wondering who owned the wall. Kakashi understood the choice the moment Tsukumo veered away from the main road. This is the part where you lecture me, he said. Tsukumo adjusted the pack on his shoulder. No. This is the part where I ask whether you've decided adults are too slow to be useful. Kakashi's silence answered more than words. Tsukumo huffed a quiet breath. At least you're honest with your face. They walked a little farther. Pine needles crunched underfoot. Sunlight flashed through branches and broken bars. Danzo moved early, Kakashi said at last. The academy drill wasn't a suggestion. It was proof of intent. Yes. Roots searched the archive trails. Also yes. Then slow adults are how people die. Tsukumo stopped. Not in anger. Indecision. Kakashi halted too. The wind lifted the edge of Tsukumo's sleeve. Somewhere deeper in the trees a woodpecker hammered at bark with steady, maddening regularity. Look at me, Tsukumo said. Kakashi did. His father had the same silver hair, the same scarred hands, the same calm that in later memory had always seemed touched by future sorrow. Here, now, it was still simply strength held under control. You are not wrong that institutions move badly, Tsukumo said. You are wrong if you think that means one person should start replacing them in secret. Kakashi's jaw tightened. If the institution is compromised, then you build witnesses. Pressure points. Allies. Not a private war. Tsukumo's voice stayed even. That made it strike harder. A private war is what broken men convince themselves is discipline. Danzo again, hidden in every warning. And something else. Kakashi understood it a breath later and hated how cleanly it landed. Me, if I keep going like this. He looked away first, toward the trees. Tsukumo let the silence work on him before speaking again. Do you know why some heroes are destroyed after they save people? Kakashi thought of the mission summaries. The margin note. Mission success should be measured after all survivors are counted. Because they embarrass systems built to treat losses as acceptable. Yes. Tsukumo resumed walking. And because those systems are made of people who fear what that embarrassment reveals. Kakashi followed. Then what, he asked. If saving people exposes the rot, what keeps the rot from winning later anyway? Tsukumo stepped over a fallen branch. Other people who saw. Other people who remember. Sometimes not enough. Sometimes late. But still more than one. They came to a shallow stream crossing. Water slid over smooth stones with a clear, quick sound. Tsukumo hopped across first, then turned and waited without offering a hand unless asked. Kakashi crossed on his own. Progress, he thought with bitter amusement. Even his father's kindness had enough discipline not to crowd him. On the far side, Tsukumo crouched beside the bank and touched the damp soil where deer tracks had cut a line. Read it. Kakashi looked. Fresh. 2 deer. One heavier. One limping slightly on the rear right. Headed north. They passed this morning, he said. The smaller one is injured. Good. Now read the people. Kakashi's focus shifted. There. Fainter. Sandal tread at the edge of the game trail. Not civilian sandals. Shinobi split-toe footwear with light heel wear. 2 sets. One older, one lighter. Both paused at the stream, then turned back toward Konoha without crossing. Scouts, Kakashi said. Maybe. Tsukumo stood. Or hunters. Or couriers. Or board shunin. Your skill is seeing patterns. The danger is deciding which pattern matters before enough evidence arrives. Kakashi felt the rebuke in his bones because he had already done exactly that 3 times this week and called it prudence. They moved uphill. At the ridge top, the trees opened into a clearing of low grass and flat stone. From there, the borderlands rolled away in layered blue-green folds. Beautiful, vulnerable, big enough to make every personal grief feel both tiny and sharper for being tiny. Tsukumo set down his pack and drew 2 wooden practice blades. Lesson. Question. Tsukumo corrected, tossing one blade over. Kakashi caught it. If an objective in a life conflict, Tsukumo said, settling into stance. What do you protect first? Too easy. Which meant it was not. Depends on the objective. Good. Which means the person defining the objective matters. Tsukumo moved without warning. The first strike came low. Kakashi parried, felt the jolt in his wrist, and pivoted off the stone. Tsukumo's follow-up cut landed from a line that should not have existed until after the first miss. Old skill. Adult body. Real pressure. Kakashi barely caught it. The blades cracked together. Wind tugged at their sleeves. Again, Tsukumo said. He attacked in chains, each question hidden inside contact. What do you sacrifice first? Why? Who benefits from calling it necessary? Kakashi answered between strikes, breath shorter each time. The village if it preserves civilians. Crack. The mission if the mission can be rebuilt. Crack. Orders if the orders were made with false numbers. Tsukumo's blade slammed his shoulder and spun him half around. Pain flashed down to the elbow. Better, Tsukumo said. Now answer the part you hate. Kakashi reset his grip. Which part? Tsukumo came in hard, feet silent on the stone. When do you let someone else make the choice? The question broke his rhythm. Tsukumo's wooden blade struck his ribs. Kakashi hissed and retreated 3 steps, chest burning. There it was. The wound under the wound. Because the answer was the thing he had failed at most badly before. He had not let others choose. He had hidden, anticipated, carried, decided, then mourned as if that made the control noble. Tsukumo advanced, not letting him hide in thought. Kakashi met him on the next exchange and said through gritted teeth, "When the cost belongs to them." The clearing changed. Not physically at first. Perceptually. The threads around Tsukumo's strikes sharpened into branching lines not just of motion, but of decision. If Kakashi forced a block, the exchange closed one way. If he yielded space, another. If he attacked the wrist, Tsukumo would pivot and test his flank. For the first time, the weave between two people felt less like prediction and more like linked choice. Question held since the hill, the drills, the accusations. Could he touch another person's decision without dominating it? Answer. Only if he respected that it remained theirs. The understanding hit. Wind lifted in the clearing. Grass bent outward from Kakashi's feet in a faint ring. Pale threads flashed between his blade hand and Tsukumo's shoulders, then down toward the stance each of them had already committed to. Not command. Linkage. Not binder. The world did not slow. It became relational. He saw the next exchange as a braid instead of a line. Kakashi stepped inside Tsukumo's descending strike, not to stop it, but to meet the choice under it. Their blades locked. He turned his wrist, redirected the force, and let Tsukumo's own correction carry him into the opening Kakashi had prepared one beat earlier. Wood touched wood at Tsukumo's chest. Silence. The pale thread snapped. Pain followed a heartbeat later. It felt as if hot wire had been shoved through both shoulders at once. Kakashi staggered back, dropped to one knee, and bit the inside of his mouth hard enough to taste blood. Tsukumo was beside him at once. Talk. Not poisoned. Kakashi dragged air into his lungs. Breakthrough backlash. Tsukumo's hand hovered before settling on the back of his neck. Grounding. Warm. What changed? Kakashi stared at the grass, at the threads fading from sight. I stopped trying to own the exchange. Tsukumo was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, very softly, "Good." Not triumphant. Not relieved. Proud. The word hurt in ways the backlash could not. Chapter 15. Rin did not ask permission before ruining his training method. Kakashi arrived at the special access ground Hiruzen had opened for him just after dawn and found her already there, kneeling beside a stack of towels, medical salve, and 2 clay cups of steaming tea. Mist still clung low over the grass. The air smelled of wet soil and cedar. Her breath showed faintly when she exhaled. She looked up as he entered and said, "Good. You're late by only 3 minutes, which means your bad habits are still curable." Kakashi stopped at the gate. "How did you get access?" Rin patted the pass tablet hanging from a cord at her neck. I asked. That answer should not have irritated him. It did because it was proof that simple, direct solutions kept existing while his mind tried to turn everything into covert geometry. "Why?" he asked. Rin stood and brushed dew from her knees. "Because your shoulders were trembling yesterday after you came back from training with your father. And because every time you touch that strange thing you're learning, you look like you're trying to hide a knife wound under your shirt." Kakashi set his pouch down carefully. "Observation isn't a hobby," he said. "Neither is self-destruction." There was no softness in it. No polite backing away from the problem. Rin wanted to help, and she also wanted the right to call his behavior stupid when it was. Good, he thought. Annoying. Good. She nudged one of the teacups toward him with her toe. "Drink. Then explain what you're doing to your chakra in words a non-mystic can hit with a stick." Kakashi took the cup. The ceramic was almost too hot to hold. Bitter steam fogged his face. He considered the oldest reflex: reduce, deflect, dismiss. Then he looked at Rin, at the supply she had brought because she had decided his hidden pain was no longer acceptable background detail, and chose better. "I think," he said slowly, "I'm tying memory to action." Rin folded her arms. "That sounds poetic and useless." "Yes. Try again." He almost smiled into the tea. "When I remember a moment strongly enough, my chakra forms a pattern around how decisions happened in that moment. If I hold the pattern while acting, I can read movement earlier. Sometimes more than movement." Rin's eyes narrowed, not in disbelief, but in concentration. Intent. Something like it. And the backlash? Headaches. Nerve pain. Gaps. Gaps. He hesitated. Rin caught it at once. "What do you forget?" "Small things. Timing. Parts of conversations. Names." "Not yet." Rin's jaw tightened. That is not a reassuring answer. No, it wasn't. The training ground sat quiet around them, ringed with old posts and a shallow sand pit for fall practice. Beyond the fence, early crows argued in the pines. Kakashi set the empty cup down. Why did you really come? He asked. Rin looked offended. I told you. That's half. She exhaled through her nose. Fine. The other half is that when you decide something matters, you stop blinking at normal human speed. It makes people feel shut out before they know why. If you keep training this alone, whatever it is will teach you to treat people like variables. The sentence hit too close to what Tsukumo had said on the border trail. Kakashi looked away toward the nearest practice post. So you're here, he said, to stop me becoming unpleasantly efficient. You were already unpleasant, Rin said. I'm aiming higher. He let the insult pass because it carried care inside it. They started with simple movement, not combat. Medical reaction drills. Rin would toss Sunbon blunt first, roll bandages across the ground, or feint reaching for a pouch while naming organs and asking him to identify treatment order. It was infuriatingly unlike the sharp battle tests he preferred. It was also effective, because the point was not to overpower a threat. It was to link response to another person's need in real time. Rin set 3 marked bottles on a stump. Poison, blood loss, airway. Which first? Airway. She flicked a bandage toward his left hand while stepping right. Kakashi caught the bandage, tracked her movement, and answered. Then blood loss if pressure fails. Good. She threw 2 Senbon low. And if the patient panics? He shifted, let 1 Senbon pass, caught the second, and said, make them breathe to your count. Rin's eye sharpened. Show me. She lunged. Not with academy clumsiness. With focused intent. Palm toward his collarbone, other hand angling for the wrist. Kakashi reacted by instinct and thread. Pale lines flashed around her elbows, her forward foot, the breath timing in her chest. He could have evaded cleanly. Instead, he remembered the breakthrough on the ridge. Don't own the exchange. Link it. He matched her step. 1 breath in, 1 out. His chakra touched the memory of her smoke pellet on the field, her cool fingers cleaning poison from his neck. Her voice sang hold still like she expected obedience from chaos itself. The world tilted. Pale threads stretched between them. This time they did not only map conflict. They mapped cooperation. He saw the timing of her inhale before she stabilized the strike. He felt, rather than guessed, the moment she expected him to pull away so she could pivot into a second grab. Instead, he moved with the expectation, turned his wrist under hers, and guided her hand to the exact point on his own shoulder where a medic would brace an injured patient without worsening the damage. Rin stopped. Their hands locked there, breath mixing in the cold air. You? Her eyes widened. You adjusted for me. Yes. The thread between them brightened. Then it burned. Pain shot across Kakashi's chest like a net of heated wire. His right arm spasmed. The world lurched half sideways. He heard Rin say his name from very far away and knew, with abrupt fury, that he had pushed the new weave too cleanly, too fast. His knees buckled. Rin caught him under both arms before he hit the ground. The contact jolted the thread again. For an instant he saw not just her movement, but the shape of her choice. Not backing off when afraid, not retreating from injured people even when they frightened her, stepping closer because someone needed steadiness more than comfort. Then the insight tore free and left pain behind. Kakashi gasped against her shoulder. Talk, Rin snapped, sounding almost exactly like Tsukumo. What did you do? Link too far. Meaning, I used your response pattern. Rin eased him down to sit against the practice post. Dew soaked through his pants at the knee. She pressed 2 fingers to the side of his throat, counting pulse. Any numbness? Yes. Useful answer for once. Where? Chest. Right arm. She swore under her breath, low and sharp. You are not allowed to make breakthroughs like this without a medic. That sounds unrealistic. Try me. Despite the pain, he almost laughed. Rin wrapped 1 towel hot from the teapot around his forearm and began pressing chakra into the muscles with careful, trained pulses. Not enough to override. Enough to settle the spasm. The relief was immediate and humiliating. Kakashi closed his eyes. Not because the pain was unbearable. Because he knew, with sick clarity, that if Rin had not been here, he would have tried to ride out the backlash alone, probably hidden it, and likely worsened the damage before anyone noticed. His flaw had not cost someone a death in these early chapters. It had cost him help until other people forced their way past it. Rin's voice cut through the thought. Don't disappear. He opened his eyes. She was kneeling so close, he could see the tiny crease between her brows and the smear of dirt on one cheek from where she had dropped with him. Determined. Angry. Worried. Alive. He made another choice. I think, he said carefully. This stage lets me connect decisions between people. Not control them. Understand how 2 responses can lock together. Rin kept working salve into the muscles around his shoulder. Like predicting teamwork. More than predicting. Sharing. Kakashi considered it. Maybe. Rin blew out a breath. Then your training changes. You say that like it's decided. It is. She sat back on her heels. If your power punishes isolation and rewards linked action, then stop feeding it only combat and panic. We train with response drills, treatment timing, and paired movement. You want stable threads? Give them stable reasons. He stared at her. Not because the idea was brilliant, though it was. Because she had just taken the secret thing he was carrying and, in less than one morning, made it a shared problem with a practical training schedule. Different, he thought. No. Better. Rin stood and held out a hand. Can you stand? He looked at it for one breath. Then he took it without hesitation. Chapter 16 Guy treated endurance like a religion and Kakashi like a heretic in need of violent conversion. Again, they were on the outer obstacle course before sunrise, racing the pale line of dawn across wet logs, hanging ropes, and a hill of loose gravel that seemed built by someone who hated ankles on principle. Mist clung low between the posts. Every breath tasted of cold iron and pine. Kakashi hit the gravel slope for the 5th time and slid half a step backward when the stones shifted under his sandals. The muscles in his thighs were already burning. Guy, somehow brighter with each repetition, bounded up beside him like fatigue was a rumor told by weaker people. You keep trying to use perfect timing to cheat honest suffering, Guy said. Suffering should be as short as possible. Wrong. Suffering reveals the contours of youth. That sounds contagious. Guy laughed loud enough to frighten a flock of crows out of the trees. At the base of the course, Rin sat on a fence rail with a clipboard, a rap kit, and the expression of a medic trying not to enjoy being right too much. Obito lay flat in the grass nearby, one arm over his eyes. Tell my mother, Obito said to nobody in particular, that I died because Guy's eyebrows opened a forbidden gate. Rin marked something on the clipboard. Cause of death, dramatic mouth. Kakashi reached the top of the gravel and dropped into a crouch, breath cutting short in the cold. Guy landed beside him and pointed to the next obstacle, a series of low beams over a muddy pit. No threads this round. Kakashi looked at him. Excuse me. No hidden eyes. No impossible anticipation. Body only. The command should have been irritating because it was correct. Kakashi had been leaning on threads since more in training whenever exhaustion blurred precision. Not in large ways. In fractions. A shift of weight seen early. A recovery angle felt before it formed. Useful. Also dangerous. Because the body beneath it still needed to earn the right to survive the insight. He pushed off toward the beams. Mud stink rose from the pit below. The wood was slick with dew. His first 3 steps were clean. On the 4th, his calf cramped. Just enough. The hitch ruined the rhythm. He could have grabbed for threads. Instead, he took the cost. His foot skidded. He slammed down on one knee across the beam and caught himself with both hands before pitching face first into the mud. Splinters bit his palm. Guy landed lightly on the far side and turned, not mocking, not soft. Waiting. Humiliation. Plan. Kakashi breathed once through the pain and shifted his center lower. No speed. No elegance. He crossed the remaining beams by treating them like unstable terrain instead of a race. Short steps. Tested weight. Breath matched to movement. When he hopped down, Guy nodded once. There. That is a body learning not to lie to itself. Obito had dragged himself upright just enough to heckle. Can my body learn from a distance? Rin flicked a pebble at him. They ran until the sun cleared the trees and the mist burned away. Sprints. Falls. Carry drills with sandbags over the shoulder. Obito complained. Guy preached. Rin took notes and forced water breaks with absolute authority. Kakashi hated half of it and needed all of it. By the time they collapsed under the shade screen at the edge of the course, his forearms trembled too hard to hide. Rin handed him a cloth. Good. You're finally training the part of you that isn't made of secrets. Kakashi wiped sweat off his face. The cloth smelled faintly of soap and herbs. You say supportive things in hostile ways. And you here care only when it insults you. Obito snorted from the ground. She's right. This is why friendship with you feels like feeding a feral cat. Guy slammed both palms on his knees and leaned in with ferocious sincerity. Then we shall become the hands that prove companionship can survive claws. Please don't, Kakashi said. They ignored him. That, more than the obstacle course, was the true pressure. People staying. Not because he had solved them. Because they had decided to. The thread since pulsed faintly at the edges of that realization. No breakthrough. Just confirmation. Stable links formed fastest under repeated honest strain. Guy stood first and jabbed a thumb toward the final exercise field. Last run. Partner carries. Obito groaned. I refuse. Then I carry you. That is somehow worse. Pairs formed by chaos and probability. Guy dragged Obito toward one lane before he could object intelligently. Rin looked at Kakashi and lifted an eyebrow. I assume you don't want me throwing you over my shoulder. Correct. Then you carry me first. They took their lane. Rin was lighter than he expected and far more opinionated about pace. Your left shoulder is compensating again, she said over his back while he jogged. I know. Then stop. Useful advice. I'm full of it. At the turn marker they switched. Rin bent, braced, and got him halfway up before she clicked her tongue. No. Shift higher or you'll slide. Kakashi adjusted, startled by the steadiness of her hold. She ran with shorter strides but better balance than Obito and far less theatrical suffering than Guy. By the time they crossed back under the line, her breathing was hard but controlled. She set him down and said, There. Now if you collapse during your strange chakra episodes, I know I can drag you somewhere private first. Kakashi looked at her. Rin met the look calmly. That was a joke. It wasn't only a joke. No. She took a water skin from the fence. It wasn't. The honesty of it settled deeper than the training fatigue. When the session finally ended, Guy raised both arms to the sky and shouted, Youthful progress. Obito threw a towel at his face. Kakashi, standing in the heat and ache of earned exhaustion, realized something small and dangerous. His body no longer felt like a lie. It felt like a promise he was beginning to deserve. Chapter 17, the civilian actor screamed too early. Kakashi knew it before the man finished the first note. The Academy's special scenario field had been rebuilt overnight into a mock alleyway with wooden walls, laundry lines, and painted market signs. Crates blocked the center path. Two bandits in cloth masks held kunai near the throat of a middle-aged man kneeling in the dust. Around the perimeter, instructors watched with all the false disinterest of adults pretending their experiment was normal. Another judgment drill. Cleaner than the storehouse. Better staged. Same intent under the surface. Obito muttered from Kakashi's right. If they tell me to sacrifice the hostage for efficiency, I'm biting somebody. Rin folded her arms. Pick an instructor. The student bodies heal slower. Kakashi's gaze slid over the field. The hostage's wrists were tied wrong for panic restraint. Loose enough to slip if he rotated. One bandit favored his left knee. The other kept glancing toward the roofline, where a hidden observer sat behind the laundry frame. Ueno stood near the whistle post, jaw tight. He knew. Maybe not everything. Enough. Kakashi stepped forward before instructions were finished. Ueno snapped. Hatake, wait for the signal. Kakashi did not. He hit the first crate stack at an angle, palms slamming rough wood, and vaulted over instead of taking the center lane. Gasps broke from the student line behind him. Good. Surprise belonged to whoever spent it first. The bandits turned. Kakashi's hand flashed to a smoke pellet already palmed in his sleeve. He threw not at the hostage, but above the laundry line. The pellet burst high. Gray smoke poured downward in a shifting sheet, hiding the roof observer first. Then he snapped two practice shuriken low into the support pegs holding the wall panel to the left. The panel collapsed. Bright morning light punched through the new opening. The hostage flinched toward it on reflex. The loose wrist tie slipped half free exactly as Kakashi expected. Not actor, then. A planted participant trained to respond to exits. Kakashi changed plans in motion. The left-kneed bandit lunged for the hostage to preserve the scene. Kakashi slid under the reaching arm, drove a shoulder into the man's hip, and used the bad knee as the axis. The bandit folded with a sharp curse. The second masked student thrust a kunai down. Obito barreled in from the right with a yell and tackled him sideways into a crate stack, ruining the neat line of the scenario with magnificent enthusiasm. Rin was already at the hostage's side, not freeing him first, but checking the pulse and eyes before committing. Good, Kakashi thought. That was why he trusted her. The hidden roof observer dropped through the smoke, aiming for Rin. Kakashi saw the thread of intent like a pulled wire and pivoted to intercept. Too far. Rin moved first. She yanked the half-freed hostage into the fallen wall's shadow and slammed a heel into the observer's landing ankle. The shinobi hit wrong, hissed, and lost the clean strike window. Kakashi arrived a heartbeat later and chopped the arm numb. Whistle. Once. Twice. Ueno stormed into the field. Stop. No one stopped immediately because momentum and dust still owned the lane. Obito and the second bandit rolled through a broken crate. Rin had one arm around the hostage and a training kunai at the observer's throat. Kakashi stood between her and the lane mouth, breathing hard, the world still lit by fading threads. Ueno looked from the collapsed wall to the smoke cloud to the actor half free of his bonds. Who told you to bring the roof down? He demanded. Nobody. Kakashi's pulse was steady now, almost cold. The roof had the wrong audience. The observing instructor at Ueno's left, a narrow-faced chunin Kakashi recognized from root-adjacent evaluations, said sharply. The test was hostage prioritization under uncertainty. Bad test, Kakashi replied. You violated parameters. Your parameters left a hidden attacker on the roof and a false exit in the wall supports. That means the drill was measuring obedience to setup, not judgment under threat. The Chunin's expression hardened. Children are not here to redesign doctrine. Obito shoved himself up from the wrecked crate and spat out splinters. Then stop teaching a stupid doctrine. Rin did not move the kunai from the observer's throat. Was he supposed to target the hostage or me? The question landed harder than the accusation. Because there was no good answer. The narrow-faced Chunin looked at her, then away. Release the observer. After you answer, Rin said. Kakashi felt something shift in the student line behind them. Attention. Belief. Not in him alone. In the possibility that adults could be forced to justify what they called education. The Chunin took one step forward. Kakashi met it. If you want this to stay an academy drill, he said quietly, don't make her ask twice. Tension drew tight. Then Ueno, perhaps deciding he had tolerated enough hidden agendas on school grounds, said, my field. My answer. He turned to the students watching from the line. Scenario terminated due to unsafe design. The yard went still. The narrow-faced Chunin's face darkened. You do not have authority. I have enough to send a written complaint with your name attached. Ueno's voice had gone flat as wire. Try me. For the first time, the root-linked examiner looked uncertain. Kakashi filed that away. Public friction mattered. Witnesses mattered. Structures cracked one visible break at a time. Rin finally released the observer and stepped back from the hostage, who was very much not a civilian actor but a young special trainee with angry eyes and bruised pride. The examiner glared at Kakashi as he withdrew. You think you've won because you embarrassed one drill. Kakashi looked at the broken wall, the fallen crate, the watching students, the instructor forced to pick a side in daylight. No, he said. I think I improved the report. The examiner left without another word. That was not victory, but it tasted close enough to remember. Chapter 18. Obito had redrawn the hill. Kakashi found the new sketch by accident, though Obito would later insist it had been placed where a certain nosy silver menace could not fail to discover it. The paper was tucked under a stack of academy history notes in the classroom storage alcove, half hidden and weighted by a dried leaf. He would have walked past if the edge of charcoal had not caught the light. He slid the page free. The first drawing had been playful, loose, full of broad gestures and impossible confidence. This one was cleaner. Rin sat nearer the center. Guy had been demoted to the side with a look of offended heroism. Kakashi, annoyingly, had been given a less murderous mouth again. But the real difference was the background. Obito had deepened the ridge line. Not by much. Just enough to sharpen one sloping shoulder of the hill and the dark seam where the tree line split around an outcropping rock. A tiny thing. Easy to miss. The instant Kakashi saw it, the thread sense jumped hard enough to make the page tremble in his hand. Not danger. Orientation. As if the drawing had preserved an angle the real hillside had offered only for a moment. Obito's voice came from directly behind him. Kakashi did not startle. He did, however, turn too quickly. Obito stood there with ink on one thumb and a grin that looked infuriatingly smug. You are snooping. I was existing near your bad hiding place. Same crime. Kakashi held up the sketch. Why did you redraw the ridge? Obito blinked once. Because the first one was wrong. Specific. Do you always talk like every answer owes you rent? Kakashi waited. Obito scratched his cheek with the inked thumb, leaving a black smear. It bugged me. The line behind us mattered. Not just because it looked good. Because from the hill, it felt like, I don't know, like if I got that angle right, the whole picture would stop looking fake. There it was again. Important in a way I can't explain. Kakashi laid the page flat on the storage shelf and leaned over it. The smell of charcoal and cheap paper glue rose between them. He matched the ridge angle to memory of the hill. The seam in the tree line pointed farther west than it should have if the slope were ordinary, toward the same broad region where his threads sometimes tugged without a visible source. Toward rock. Possibly observation height. Possibly more. Can you take me there? Kakashi asked. Obito straightened. Now. Soon. Why? The flaw stirred. Hide the reason. Keep the lead. Go alone later. Kakashi pushed against it. Because my weird instincts keep pointing there. Obito stared. Then, to Kakashi's surprise, he nodded without demanding more. Fine. But if this turns into a lecture about composition, I'm charging you food. You overvalue your art. And you undervalue everything fun. Rin found them there a minute later and took one look at the sketch, one look at Kakashi's face, and sighed. What did you two decide without me? A scouting trip, Obito said. No. Obito blinked. You don't even know where. No, Rin repeated. Because every time you say scouting trip, one of us comes back bleeding from a problem adults invented. Fair. Kakashi folded the sketch carefully. Then come with us. Rin narrowed her eyes. That was too fast. You expected resistance. Yes. And you were right. Obito barked a laugh. He's learning. Rin crossed her arms, thinking. Not yielding. Evaluating. Daylight only, she said. No climbing anything that crumbles. No disappearing if one of your thread headaches starts. And if I say we turn back, we turn back. Obito looked ready to argue. Kakashi answered first. Agreed. Rin's suspicion deepened. That was also too easy. Take the win, Kakashi said. She stared another beat, then held out her hand. Show me the sketch. He passed it over. Rin studied the ridge and hummed softly. The angle does feel strange. Obito brightened. See? I told you. Art. I said strange, not good. Cruel. Kakashi watched them bicker while the folded drawing rested between Rin's fingers and understood the real value of the moment. Not the lead. The method. A clue had appeared, and instead of carrying it into silence, he had let it enter the group. The path ahead would be slower. Messier. Safer in the ways that mattered. The threads at the base of his neck settled, as if approving that answer. Chapter 19. The older student smiled before the whistle, which was how Kakashi knew the injury was planned. The public spar ring had been set in the academy courtyard for parents, instructors, and visiting shinobi to watch the advanced students rotate through exhibition matches. Sunlight flashed off polished kunai cases stacked at the side table. The air smelled of dust, fresh lumber, and the sweet bean cakes sold at a cart just outside the gate. Kakashi's opponent was Junpei, a broad-shouldered academy senior with quick hands, good balance, and a habit of looking at weaker classmates as if measuring furniture. Two smaller first-year students had been placed on the edge of the ring to help with weapon retrieval between matches. One of them looked terrified. The other looked at Junpei and then quickly away. Signal chain, Kakashi thought. He had seen this sort of thing before. A public demonstration. A staged accident. A convenient lesson about rank and humiliation disguised as rough play. Ueno stood near the ring, tense enough to snap. He had probably been told the exhibitions would improve morale. Adults loved that phrase when they wanted witnesses for avoidable cruelty. Junpei rolled his shoulders and grinned. Try not to embarrass yourself, Hatake. Kakashi looked at the smaller first year by the weapon table. The boy's hands shook around a bundle of practice blades. Poor target selection, Kakashi said. Junpei's smile thinned. What? If you're staging a lesson, choose someone calmer. The grin vanished. Good. Whistle. Junpei charged hard and fast, aiming to overwhelm before Kakashi could turn the crowd. Their wooden blades cracked together in the center ring. Junpei had reach and confidence. Kakashi had preparation and a body still learning what lasting strain felt like. Junpei drove a diagonal cut high, then kicked low at the same time. Kakashi met the blade, turned off the kick, and felt the threads spark around Junpei's shoulders. Not just movement. Intention chained to a second actor. The trembling first year at the side table took one involuntary half-step closer to the ring. There it was. Junpei planned to drive Kakashi toward the retrieval line, force the frightened boy to hand him a fresh practice blade mid-motion, and use the chaos to accidentally break the boy's wrist or collarbone when Kakashi countered. Humiliation by collateral. Kakashi changed the match at once. Instead of yielding center, he pressed in. Junpei blinked in surprise as Kakashi jammed the long swing before it could finish, trapped the senior's wrist, and hammered the flat of the wooden blade into his forearm. Pain flashed across Junpei's face. The crowd murmured. Back up, Junpei snarled. No. Kakashi pivoted left, deliberately cutting the angle to the side table off from the start. Junpei tried to muscle through anyway. Kakashi let him. Sometimes brute force offered the cleanest map of future stupidity. Junpei buelled forward, shoulder lowered. Kakashi caught the impact, gave ground one step, then another, drawing the charge just far enough for the senior to think the plan lived. At the ring edge, the frightened first year flinched and lifted the blade bundle exactly as expected. Now, Kakashi reached backward without looking and snapped. Drop them. The boy obeyed on reflex. Wooden blades hit the ground in a clattering spill. Junpei's eyes flicked sideways to the sound. That beat of divided attention was all Kakashi needed. He turned inside the rushing shoulder, linked the move to the trembling boy's choice not to step closer, and for one bright, impossible instant the world braided together. Not Binder answered. The ring, the frightened child, Junpei's aggression, Kakashi's counter. For choices. One not. He saw the whole exchange as a shared structure. Junpei needed dominance witnessed. The younger boy needed permission to disobey. The crowd needed clarity. Kakashi drove his blade down across Junpei's wrist, swept the senior's planted leg, and used the fall to turn him flat onto the ring boards with the wooden edge at his throat. Junpei hit hard. Dust burst up around him. The crowd erupted. Kakashi did not move the blade. Tell them, he said quietly enough that only Junpei and the nearest Rose heard. Junpei's face flushed scarlet. Get off me. Tell them you were using a first year as part of your spar. The senior twisted. Kakashi pressed the blade a little lower, not enough to injure, enough to make futility obvious. Junpei spat dust. You have no proof. The frightened first year did something braver than he understood. He spoke. He told me to be ready. Silence rolled across the ring. Junpei's expression broke. There. Public competence as answer to public humiliation. No screaming. No sulking. Just the ugly mechanism exposed under daylight. Ueno stepped into the ring with murder in his posture. Junpei. The senior closed his eyes. Stand down, Ueno said. Kakashi rose and stepped back. The moment he did, backlash crashed through him like a hammer striking every joint in one arm. His right hand went numb to the wrist. The boards under his sandals seemed to tilt. Rin, at the edge of the crowd, saw it first. She moved toward the ring. Kakashi flicked 2 fingers down by his thigh. No, not here. She froze. Angry. Understanding anyway. That tiny signal cost him. Trust offered, then denied in public because he still could not bear witnesses seeing how hard the weave hit him. The flaw again. Small and poisonous. Rin's mouth flattened. Junpei was dragged off by an instructor. The first-year boy stared at Kakashi as if seeing him for the first time. Parents whispered. Students shifted. The atmosphere of the exhibition had changed from entertainment to reckoning. Kakashi bowed because ritual remained useful even when his fingers could barely feel the hilt. Then he stepped out of the ring and nearly missed the ground. Rin caught his elbow in a grip that looked polite from a distance and hissed without moving her lips. You're an idiot. Known condition. You signal me away. Too many eyes. I don't care. The reply landed harder than the backlash. Because she meant it. Because he still had. Chapter 20 Danzo arrived with silence. Hiruzen answered with witnesses. The Academy Council chamber had been opened wider than usual, shoji panels drawn back so light pooled across the floor, and every official seat stood visible. Instructors lined the wall. A handful of senior jonin had been invited under the excuse of reviewing academy safety after recent drill failures. Tsukumo stood at one side table with a sealed folder in hand. Kakashi sat 3 rows back where children were not supposed to matter and therefore often heard everything. Obito and Rin had not been allowed inside. Both had tried. Obito argued. Rin negotiated. Neither worked. Good, Kakashi had thought at first. Then he remembered too many rooms where exclusion only meant people he loved faced consequences without seeing the shape of them. The flaw had not vanished. It only wore finer clothes now. Danzo entered with 2 advisors and no hurry. Bandaged arm. One eye. Calm like a locked drawer. Hiruzen sat at the head of the chamber, pipe unlit for once. The old man's face looked carved from weathered stone. To his right stood Ueno, rigid with the misery of a teacher forced to admit his field had become somebody else's laboratory. To his left stood a records officer from the archive annex and the quartermaster from the broken lock incident. Witnesses. Good. Hiruzen opened first. Recent academy irregularities include unauthorized live steal in student drills, hidden external examiners on school grounds, falsified equipment theft accusations, and surveillance interest in restricted archive notations tied to sealed battlefield logistics. Danzo's expression did not change. Strong accusations, he said. Loose connections. Tsukumo placed the sealed folder on the table and slid out 3 documents, one after another, each with maddening precision. Drill authorization logs altered after the fact, he said. A quartermaster statement confirming external pressure around the equipment shed case. Archive inquiry signatures routed through a training annex that officially does not exist. The quartermaster looked as if he regretted every decision that had brought him here. The records officer looked worse. Danzo's advisors shifted. Hiruzen did not. Do you deny root interest in these matters? He asked. Danzo folded his hands into his sleeves. I deny that protecting village assets constitutes misconduct. There it was. Assets. Children translated into inventory by one word. Tsukumo's eyes hardened, but his voice stayed level. My son is not an asset to be conditioned through covert danger on academy grounds. Danzo looked at him. Your son is a prodigy during wartime. Pretending otherwise is sentiment. Kakashi's nails bit his palm under the table. Part of him wanted to stand. Speak. Burn the room down with truths too large for their present shape. Another part, older and colder, saw the stronger move. Let the adults finish the line they had chosen in front of witnesses. Hiruzen leaned forward. Enough, he said. The word did not rise. It settled. And because it came from the Hokage with half the room already carrying evidence in their own hands, it had weight. Root will have no unsupervised contact with academy students. Hiruzen continued. No training evaluators enter school grounds without my office's written approval. All archive research on the Uzumaki battlefield notations transfers to SEAL office oversight with full handling logs. And any future disciplinary structures involving Hatake Kakashi or his cohort will route through named instructors, not hidden channels. Danzo's good, I narrowed. You would hamstring necessary preparation because one gifted child made noise? Kakashi watched Hiruzen closely. This mattered. Not just the ruling. The reason chosen aloud. Hiruzen answered without looking at Kakashi once. Because the academy is not a harvest ground for private doctrine. Silence. A line drawn. Not total victory. Danzo was still Danzo. Root still existed. Systems did not die because one room told them to behave. But this was public. Documented. Witnessed by people who would now understand that some boundaries had names. Danzo rose. Compassion grows expensive in war. Tsukumo did not sit. Then stop asking children to pay the first installment. For the first time, Danzo's stillness cracked into something sharp enough to show. Not fear. Not exactly anger. Annoyance at being refused in open daylight by men he considered softer than reality allowed. He gathered his sleeve and turned toward the exit. At the door, he paused just long enough to glance toward the rear seating. Toward Kakashi. It was not a threat made of words. It was the recognition of a problem not solved. Kakashi met the eye and gave him nothing. Danzo left. The chamber exhaled. Not relief. Not fully. More like the first breath after someone chose not to draw steel. Hiruzen closed the file stack and looked older than he had an hour before. Hatake Tsukumo. Remain a moment. Then his gaze slid, unexpectedly, to Kakashi. You as well. The room emptied in low murmurs. Weno bowed and left. The quartermaster fled. The records officer nearly fled faster. At last only Hiruzen, Tsukumo, and Kakashi remained in the broad afternoon light. Hiruzen rubbed one hand over his brow. This will not end, Root. I know, Kakashi said. The old man sighed. Yes, you usually do. Tsukumo's mouth twitched. Before any further warning could come, a knock sounded at the outer frame. A jonin with sunbright hair and a calm that felt like hidden lightning stepped inside. Namikaze Minato. He bowed first to Hiruzen, then to Tsukumo, then let his gaze settle on Kakashi with brief, startling attention. Older memory hit like a hand around the chest. Teacher. Commander. A man Kakashi had failed to. Minato smiled, gentle enough to hurt. Am I interrupting? Hiruzen's expression shifted towards something lighter for the first time all afternoon. Only if this can wait. Minato looked at Kakashi again. I was actually here to ask about that. Tsukumo folded his arms. About my son? About a possibility. Minato knelt, so he was closer to Kakashi's height, without making the gesture feel condescending. I've been reviewing academy evaluations. There is an upcoming Genin team track that could use someone with strong battlefield judgment early. Kakashi's pulse gave one hard strike. Too soon. Exactly as the outline of fate had threatened and invited. Minato tilted his head slightly. If the Hokage and his father agree, I'd like to begin observing Hatake Kakashi directly before standard placement. The room changed with the sentence. Not destiny. Choice arriving early. Tsukumo looked at Kakashi instead of answering for him. That, more than Minato's request, nearly unbalanced him. The choice belongs to him. The clearing had taught him. Now the lesson returned from the world itself. Hiruzen said nothing. Minato waited. Kakashi thought of Danzo's eye at the door. Of Root moving back into shadow. Of Obito's sketch. Rin's hands. Guy's honest brutality. Tsukumo refusing to let the academy become a harvest ground. He also thought of the future team he knew too well, and the terrible possibility that stepping toward it sooner might be the only way to survive it differently. He lifted his head. I want to know the conditions, he said. Minato's smile sharpened with interest. Practical. Necessary. Fair. Minato rested one hand on his knee. Observation first. No forced placement. If I think you're ready, I say so. If you think I'm wrong, you say so. If either of us sees interference from outside channels, we bring it directly to the Hokage and your father. Tsukumo glanced at Hiruzen. Hiruzen gave one slow nod. Kakashi let the terms settle. Not safe. Safer than silence. Then yes, he said. Minato's smile turned real. Good. Outside the chamber, somewhere in the academy courtyard, Obito's voice carried faintly through the walls in loud argument with someone about whether waiting in hallways counted as training. Rin's calmer tone followed close behind. Life, impatient with solemn rooms. Kakashi stood between past and future, the council light warm on the floorboards, and understood the shape of Arc One's end with painful precision. He had not stopped the dark from existing. He had forced it to show its face sooner. And now Minato Namikaze was reaching for the next thread. Chapter 21. Minato did not ask for a demonstration first. He asked Kakashi what he thought a team was for. The question came on Training Ground 17, a quiet field ringed by old trees and scarred posts, where morning shades still held the nights cool under the branches. Rin stood to Kakashi's left with her hands folded behind her back. Obito stood on the right, trying and failing to look unaffected by the fact that Namake's Minato had requested the three of them by name. Minato knelt in front of them, blonde hair catching early light, expression mild enough to hide how sharp his attention really was. Well, he asked. Obito answered first, of course. To become strong enough that everyone shuts up when we're better than them. Rin lifted one shoulder. To survive work no one person can do alone. Minato's eyes shifted to Kakashi. Kakashi looked at the tree line, at the open ground, at the man who would one day die sealing a monster into a child because there had not been enough room in the world for gentler answers. To multiply good decisions before the bad ones corner you, he said. Minato smiled. Not because it was the perfect answer, because it sounded like a real one. 3 different philosophies, he said, rising. Useful. Also irritating. Obito muttered. He's already teaching like Kakashi. That sounds exhausting, Minato said. The next hour was not combat. It was observation. Minato walked them through route choices, hand signals, line of sight positions, blind corners, and the ugly arithmetic of who saw what first in a moving formation. He never explained more than necessary at a time. He simply changed the field and made them solve it again. Obito kept trying to push center lane because it felt heroic. Rin kept shifting toward support angles where she could see both flanks. Kakashi kept trying to solve all 3 positions at once. Minato noticed that last part before anyone else. On the 5th repetition, he tapped Kakashi's shoulder with a practice marker and said, "You are out of position." Kakashi looked down at the mark on his vest. "No opening reached me." "No," Minato agreed. "Because you moved to cover 3 possible openings at the cost of the one lane only you could see." Kakashi replayed the route in his head and disliked how correct the critique was. Minato's tone stayed easy. "You're treating your teammates like variables in a problem you solve alone." Obito made a strangled sound of vindication. Rin did not gloat, which was somehow worse. Kakashi asked, "And if they move wrong? Then you train them better." Minato's smile thinned into something more serious. "Or you trust them enough to learn in motion." Trust. Again, everyone kept dragging the same blade over the same flaw. The irritation meant it still cut. After the route work came sparring. Minato faced all 3 of them barehanded and told them to take a bell from his waist before the hour ended. That should have felt familiar from older memory. It did. The difference was that Kakashi recognized the test now for what it was. Not skill alone. Coordination under pressure. Obito charged first with the full body conviction of a boy who believed momentum could substitute for seniority if applied loudly enough. Minato sidestepped and sent him tumbling into the grass without visible effort. Rin came next, not attacking, but cutting off Minato's clean retreat line toward the trees. Better. Kakashi used that beat to come in low. Minato's hand touched the top of his head and changed the whole angle of his attack. Kakashi felt the pressure before the motion completed and twisted under it. One of the bells jingled close enough to sting. Then Minato was gone. Not body flicker. Just perfect movement. Kakashi reset instantly and saw Obito scrambling up, Rin already adjusting, Minato's shadow passing to their blind side. He made a choice. Obito loud right. Rin, close left. No explanation. They obeyed anyway. Obito bolted with a yell that would have woken a dead forest. Rin moved in quiet, cutting the angle Kakashi couldn't hold. Minato's shoulders shifted. Threads flashed. For one bright breath, Kakashi saw not just the Jonin's path, but the way his teammates' choices constricted it. Good. He committed. Kakashi hit the ground in a slide, dirt scraping his palms, and reached up for the bell line just as Minato leaped over him. Rin's hand clipped Minato's sleeve. Obito crashed into Minato's landing spot a heartbeat later with more aggression than geometry. The bell rang again. Kakashi's fingers brushed metal. Then Minato caught his wrist mid-reach and gently, mercilessly, pinned him to the ground. Closer, Minato said. Obito sprawled across the grass a second later, laughing and furious. Rin bent over with her hands on her knees, breathing hard. Minato released Kakashi and stepped back. "You're early." Kakashi pushed up on one hand. "Too early." "A little." Minato hooked a thumb toward Obito and Rin. "But you called them before you moved." That's the part one wanted. The compliment should not have mattered. It did. Because it was precise. Because it named the decision, not the talent. By the time training ended, Kakashi's shirt clung to his back with sweat, and the old ache behind his eyes had begun to gather. Thread use had been light. The new team pressure had not. Minato noticed the first sign when Kakashi rubbed 2 fingers over his temple. "Migraines?" he asked casually. Sometimes. Minato's gaze lingered for a beat, then moved on. Then part of my job is making sure you don't treat pain as privacy. Kakashi nearly sighed. Another one. When they left the field, Obito walked backward in front of them, hands thrown wide. Did you see that? We almost got the bell. You got thrown into a bush, Rin said. Tactically. Kakashi looked once over his shoulder at Minato, who was already kneeling to redraw field lines they had scuffed out. He had entered the next thread. And this time, unlike before, he had done it with open eyes. Chapter 22. The escort target smelled of cinnamon, damp paper, and nerves. His name was Fujimori Takao, a minor records courier attached to a Fire Country magistrate's office, and he kept patting the lacquered chest on his card as if reassurance might pass through wood into whatever documents lay inside. The road out of Konoha wound under green shade for the first half day, then opened into a band of dusty earth between low wooded hills. Cicadas screamed in the heat. Wheels rattled over stones. It was supposed to be a C-rank escort. No shinobi threat expected. Kakashi had heard that lie before. Minato walked the lead position lightly, one hand resting near a kunai pouch, smile easy enough that Fujimori relaxed each time he looked at him. Rin stayed near the cart wheel, checking axle strain and the courier's water supply with the same thoroughness she would one day bring to wounds. Obito ranged farther than ordered until Minato reeled him back with quiet comments that somehow sounded more embarrassing than scolding. Kakashi took rear watch. He preferred it. Rear watch let him look at the road they had already trusted. By midday the sun was hard enough to bleach color off the stones. Heat rose in trembling bands. Dust coated the tongue. Fujimori had begun telling them, unprompted, about how most magistrate traffic is tragically dull when Kakashi's thread sense pulled tight across the back of his neck. Not frontal pressure. Crossfire. He turned. 3 crows lifted out of the trees at once from 2 different points. Wrong. Down. Kakashi snapped. He moved before the command finished, kicking the cart wheel sideways toward the road ditch. The cart lurched. Fujimori shrieked. A volley of bolts hissed out of the tree line where the chest had been a heartbeat earlier and shattered against lacquered wood. Bandits, the mission brief had said. Bandits did not fire like that. Minato was already in motion, kunai flashing. Rin dragged Fujimori flat behind the axle with both hands on his collar. Obito hit the left side treeline with a shout, and a thrown shuriken spread meant to force heads down, not score kills. Good. He was learning. Kakashi slammed one palm into the dirt and felt the road through the shock of impact. Threads blossomed across the ditch line, the cart frame, the incoming angles. For attackers at least. One higher in the trees. One circling to flank the courier from the right because they had recognized him, not the chest, as the target. This was an extraction or assassination. Not robbery. Rin, stay low right. Kakashi called. She didn't ask how he knew. She obeyed, pulling Fujimori just as a second bolt punched through the canvas where his shoulder had been. Minato vanished into the left trees. Not body flicker. Faster. The first real body hit the road a breath later, dropping out of the leaves with a punctured sleeve and a cry cut short by impact. Obito hooped and then cursed as a blade-wielding attacker burst from behind a boulder toward him. Kakashi intercepted. Their weapons met with a crack that ran all the way to his elbow. The attacker was older, heavier, face wrapped in cloth. Not village-trained to Jonin level, but disciplined enough to hide intent until the last instant. Kakashi used the clash to read. Left hand follow. Knee check after retreat. The threads showed the pattern. He shifted under the returning slash, drove his shoulder into the man's chest, and shoved him backward into the ditch wall. Dirt showered down. The attacker spat and tried to bring a short blade up from the hip. Kakashi trapped the wrist, twisted, and felt tendon strain under his palm. Pain flashed across the man's face. Kakashi's own smaller body shook with the effort. He could not overpower cleanly, so he changed the problem. He let go. The attacker, expecting resistance, overcommit into empty force. Kakashi chopped the knee from the side. The man folded. Obito arrived one beat later and buried a kick in the attacker's ribs with deeply personal satisfaction. That one was mine. You were busy almost dying, Kakashi said. I was improvising. Badly. A whistle cut through the road noise. Not theirs. Enemy recall. Minato burst back onto the road with blood on one sleeve that wasn't his. 2 retreating east. 1 still in the ridge brush. Kakashi's head snapped toward the right slope. There. An almost invisible shimmer behind pale rock. The last attacker had not aimed for the chest. He had been waiting for the courier to run, which meant he knew who the real target was. Fujimori made exactly that mistake. Panicked by bolts and shouting, he tore free of Rin's grip and scrambled up the road toward the open bend. No. Rin lunged after him. The hidden shooter rose. Kakashi saw the line first. Too far. Too fast for him alone. He made the only choice left. Obito, smoke the ridge. Obito didn't ask. A pellet flew. Kakashi hit the road in a sprint, every muscle screaming at the heat and prior clash. Dust burst under his sandals. Fujimori stumbled, half-turned, and saw the shooter too late. The bolt flashed out of the smoke. Rin reached him first. She slammed Fujimori down by the shoulder and took the bolt across the outer edge of her pack instead of her spine. The impact spun her sideways into the dirt. Kakashi's chest went cold. He crossed the last distance in 3 desperate strides and drove himself over both of them as a second shot hissed past where his neck had been. Minato's kunai flashed. The ridge shooter made one wet sound and disappeared backward into the smoke. Silence did not return cleanly. It came ragged, stitched with Fujimori's sobbing breath, Obito's curses, Rin's hard inhale, the ringing in Kakashi's ears. He rolled off her first. "Rin, I'm here." Her voice was thin with pain, but steady. She got one elbow under herself and grimaced as she tugged the broken bolt from the torn edge of her pack. That would have been worse. Kakashi's hands were already checking for blood. Shoulders, neck, back. Too rough. Rin caught his wrist. "Kakashi, breathe." He realized then that he wasn't. The world narrowed around the space where the bolt might have gone. Too close, too close, too close. Minato crouched beside them, one glance taking in injuries, terrain, and the dead silence of the tree line. "We're moving," he said. "Now. No comfort. No waste." Exactly right. They got the courier and chest under cover at a charcoal burner station an hour later. Only then did Kakashi let his pulse slow enough to realize the cost of the fight. His head was pounding in hot measured spikes. The threads had been bright, fast, and hungry, and they had not been enough to prevent the bolt from reaching Rin. That failure followed him all the way into the station shade. Chapter 23. Rin's fingers smelled like mint salve and iron. The charcoal burner station had one spare room with 2 cots, one cracked basin, and windows too small for comfort. Smoke from the outside kilns drifted through the walls in a dry, bitter layer that clung to cloth and hair. The floorboards held the day's heat even after sunset. Fujimori was asleep at last in the front room under Obito's highly opinionated guard. Minato had gone to inspect the recovered crossbows and the dead attackers' insignia scraps under lamplight. That left Kakashi sitting on the edge of the second cot, while Rin unpacked her field kit with the ruthless calm of someone too occupied to tolerate nonsense. "Look at me," she said. "I'm doing that." "No. You're looking through the wall and pretending your skull isn't trying to split." She was right, which made the room feel smaller. Kakashi turned his head. Rin had changed out of the torn pack straps and rolled her sleeves to the elbow. A bruise darkened one shoulder where the bolt had struck the gear. Her hair had come loose from one side and stuck faintly to her cheek with sweat. She looked tired, angry, focused, alive. He should have felt relief first. Instead, the old guilt had arrived faster, wearing fresh clothes. If he had seen one heartbeat earlier, if he had positioned differently, if he had told Minato to tighten the courier, if he had forced Fujimori lower, if he had carried the whole moving field himself harder, better, sooner. Rin slapped a cool cloth across the back of his neck. Kakashi flinched. "There you are," she said quietly. The cloth smelled of well water and crushed herb leaves. The chill broke the spiral just enough for him to hear himself thinking. "Badly. Talk," Rin said. "No. Then I'll guess." She pressed 2 fingers to his temple. The headache spiked under the touch, and then eased as her chakra pulsed through in careful, measured threads of its own. "You think I got hit because you missed something?" Kakashi said nothing. Rin's hand stopped. "That means yes. You moved first," he said after a moment. "Yes. I should have covered that lane." "Maybe." Rin resumed the pressure, angling the healing chakra in a way that cooled the burn behind his eyes without dulling him. And maybe Fujimori was always going to bolt the moment someone used his real name in a kill order. Kakashi looked up sharply. "You heard that. I'm not decorative." "Fair again." Rin shifted onto the cot beside him, close enough that her shoulder almost touched his. "Listen carefully, because I'm only saying this once before I get meaner. If you turn every bad moment into proof that you should have controlled everyone harder, one day you'll stop seeing people and start seeing handles." The sentence hit like a strike to the sternum, because it named exactly what the power tempted him toward. Not here. Link there. Predict that fear. Use that loyalty. Pull on the right threads, and the field behaved. Until the field was made of human beings instead of routes. Rin's voice softened without losing edge. "I chose to move." He looked at the bruise shadowing her shoulder. "And if your choice got you killed, then it would still be my choice." Her gaze held his without blinking. "You don't get to protect me by stealing that from me in advance." The room went quiet except for the low crackle from the charcoal kilns outside. Kakashi had no clean answer because she was right, and because being right did nothing to make the fear smaller. Rin seemed to understand that too. She withdrew her hand from his temple and, to his surprise, took his right wrist instead. Your chakra, she said. Show me the part that's misfiring. He frowned. What? You heard me. When the road attack ended, your fingers were numb for half a minute. I want to know what it feels like before you tell Minato it was nothing. How did everyone keep seeing through him so efficiently? Kakashi closed his eyes. Not to hide. To focus. He searched for language that was not mystical nonsense. Like 3 different impulses trying to occupy one seal formula at once. Body, mind, memory. If I align them, the threads appear. If I overuse them, one keeps moving after the others stop. Rin nodded as if he had just explained a torn ligament instead of a secret art. Then give me the timing. He did. Breath count. Pulse. Where the pressure built. Where it snapped wrong. Rin listened with total attention, occasionally pressing his wrist or the base of his thumb where the meridians ran closest to skin. When she found one node that made him flinch, she hummed. There. That part's flooding after the rest settles. You're using the hand as an anchor point and not bleeding the signal off afterward. Kakashi opened his eyes. You understood that quickly. No. She gave him a narrow look. I understood pain. The weirdness is yours. Then, after a beat. But pain patterns repeat. She repositioned his hand, spread his fingers, and guided his breathing until the next wave of ache passed without climbing into the skull. Simple. Practical. He had been trying to master the art through force and battlefield pressure. Rin had just improved it through triage logic and honesty about damage. That realization unsettled him almost as much as the attack itself. The door slid open. Obito stuck his head in first, saw the scene, and recoiled theatrically. Oh good. He's still brooding. Come in or leave, Rin said. Obito came in. Minato followed a breath later carrying a bundle of recovered gear and the same unreadable calm he wore after something had gone very wrong and still required solving. Report. Kakashi asked. Minato set the bundle down on the table. Professional crossbows. Not bandit quality. 2 bolts treated to disable rather than kill. They wanted the courier alive long enough to take the case. Obito folded his arms. So why attack like that? Because they expected a routine escort and minimal resistance. Minato's eyes shifted to Kakashi. They didn't know we'd read the road early. Small comfort. Minato looked at Rin next. Shoulder. Bruised. Pride louder. Obito snorted. That's our whole team. Minato almost smiled. Then he sobered and addressed all 3 of them. Tonight changes the category. No more treating this as an academy extension. From here on, if you feel fear, say it. If you see a pattern, say it. If you think someone else is about to make a bad choice, say it before you resent them for making it. His gaze rested on Kakashi a fraction longer than the others. Understood, then. Kakashi gave one short nod. Whether he could fully obey was another matter. Chapter 24. The storm arrived before the man did. By the second day out, clouds had rolled in from the east in a bruised black wall that swallowed the afternoon sun and turned the road to iron-gray gloom. Wind shoved through the trees hard enough to make branches whip. The smell of rain hit first, sharp and metallic. Then came the thunder. Fujimori flinched at every rumble. The courier chest had been transferred to Minato's summoning scroll after the first ambush. They were traveling lighter now and faster, but not fast enough to outrun intent. Kakashi felt the threads tightening before the first drop of rain struck his cheek. Not around them. Ahead. We're being funneled, he said. Minato, moving at the front, answered without turning. I know. The road dipped between 2 rocky rises, one crowned with pines, the other with jagged stone. Good terrain for a kill box. Bad terrain for retreat in mud. Obito eyed the sky and muttered, I hate dramatic weather. It always means some bastard thinks he's the main character. Lightning forked across the clouds. A man stepped onto the ridge as if the storm had set him there. Tall, lean, dark cloak plastered to his frame by the first hard rain. Metal claws mounted along both forearms. Hair whipped around a face cut sharp by old anger and fresh purpose. Blue-white current crawled over the claws and hissed where it touched wet stone. Kurizuki Raiga. Earlier than memory. Different scale. Same danger. Kakashi's stomach dropped anyway. Raiga looked down at the road and smiled without warmth. Children. Rain slammed down. In one heartbeat the world turned slick, loud, and half-blind. Minato moved to place himself between the ridge and the team. Raiga's eyes tracked Kakashi instead. No. The missing mean said over the storm. Not children. Investments. He struck the ridge with both clawed arms. Lightning exploded outward. Not a clean bolt from sky to ground. A fan of white-blue current racing through the wet rock faces on both sides of the road, turning the entire pass into a killing channel. Minato shouted. Ground off the center. Kakashi had already moved. He grabbed Fujimori by the back of the coat and threw him toward the ditch where water had not fully pooled yet. Rin dragged with him. Obito leaped the opposite direction. The current ripped through the center mud where they had stood and blew a trench open in the road with a smell like scorched blood and split stone. Raiga laughed. The sound came thin through the rain, almost joyous. Good, he called. Show me which one the White Fang taught to think. So this was personal, or staged to feel personal. Kakashi's mind split the possibilities even while thunder hammered the pass. Raiga knew names, knew lineages. This was not random interception. Someone had sold profiles, or this strike had always been about Konoha's next generation more than Fujimori's papers. Minato flashed uphill in a yellow blur. Raiga met him with crossed claws and a burst of current that lit the ridge line like dawn torn sideways. Obito skidded to Kakashi's side, rain dripping off his nose. Plan. The pass was a conductor. Raiga wanted them trapped in it, which meant staying reactive got them killed. Rin, keep Fujimori below the ditch wall. If he climbs, break his ankle. Fujimori made a strangled noise. Rin only said, fair. Obito, smoke and stone. Blind the wet lines. He grinned despite the storm. Finally, Kakashi looked up toward the ridge where Minato and Raiga traded light and steel in flashes too fast for ordinary academy eyes to follow. He saw enough. Raiga wasn't just attacking. He was demonstrating, breaking terrain into zones, forcing responses, teaching through murder the same way Root taught through drills. Kakashi hated how familiar that felt. He drew the triple breath anyway. Rain struck his face like thrown gravel. Memories surged hot. The bolt near Rin, Danzo's eye, Sakumo's warning, Minato's bell line, Obito's hill sketch, all the moments that had asked the same question in different shapes. Can you act early enough without deciding for everyone? The threads burst bright in the storm. This time they clung to terrain. Wet stone, mud channels, the standing water collecting in wheel ruts. Lightning's likely path instead of a human blow. New, dangerous, useful. Now, he shouted. Obito hurled 3 smoke pellets uphill and followed with a barrage of weighted stones into the drainage, seems Kakashi pointed out. Rain and smoke mixed into a choking gray wall. The stones shattered the clean water channels Raiga's current preferred. The next lightning lash came crooked. It still struck, but not where Raiga intended. The blast tore across the left rock face instead of the road center and showered the pass with sizzling fragments. Raiga's head snapped toward Kakashi. There. Recognition. Wrong target priority corrected in real time. Minato used the distraction at once, cutting low and driving Raiga back a full step across the ridge. The missing Nin bared his teeth. Interesting. Kakashi's vision pulsed white with pain. Terrain reading through threads hurt worse than bodies. Too much uncertainty. Too much voltage in the pattern. Blood ran hot from one nostril and mixed with the rain on his lip. Rin saw it from the ditch. Kakashi, I'm fine. You are bleeding like an idiot. Obito glanced over and swore. That's not encouraging. Raiga dropped from the ridge. Not in retreat. In direct pursuit. He hit the road between Kakashi and the ditch in a burst of mud and white current, claws singing with built-up charge. Up close he smelled like ozone, wet leather, and something burnt too often to wash out. So, Raiga said softly under the rain, you're the one seeing patterns. Kakashi raised his kunai. Every instinct screamed that he was outmatched. Good. Instinct should speak. It just should not own the field. You're loud for a professional, Kakashi said. Raiga smiled and swung. The claws came in a crossing arc that would have taken off both arms from the elbow down if Kakashi had met it directly. He didn't. He stepped into the narrow angle beneath the first current flare, let the second graze his sleeve, and slashed for Raiga's leading wrist. The adult fighter twisted. Fast. Too fast. Metal kissed metal. Sparks burst in the ring. The impact numbed Kakashi to the shoulder. Raiga's knee rose toward his ribs. Kakashi saw it a beat early and still only partly escaped. The strike clipped him, drove air from his lungs, and flung him sideways through the mud. He rolled, choking, as lightning hissed through the puddle where his hand had been. Too strong. Too experienced. Good. Now the shape of the gap was real. Raiga stalked after him. Then Obito slammed a fireball into the space between them. Steam and orange flame exploded upward as rain fought the jutsu in a furious hiss. The blast wasn't large, but it forced Raiga to guard his eyes for one heartbeat. One was enough. Minato was there. Yellow flash. Steel. A line of blood opening across Raiga's shoulder. The missing Nin leaped back with a snarl that sounded almost delighted. So that's the game, he said. He looked at Kakashi again through streaming rain. Good. Grow fast. Then he kicked off the ridge wall, vanished into storm and smoke. and took the thunder with him. The pass fell abruptly quieter. Not safe. Only emptier. Kakashi stayed on one knee in the mud, chest heaving, blood and rain in his mouth, and understood with cold clarity that Arc 2 had found its named predator. Chapter 25 Minato made them train in silence first. No discussion of Raiga. No heroic retelling. No argument over who had nearly died most impressively. He led them to an abandoned way station half a day off the main route, checked the rooms, set tripwires, fed Fujimori, and only after the courier had stopped shaking did he point at the rain-dark courtyard and say, again. Night had not fully fallen, but the storm clouds kept the sky iron black. Lantern light rippled in the puddles. Wet stone reflected every movement in broken pieces. Obito stared. Again what? The road pass. Minato tied one bell onto the eve post. Not the fear. The timing. Rin stood under the awning with her sleeves rolled, bruised shadow still ugly under the skin. You want us to reenact being hunted by a lightning lunatic. I want you to understand why you lived. That shut them up. Kakashi leaned against the post and tried not to show how badly his head still hurt. Terrain threading against Raiga's current had left a crackling afterimage behind his eyes. Every puddle in the courtyard looked half like water, half like a potential road of death. Minato drew lines in the wet grit with a kunai tip. Raiga owns 3 strengths that matter here, he said. Range control, fear pressure, terrain conversion. If you answer only the attack, you die in the environment he has already prepared. Obito folded his arms. So what do we do? You don't admire him. Minato looked at Kakashi. Show them the road channels. Kakashi pushed off the post and knelt by the wet lines. The simple command settled him. Not because it was easy, because Minato had looked at the thing he did best under pressure and assigned it a place without making it solitary. He touched 3 routes in the grit. He wanted us in the center because the water collected there. The side ditch was safer until the bolt forced the courier to run. Smoke mattered because it broke line of sight. Stone mattered because it broke the preferred current. Rin crouched opposite him. Preferred current. Patterns water likes when chakra force is added. She considered that and nodded slowly. So if I see pooling, I call it. Yes. Obito dropped beside them. And if I can change the pooling, I change it before the attack lands. Minato's eyes warmed by a degree. Now you're building a team instead of a reaction. They drilled it until the lantern burned low. Minato would strike the courtyard stones with a low-voltage lightning jutsu and force them to read the path before it moved. Obito disrupted routes with stones and mud kicks. Rin called safe pockets and danger lines from the awning. Kakashi mapped timing and forced their responses into sequence. On the 7th repetition, he saw it. Not Raiga's pattern. Minato's correction hidden inside the drill. The Jonin changed his attack, not where Kakashi was looking, but where Obito and Rin had just begun to anticipate together. He was teaching Kakashi a harder lesson. Early sight was not enough if he kept assuming he had to be the center of interpretation. He made a choice. Rin, call first, he said. She blinked, then pointed sharply. Left gutter live in 2 breaths. Right puddle safe if Obito breaks the channel. Obito was already moving. Stone cracked. Water split. Lightning hit wrong. Kakashi watched the field change and felt something settle in his chest. This was the next capability hiding inside Thread Listener's edge and not Binder's pull. Not just reading. Sequencing. Minato cut the jutsu and looked at him over the fading sparks. What changed? Kakashi stared at the warped puddle where the current had gone harmlessly into broken ground. I stopped trying to be first, he said. Minato nodded once. Good. First is useful. Shared is survivable. The words should have comforted him. Instead, they sharpened the pain behind his eyes. Because part of him knew what came next if he let this path deepen. Sequence Walker. A rank that would make coordination itself into a weapon and promise. Power earned through trust. Power that would rot if fed secrecy. And he was still not good enough at the second part. The cost arrived before the thought finished. His vision doubled. The courtyard lantern stretched into 2 flames. One showed the present. The other showed a memory that had not happened here. Obito buried in rock and dust under a failing sky. Kakashi's hand tightened on the kunai, so hard the handle bit through skin. Minato was at his side before the weapon fell. Kakashi. Rin was there a heartbeat later, palm at his wrist. Obito stepped in from the other side, rainwater still dripping from his sleeves. Hey. 3 voices. 3 grips on the present. The false image tore loose and vanished, leaving him half kneeling in the wet courtyard with blood warm under his fingers. Rin swore. Again. Different, Kakashi managed. Minato's eyes were sharp now, no softness left. Describe it. He could lie. The old habit rose smoothly, beautifully. He killed it. Memory overlap, he said. When the timing drill pushed too close to another moment. Obito frowned. What other moment? Kakashi looked at him, at the boy still whole in lantern light and rain. Not tonight, he thought. But not never. One I don't intend to repeat, he said. Minato held his gaze for a long, evaluating beat. Then he said, we stop here. Obito looked ready to argue. Rin spoke first. No. We stop. That settled it. They moved inside. Fujimori snored in terrified little bursts in the next room. Rain hammered the roof. Minato sat at the low table and spread the captured crossbow parts out in neat rows while the three younger shinobi took places around him. Raigo wasn't testing only the courier route, Minato said. Kakashi raised his head. He was testing us, Rin said quietly. Yes. Obito's mouth thinned. Then next time we test him back. The answer was angry, young, and exactly right for him. Kakashi listened to the rain, to Rin's steady breathing, to Minato's calm voice, and to the faint remaining echo of a future he refused to surrender to. Step 2 had begun in earnest. So had the real cost of seeing ahead. Chapter 26. The report called it recklessness. Kakashi read the word twice in Minato's field copy, while dust from the mission road still clung to the edge of his sleeve, and the bruise on Rin's shoulder had only just begun to yellow. They stood in a quiet office at the outpost barracks where the courier handoff had finally finished. The room smelled of dry paper, rain-damp gear, and the bitter tea no one had touched. Recklessness. Underlined. Minato leaned one hip against the desk and watched him without comment. Obito was less restrained. Recklessness. He jabbed at the page hard enough to wrinkle it. He shoved a whole cart off the road before the bolts hit. If he hadn't, that bureaucrat would be a wooden decoration. Rin folded her arms and looked at the copied report rather than at any of them. The line says he abandoned escort formation without direct command. To save civilians, Obito snapped. Yes. Rin's tone stayed level. That part should matter. It doesn't always. That was the real problem. The report had been filed by a border administration officer after hearing testimony from the courier, 2 checkpoint guards, and a Chunin logistics supervisor who had arrived after the ambush, seen broken terrain and dead attackers, and decided the easiest thing to measure was procedural deviation. The civilians lived. The formation broke. One counted cleanly on paper. Kakashi folded the report shut. Who wrote it? Minato answered at once. A logistics liaison named Shimada. Competent in supply chains. Terrible with human events. Obito muttered. Then he should marry a warehouse. Rin's mouth twitched despite herself. Minato held out a hand. Kakashi passed the paper back. This won't go into your permanent record as written. Kakashi looked at him. Because you'll rewrite it. Because I'll correct it. Minato slid the page into a folder. There's a difference. Kakashi said nothing. Minato noticed anyway. Of course he did. You disagree. I think the village prefers stories where good outcomes happen through approved steps. Obito barked a laugh. That's because approved steps don't talk back. Rin turned to Kakashi fully then, brown eyes sharpened by something that was not only concern. What are you planning? The old answer rose first. Handle it. Quietly. Leave no leverage in other hands. He knew by now that silence around these people did not feel like strength. It felt like an insult issued in advance. Shimada made the report from second-hand accounts, Kakashi said. That means the story reached him before the truth did. I want to know whose version arrived first. Minato's expression changed by a fraction. Approval? Caution? Both. That is a better question than who do I blame, he said. Obito crossed his arms. Easy. We blame the dead ones. Dead ones don't file paperwork, Rin said. Exactly why I hate paperwork. Minato pushed off the desk. Then come with me. He took them not to the barracks records room, but to the rear yard where the checkpoint guards were cleaning mud off a damaged cart axle. Afternoon heat had returned after the storm, and the packed earth radiated it back up through sandals. A black kettle hissed over a small brazier nearby. The whole yard smelled of wet wood and axle grease. The older of the two guards straightened when Minato approached. Sir. Minato returned the nod. I need the sequence again. From impact to report runner. The younger guard glanced at Kakashi and then away. Guilty. Good. Kakashi watched hands instead of faces. The younger man's left thumb rubbed against the side of his cup in a rhythm too fast for calm. The older man's jaw stayed set, but not defensive. Protective, perhaps. Minato let the silence stretch just long enough. The older guard answered first. Courier came in wild. Said the team leader's group broke route and nearly got the package burned. Obito exploded. That isn't even what happened. Minato lifted 2 fingers without looking at him. Obito ground his teeth and shut up. Kakashi asked, who said it first? The younger guard winced. There. Me, he admitted. Minato's voice stayed mild. Why? Because that was what the courier was shouting. The young guard swallowed. Sweat stood at his hairline despite the heat already present. He kept saying the silver-haired one tipped the cart and exposed them. Fujimori. Of course, a man who had survived because someone broke structure in front of him and who understood the event only as terror and overturned wood. Panic had become testimony. Testimony had become bureaucracy. Bureaucracy had become accusation. Kakashi felt the threads in the yard shift, not mystical this time. Simple cause. Human weakness. Administrative harm born from a frightened man trying to make his own fear legible. Rin said quietly, "You didn't ask follow-up questions." The young guard flushed. There was smoke. Casualties. A magistrate seal packet. I had to send someone fast. You had to send someone accurate, she replied. The older guard glanced at her with a measure of respect before looking back to Minato. By the time we had the fuller account, the first runner was already gone. Minato nodded once. Understood. He did not berate them. That would have been easy. It also would have hidden the actual lesson under fear. Instead, he turned to Kakashi. Well, the question was not gentle. Kakashi answered it anyway. The first story always wins distance if no one is assigned to challenge it. He looked at the younger guard. That means frightened witnesses need structure more than speed. The guard looked as if he expected a sharper blow and did not know what to do with the absence of one. Minato's mouth moved slightly at one corner. Then your next task is not combat. Kakashi frowned. You'll draft the corrected sequence with me, Minato said. Every choice, every consequence, every civilian impact. His gaze held steady. If you want the paper trail to stop lying, help me write one that forces people to read the right shape. That was not the plan Kakashi had expected. He had been preparing to trace rumor chains, expose a negligent liaison, maybe humiliate somebody with precision if needed. Instead, Minato handed him administration as a battlefield. Obito made a disgusted sound. That is somehow worse than training. Rin said, no, it's why training matters. For the next 2 hours, Kakashi sat at the outpost table with Minato and rebuilt the ambush in ink. No flourish, no heroics, just sequence, bolt trajectory, cart displacement, civilian cover, counterattack windows. Proof that formation deviation had preserved life rather than endangered mission. By the time the sun dipped low and the last page dried, Kakashi's hand ached and his respect for paperwork as a weapon had gone up in spite of himself. Minato sanded the final page and blew the excess away. How does it feel, he asked. Kakashi flexed cramped fingers. Slower than killing the man who wrote the first report. Minato nodded. And Kakashi looked at the neat lines pinning truth into a form bureaucracy could not ignore without revealing itself. More permanent. Obito groaned from where he had been exiled to the windowsill an hour ago. This is the worst lesson you've ever taught, sensei. Minato finally smiled. Only because it worked. Chapter 27 Mitarashi Shion looked at Kakashi's chakra once and said, that is wrong in a very interesting way. She was younger than Kakashi expected. Not a child exactly, but not much older than Minato's newer support specialists either. She stepped into the temporary seal station at the border outpost with a canvas tube over one shoulder, rain-dark hair braided tight, and enough ink stains on her fingers to suggest she trusted theory less than repetition. Copper charms hung from one ear and clicked softly when she moved. The room smelled of paper talismans, lamp smoke, and fresh sealing ink. Rin had dragged Kakashi there on the pretext of, if your head is still splitting after terrain reading, an actual seal person gets to look at you. Obito had tagged along because any room containing unusual techniques was, to him, either a proving ground or entertainment. Minato stood near the back wall, arms folded, giving the new arrival the kind of room competent people needed to expose themselves properly. Shion set down the canvas tube and glanced once at the spread of captured crossbow parts, coded tags, and half-burned message slips on the table. These are ugly. She looked up. Useful, but ugly. Minato's smile was faint. That is why I asked for you. She made a dismissive sound, then turned to Kakashi. No pause for introductions. No polite buffer. Just attention, sharp enough to skin. Hands. Kakashi did not move. Rin, traitor that she was, nudged his elbow. She means yours. He held them out. Shion took one wrist, then the other. Her fingers were cool and dry. Chakra brushed his skin like fine wire dragged over glass. Not invasive. Exacting. Her eyebrows lifted. Well, she said, you're layering temporal recall into active circulation. That's rude. Silence. Obito blinked. What language was that? Rin asked, more carefully. You can tell that from contact? Shion let go of Kakashi and reached for her tube. Not precisely. But most chakra disturbances are sloppy in ordinary directions. This one is trying to arrive twice. She slid out 3 blank tags, laid them in a row, and dipped a brush into ink. Which means either he's cursed, lying, or touching an extinct battlefield sequence branch nobody documented well, because it was unstable and made commanders behave like prophets with migraines. Kakashi felt Minato's gaze sharpen from across the room. So did Rin. Obito leaned forward with delighted horror. That was a lot of words for weird. Precision matters, Shine said. Try to keep up. Then she looked at Kakashi again, a little more directly this time. You know more than you're saying. The flaw moved instantly. Deny. Deflect. Reduce. I know it hurts. Shine's mouth tilted. That answer is boring. She painted 3 tiny symbols on the tags and slapped one against the inside of his wrist before he could object. The paper turned cold. What did you just do? Annoyed your circulation. She nodded toward the open training yard beyond the station door. Walk. Kakashi stared. Rin said, too innocent. Sounds reasonable. You're all irritating. Shine brightened. Good. Then you're awake. He walked. Across the threshold. 3 paces into the yard. Gravel crunched underfoot. Wind tugged once at his sleeves. The tag on his wrist went from cold to sharply warm. Threads flashed alive across his forearm. Not because he called them. Because Shine's tag had forced the dormant after pattern into visible alignment. Pale lines rose over his skin and then spilled outward in faint arcs toward the captured crossbow parts on the table inside. The sight made Rin suck in a breath. Obito whispered, oh. Shine, annoyingly, looked pleased. There. See. He isn't hallucinating. His chakra stores event residue and keeps trying to weave action around it. That's why the backlash spreads unevenly. He's holding the knot after the decision is over. Kakashi stared at the shining threads over his own wrist. To have someone else name the shape that clearly should have been a relief. Instead, it felt like standing bare in a room full of knives. Minato stepped forward at last. Can it be stabilized? Everything can be stabilized if you're willing to pay enough. Shine's tone went drier. The question is whether he'll stop pretending damage is private. If not, I can give you cleaner diagnostics and a shorter road to self-inflicted collapse. Rin crossed her arms. I like her. Obito pointed at Shine. She's mean like a scroll. Shine looked delighted. That may be the best compliment I've received this month. She peeled the tag off Kakashi's wrist. The threads vanished at once. The sudden absence left his skin feeling oddly light. You're using memory as an anchor without external bleed channels, she said. That means every breakthrough tries to complete a circuit inside flesh that was never designed to hold historical recursion. Obito held up both hands. You lost me again. He stores yesterday in his arm and wonders why his bones complain. Oh, Obito considered. That is stupid. Kakashi glared at him. Thank you. Shine opened the canvas tube fully and laid out a set of tiny etched weights, a chalk spool, and a folded diagram page. I can help, she said. Not because I enjoy border mud or mystery brats. Because if someone is actually reconstructing broken sequence logic this early, I want to see the mechanism before Root, the Hokage's archivists, or some mountain cult decides it belongs to them. Blunt. Ambitious. Honest. Interesting. Kakashi asked, what do you want in return? The question seemed to amuse her. That you're not decorative either. She began sketching a quick seal scaffold on the table, brush flicking with economical speed. I want access to the field effects when they happen. I want notes. I want you to stop giving insultingly partial answers when you're in pain. And if I save your nerve pathways from setting themselves on fire, I expect tea occasionally. Obito stared. That's your price. Good tea, she corrected. Rin leaned over the sketch, already studying. She's serious. Minato looked at Kakashi. Choice again. Accept help and accept another witness. Or refuse and keep bleeding secrets into the dark until someone worse learned the shape. Kakashi looked at Cheyenne, at the copper charm tapping against her ear as she drew, at the utter absence of fear in the way she approached dangerous knowledge. Fine, he said. Cheyenne did not look up. Excellent. Start by telling me what made the road to rain respond. Kakashi hesitated. Cheyenne glanced up at once. Ah, there it is. The terrible habit. Rin's mouth flattened. You can see it too. Everyone with eyes can see it. Cheyenne pointed the brush at Kakashi like a tiny accusation. You don't hide because you're mysterious. You hide because you think incomplete information lets you keep ownership of the consequences. The line landed so cleanly, it almost hurt more than Tsukumo's warnings had. Kakashi looked away first. Cheyenne, apparently satisfied that she had cut where needed, resumed sketching. Good. We have our first diagnosis. Chapter 28 The smuggler trail began as goat tracks and ended in blood. Minato had confirmed from captured papers that Raiga's supply web crossed a narrow border path used by charcoal burners, herb sellers, and occasionally far less honest men who knew how to move crates through hills without asking permission. Their mission was simple on paper. Locate the transfer cache, identify the contact marks, and if possible seize correspondence without sparking a full border incident. Simple things rarely required 4 shinobi crawling through wet brush at dusk. The hillside smelled of crushed fern, damp moss, and old firewood. Gnats swarmed any exposed skin not moving fast enough. Below them, a shallow ravine cut between dark rocks where a wagon trail widened just enough for 3 carts to pass. 3 men waited by a tarped load. One checked the ravine mouth every few breaths. One smoked. One kept glancing uphill. Not because he had heard something. Because he was the real watcher. Kakashi lay on his stomach beside Obito with a branch pressed against the back of his neck and mud cooling under his ribs. Rin crouched lower behind a fallen log with a blowpipe and sleeping needles ready. Minato, as always, was somehow not there while remaining the most present person on the field. Obito breathed against the leaves beside Kakashi's ear. How many? 5 if the wagon is honest. 6 if it isn't. That answer was not comforting. Kakashi studied the ravine. This was the kind of operation where his old habits performed beautifully. Silent entry. Private calculations. One body turning a field into a solved equation. It was also exactly the kind of operation where those habits kept leaving everyone else one half step behind his thought. He looked sideways at Obito. When I move, don't hit the smoker first. Obito frowned. Why not? Because he wants you to. Obito's scowl deepened as he reread the field through that lens. Then, grudgingly, fine. Watch her first. No. Mule line. Obito blinked. Then his grin came slow and sharp. That is mean. Yes. Below, one of the smugglers lifted the tarp edge. Inside lay not ordinary contraband, but bundled wire spools, insulated hooks, and tube cases designed to keep lightning-infused tools dry. Raiga's network. Kakashi let the breath settle through him. Body. Mind. Memory. The first road pass. The newer drills. The painful lesson of not owning every decision alone. Could he link Obito into a silent takedown without forcing the exact path? Question held since the ridge breakthrough. Answer waited below. He touched 2 fingers to the ground between them and gave the smallest click with his nail. Obito mirrored it once. Anchor. Kakashi reached for the memory of Obito's movement patterns. Loud when allowed to be, surprisingly clean when trusted with the center instead of the edges. He did not pull on that memory. He offered it as a line. The world tilted. Pale threads flashed low between his wrist and Obito's shoulder, then out toward the ravine floor. Not command. Shared timing. Obito's eyes widened by a fraction. He had felt it. Good. Kakashi moved. He slid down the ravine wall on the narrow line where loose shale would not betray him. Obito went the opposite route, wide and silent for once, angling toward the mule posts just as instructed. Below, the smoker heard the faint scrape of stone and turned. Too late. Kakashi struck first, not at the throat, but at the wrist holding the pipe. Ember and ash spilled uselessly into the dirt. The second blow took the knee. The man folded with a choked grunt. At the same instant, Obito cut the mule lines. Not to free the animals, to panic them sideways across the watcher. Brilliant. The knot had held. Mules lurched, brayed, and slammed into the uphill-looking smuggler before he could raise the flare in his hand. He went down under hooves and tarped canvas. Rin's needle hissed out of the brush and buried itself in the neck of the crate checker. The man staggered twice, blinked, and collapsed against a wheel. Then the cart moved. Not from animals. From inside. Wagon isn't honest, Kakashi snapped. A hidden attacker burst up through the tarp with a hooked blade, eyes wild and already fixed on Rin's direction. Minato appeared beside him like a thought made violent. One palm strike. One kunai. The hidden man folded back into the cart with blood on his teeth and no time to shout. Silence returned to the ravine in ragged strips. Obito landed beside the tangled mule lines, chest heaving, grin feral. Did you feel that? Kakashi was on one knee with his hand braced in the mud, the pale thread between them fading. Yes, the difference was total. He had not merely predicted Obito's choice. He had entered the same combat beat with him and come out with a cleaner answer than either would have alone. Not Binder had matured under stress, and the cost came right with it. His left ear rang. Vision pulled at the corners. For one disorienting instant, he saw Obito standing not in the ravine, but under falling stone, arm reaching, smile broken by blood. False. Future echo. Kakashi clenched his jaw and forced it down. Obito was still watching him with the afterbrightness of shared victory. You did feel it. Yes. It was good. Yes. Minato, kneeling over the cart's hidden compartment, said without looking up, report the pain too. Kakashi exhaled through his nose. Head ringing. Brief overlay. Rin was beside him at once. How brief? Gone. That isn't an answer. Cheyenne, if she had been here, would have insulted the quality of the answer. Rin settled for pressing 2 fingers to the side of his neck until he looked up at her directly. How brief, she repeated. Kakashi met her eyes and answered properly. 1 breath. Maybe 2. Rin nodded once, and only then let go. Minato pulled a sealed packet from the cart compartment and slit the wax with a thumbnail. Inside were route codes, lightning tool requisition marks, and a map section that turned their minor seizure into something much bigger. Raiga was not moving alone. He was building infrastructure. Chapter 29. The healer was named Nanao, and she apologized while they were untangling her from the trap. I'm sorry, she said again, voice shaking so hard the words came out in pieces. He said he had my apprentices. He said if I didn't come alone. Save your breath, Rin said, sawing through the cord biting into the older woman's wrists. They had found her in a rain-rotten shrine 2 ridges east of the Smuggler Ravine, bound to a cracked support pillar with chakra-conductive wire around her ankles and 1 seal tag pinned to the floor under her bare heel. A bait field. Precise. Cruel. The kind of setup made by someone who understood that you did not need to threaten Kakashi directly if there was a healer in front of him and Rin close enough to care. Raiga had adapted. Of course he had. The shrine stank of mold, soaked straw, and the copper edge of old blood rubbed thin by rainwater. Wind hissed through the broken roof tiles. Outside, thunder rolled far enough away to sound almost casual. Kakashi crouched near the doorway and forced himself not to rush the scene. Trap recognition first, then rescue. That was the plan. The problem was Rin. Because the moment they had seen the wire around Nanao's ankle, she had gone still in a way Kakashi recognized too well. A medic stillness. The kind that meant she had already moved emotionally into the patient's body and started calculating consequences from there. Good. Dangerous. Obito noticed too. He edged 1 step closer to Kakashi and muttered, "This is bait." Yes. Then why are we still inside? Because leaving a bound healer on a live seal wasn't an option either. Because Raiga didn't just weaponize terrain. He weaponized ethics. Because this was exactly the kind of field where if Kakashi made 1 wrong anticipatory choice, somebody else's choice would be stolen before they even knew they had one. Minato stood outside the rear opening, scanning the treeline. 30 seconds, he said. After that, we pull whether the disarm is elegant or not. Rin knelt by Nanao's ankle. Her fingertips hovered just above the tag, not touching. It's reactive. Layered charge. It doesn't blow on removal. It blows on panic output. Nanao swallowed. What does that mean? It means stay very still, Rin said. Kakashi felt the threads gathering already around the floorboards, the wire, Rin's breath, Nanao's fear. Raiga wanted exactly this. Pressure on the medic. Pressure on the seer. Too many live variables. Force Kakashi to overweave and shatter his own control, trying to preserve every thread at once. He stepped closer. Rin, I can anchor the output. She didn't look up. No. The answer came fast, certain, and entirely hers. Kakashi's hand tightened around the Tantanto guard hidden inside his pouch wrap. If the charge jumps, then I route it through the wire and into the floor seam. Rin's voice stayed low. Focused. You said it yourself last week. Don't decide for people before they speak. Obito's head turned sharply toward Kakashi. There was the wound handed back. Fairly. Kakashi forced his jaw loose. Then tell me where you need me. Rin finally looked at him. Relief, brief and fierce, moved through her eyes before discipline covered it. If the current arc's high, you cut the ceiling beam on my count. If it runs low, Obito rips the backboards to give it an exit. If Nanao panics, you hold her shoulders, not the wire. Obito blinked. That last part is weirdly specific. Because he would do the other thing. Yes, Kakashi thought. I would. That was the flaw in plain daylight again. Control masquerading as rescue. He nodded once. Understood. Rin exhaled slowly, set 2 fingers on the edge of the tag, and closed her eyes. The shrine fell silent except for rain dripping through the broken roof. Kakashi watched everything. Nanao's throat working. Obito's weight settling into the back foot spring he used before explosive movement. Minato's silhouette at the opening, still as a blade pinned in wood. Rin's hands, steady. The tag lifted. At first, nothing. Then pale blue current crawled under the wire like insects under skin. Low, Rin said. Obito kicked the backboards out with both feet. The wall burst open. Fresh rain and gray light punched in. The current surged toward the new exit and would have gone cleanly if Nanao had not cried out and jerked. Panic output. The charge snapped upward. Hi. Kakashi was already moving. He hit the ceiling post with a chakra-loaded cut. Old would split. The beam crashed down across the upper current path, changing the route just enough that the arc jumped into timber instead of Rin's hands. The shrine exploded with white-blue light. For one terrible instant, Kakashi saw every possible injury at once. Burnt fingers. Stopped heart. Rin's chest torn open by lightning. Memory and possibility collided. If he overreached now, He could drag all of them into false futures and freeze. He did it anyway. Kakashi forced the triple breath through a body already pushed too hard and seized the pattern hole. Wire, fear, wood, rain, falling current, Obito's position, Rin's choice, Nanao's panic, Minato at the exit. Too much. The threads came blinding. Not pale. White hot. He grabbed for them all. Kakashi. Obito's voice cut through the glare like a thrown knife. Then two hands slammed into his shoulders from behind and shook him hard enough to break the weave. Obito. Not like that, he shouted. Move with us or don't move at all. The words hit through the overload. Move with us. Not all of it alone. Kakashi let go of the impossible totality and seized only the three anchors that mattered. Rin's hands, Obito's backboard breach, Minato's exit line. The charge rerouted. Blue-white current screamed through the collapsed beam, into the broken wall, and out into the rain in a shower of sparks that turned the muddy yard outside into smoking glass for one breath. Then it was over. Kakashi hit one knee hard enough to bruise bone. Blood ran warm out of both nostrils. Rin tore the last wire free and dragged Nanao clear. Minato appeared in the doorway, scanned the whole scene in one sweep, and said only, "Status." "Alive," Rin answered. Obito, still gripping Kakashi's shoulder, added, "Idiot, but alive." Kakashi could not argue with either. He looked up at Obito. The boy's face was furious. Frightened too. "You were going somewhere bad," Obito said in a lower voice. I could feel it. Of course he could. Shared timing had cut both ways. Kakashi wiped blood from his lip with the back of his hand and said, "Because it was true and because pretending otherwise would be filth after that save. You stopped me." Obito's grip tightened once, then loosened. "Good," he muttered. "Do that for me later." The request was half joke, half oath. Kakashi, kneeling in the wet ruin of the shrine, understood exactly how much trust had just been laid at his feet. Chapter 30. Shine spread Sakumo's Tentanto guard, 3 seal weights, and half a bowl of noodles across the same table, and declared that history had terrible storage habits. They were back at the borderway station 2 nights later. Rain drummed steadily on the roof. The front room smelled of broth, wet sandals, and the sharp mineral tang of inkstone water. Fujimori had finally been transferred onward under heavier escort. Nanao slept in the next room after sedatives and a long lecture from Rin about answering threats with backup instead of martyrdom. Obito sat cross-legged on the floor with a blanket over his shoulders and watched Cheyenne like one watched a campfire that might insult you personally if stared at long enough. Rin sorted used bandages for rewashing. Minato stood at the window, ostensibly on watch but clearly listening to everything. Kakashi placed the cracked white guard on the table. Shine did not touch it immediately. Good instinct. She ate one more mouthful of noodles, chewed, swallowed, then wiped her fingers and leaned in with the concentration of a woman about to pick a lock inside history. "You said this reacted to you before you knew what you were doing," she said to Kakashi. "Yes." "And after the shrine incident?" she asked. Kakashi thought about the white-hot collapse, the overreach, Obito's hands on his shoulders. "Stronger." Shine nodded once. "Of course." She slid one seal weight to the left of the guard, another above it, and the last beside the inkstone. "Because you finally tried to force a full sequence and failed in a way close enough to the original design to wake the dormant pattern." Obito raised a hand. "You're doing it again." "Doing what?" "Talking like a scroll with social problems." Cheyenne looked pleased. "And yet you keep listening." Rin hid a smile in the bandages. Cheyenne uncapped a fine brush and began tracing water over the hairline cracks in the guard. The metal drank the wetness strangely. Tiny lines darkened, then brightened under lamp glow. Kakashi felt the pull in his chakra at once. Not pain. Invitation. Shine glanced up sharply. "Don't answer it yet." He stilled. She kept tracing. The spiral marks surfaced one by one, no longer looking like decorative forge damage, but like notation compressed for concealment. 7 beats. Offsets inside offsets. A branching hook at the third interval that Kakashi had noticed before without understanding. Shine made a soft sound in the back of her throat. "What?" Rin asked. Shine did not answer immediately. She took a second weight, pressed it to one edge of the guard, and let a thread of her own chakra sink through the marks. The lamp flame bent sideways. The ink in the stone rippled. Obito sat up straighter. "That seems bad." "No," Cheyenne said softly. "That seems hidden." Minato turned from the window. Cheyenne traced the third branch hook with the brush tip. "This isn't a weapon component pattern. It's a broken sequence formula collapsed into a blade fitting so it could travel through war zones without looking like archive material." Her voice sharpened with growing certainty. Someone cut a field coordination seal down to its governing cadence and hit it where only a combat-minded chakra user would notice the rhythm. Sakumo, Kakashi thought. or whoever had carried it before him, or both. Rin leaned in. Can you read the purpose? Partly. Cheyenne exhaled slowly. It's not a direct attack framework. It's a synchronization spine, something used to align multiple responders to one crisis without stripping individual choice. Kakashi's pulse hit once, hard. That was it. The exact philosophical difference the whole art seemed built around. Not domination. Shared timing under moral pressure. Cheyenne dipped the brush again and wrote 3 characters on a scrap beside the guard. Not command. Not obedience. Sequence consent. Obito squinted. I know 2 of those words. Rin, eyes fixed on the scrap, said, it means the seal wasn't meant to puppeteer people. It was meant to let them enter the same decision structure without losing themselves. Cheyenne snapped the brush toward her approvingly. Exactly. Congratulations, medic. You get half a noodle. Rin laughed despite herself. Kakashi didn't. Because the realization reached backward and forward at once. Every breakthrough so far had punished him when he tried to own the entire field. Every stable success had come when he linked, invited, sequenced. And he had still nearly shattered himself in the shrine because terror of losing people kept dragging him toward private omnipotence. Cheyenne saw enough of that on his face to stop smiling. There it is, she said quietly. What? The actual problem. Obito rolled his eyes. He has many. No, Cheyenne said. He has one root problem, wearing 10 outfits. She turned fully toward Kakashi, copper charm tapping once against her ear. You keep giving everyone around you half the information and full emotional consequences. You call it caution because that sounds noble. It isn't. It's control by omission. The room went still. Minato did not interrupt. Rin's hands paused over the bandages. Obito's blanket slipped off one shoulder as he stared. Kakashi felt, absurdly, more exposed by that sentence than by Cheyenne forcing visible threads out of his skin. Because this one named character rather than mechanism. Because it was true. Cheyenne tapped the scrap beside the guard. This formula survives because it assumes multiple wills must know enough to enter the sequence honestly. If you try to build it while hoarding every terrible implication, you'll get stronger and more unstable at the same time. Her gaze stayed hard. And someday you'll mistake that instability for sacrifice. The wind rattled the shutters. Rain kept falling. No one spoke. Kakashi looked at the guard, at the branch hook inside the 7-beat cadence, at the philosophy of the art laid bare in metal and lamplight. Then he looked at the people around the table. Minato, who had kept handing him responsibility with witnesses attached. Rin, who kept refusing to let his fear decide for her. Obito, who had physically broken him out of a lethal overweave and then trusted him more for admitting it. Cheyenne, who had seen the architecture of the problem fast and cut to it without flinching. If he lied here, after all that, then the flaw would no longer be something he was fighting. It would be the thing he had chosen to protect instead of them. Kakashi drew a slow breath. There are moments, he said, voice rougher than he intended, when I see other possibilities layered over the present. Sometimes they feel like warnings. Sometimes like memories of things that haven't happened here. Obito said nothing. Rin's expression changed, not into shock, but into painful understanding. Minato's eyes sharpened by a fraction. He had suspected enough of the shape already. Cheyenne nodded once. Better. Not praise. Permission to continue. Kakashi kept going. When people I care about are in danger, the overlap gets worse. I start wanting to account for every branch before any of you can choose inside it. He looked down at the guard. That's what happened in the shrine. Obito let out a breath through his nose. Yeah, he said. I noticed. No joke. No easy release. Just truth. Rin set the bandages down and moved to the table. She placed 2 fingers on the wood beside the guard, not on him, not forcing anything. Then new rule, she said. If the overlap starts, you say it immediately. Obito added. And if you don't, I get to hit you. Cheyenne considered. Reasonable. Minato's mouth moved slightly. Approved. Kakashi looked at all of them, and, despite himself, almost laughed. It came out closer to a tired breath. That is an unfair number of people agreeing. Cheyenne folded the scrap with the phrase on it, and slid it toward him. Get used to it, she said. If you're going to carry a sequence art built on shared decision, start by acting like the people in the room exist before the disaster. The Tantanto guard lay between them, cracked and bright, no longer merely a clue, but a contract. Kakashi picked up the folded scrap. This time, he didn't hide it. Chapter 31 Minato chose the roof, because walls made people lie too cleanly. The border outpost's main building had a shallow tiled slope, just steep enough to demand attention, and just quiet enough that a conversation there could not hide behind other noise. Evening had settled cool after rain. Water still clung in the roof grooves and reflected the last strip of orange light under the clouds. Somewhere below, Obito was arguing with a kettle and losing. Rin laughed once. The The sound drifted up and vanished in the damp air. Minato sat 3 arm lengths away with one knee raised, hands loose, gaze on the darkening tree line rather than on Kakashi. You asked to speak privately, he said. Kakashi had. Now that the moment existed, he disliked it. The Tantanto guard sat wrapped inside his vest. Shien's diagnosis still rang in his ears. Sequence consent. Shared decision. Stop giving everyone half the information and full emotional consequences. He could not tell Minato the full truth. Not yet. Not without detonating too many lines at once. But partial truths had started costing more than they protected. Sometimes, Kakashi said slowly, I know danger before there should be enough evidence to know it. Minato did not move. Instinct, he said. No. That word came harder. Not only instinct. Sometimes it's specific. Patterns. Moments. The sense that if a certain choice happens, the consequences are already waiting for it. Minato tilted his head a little, inviting more without forcing it. Kakashi hated and respected that. At first I thought it was battlefield intuition developing too early. He looked out over the dark trees instead of at his teacher. Now I think it's something stranger. Minato was quiet long enough for the night insects to begin their thin metal chorus. And what are you afraid I'll do if you say the stranger part out loud? Kakashi's mouth flattened. Believe I should be watched. You should be watched, Minato said mildly. You're on a roof confessing to impossible perception. Kakashi glanced at him. Minato's expression stayed calm. That isn't the same as saying you should be feared, he added. The correction landed clean. Kakashi exhaled once. There are times, he said, choosing each word like a step across wire, when it feels less like I predict and more like I remember a danger before it arrives. The sentence sat between them. No thunder. No alarm. No instant suspicion sharpened into steel. Minato only asked, do the memories belong to you? That question nearly broke his composure. Because it was the right one. Because it meant Minato's mind had gone first to structure, not accusation. Yes, Kakashi said. Also not the whole truth. Close enough to stand on without collapsing. Minato looked back toward the tree line. Then I'll answer the part that matters most. Unequal information changes a plan. It does not excuse abandoning morality inside the plan. Kakashi's fingers tightened against the tile. Cool water slicked the grooves under his palm. What if the unequal information says someone dies if I let them choose freely? Minato's voice stayed steady. Then you tell the truth you can tell, and you make the best field you can around their choice. He finally looked at Kakashi directly. If you start deciding that knowledge makes you owner of everyone else's life, the knowledge is already winning. There it was again. Every road led back to the same blade. Minato leaned back on one hand. You don't need to tell me everything tonight. Kakashi frowned. You trust partial information? No. Minato's smile was faint and sad all at once. I trust whether the person holding it is moving toward honesty or away from it. That hit harder than any accusation would have. Kakashi looked down at the roof tiles. Rainwater gathered in the seams like black threads. I'm trying to move toward it. Good. Minato let the word settle. Then we build your planning around a rule. Which is, anytime your extra knowledge affects a team choice, you must ask yourself one question before you act. Minato tapped 2 fingers lightly against his own knee. Am I protecting them from harm, or from having agency inside harm? The difference should have been obvious. It wasn't. Not in real time. Which was exactly why the rule mattered. Minato rose and held out a hand, not to help Kakashi up, but to pull him into the next part of the lesson. Come on, he said. Thinking without movement turns into theology. They dropped into the rear yard where rain barrels and laundry poles made a crude obstacle field under lantern light. Minato set 3 paper tags on separate posts, then looked at Kakashi. We're going to build short sequences. No long overweaves. No grand control. Just the next 3 exchanges. Kakashi's pulse changed at once. Question held since the road drills and shrine collapse. Could he formalize shared timing into deliberate tactical chains without trying to own the entire battle? Minato threw the first kunai without warning. Kakashi moved on instinct, then checked himself and caught the weapon line with thread sense instead of full response. Minato's body turned. Left step. Shoulder feint. Real approach through the rain barrel shadow. 3 exchanges. Not forever. Not all possible futures. Just 3. Tag 1, Minato said, moving. Kakashi ran the sequence. First exchange. Evade low. Force Minato to the barrel lane. Second. Strike the pole to shift lantern shadow. Third. Take the tag while Minato corrects. He moved. The yard answered. Kunai line missed his sleeve by a hair. He kicked the pole. Shadow jumped. Minato's correction came exactly where the threads promised, and Kakashi slipped under it to snatch the first tag. Then pain hit his spine like ice driven between vertebrae. Not overwhelming. Manageable. Because the weave had stayed short. Minato saw the flinch anyway. Again. Second tag. 3 exchanges. Different rhythm. This time Kakashi had to speak the sequence out loud before moving. You step right. I yield center. Pull breaks. Tag on rebound. Speaking felt absurdly vulnerable. It also stabilized the thread. The moment he named intention, the pale lines stopped writhing and began arranging themselves in clean beats. Third sequence. Harder. Minato added a clone without warning. Kakashi almost grabbed for the whole field. Stopped. 3 exchanges. 1 real body. 1 shadow body. 1 lane. He called the sequence, moved through it, and took the third tag just as the lantern flame guttered sideways with the pressure of the completed weave. The air in the yard trembled. Water in the rain barrels shivered in concentric rings. Sequence walker. The insight arrived not as bigger force, but as a new grammar. He no longer merely linked choices. He could script short chains of shared response and move inside them while leaving room for the others still to choose. The breakthrough externalized across the yard in flickering lines of pale light that hung for 1 heartbeat between the posts, then snapped inward through his chest. Kakashi doubled over. Minato caught his elbow before he hit the mud. Cost. Lower than terrain work. Kakashi managed through clenched teeth. Sharper. Cleaner. Minato nodded once, not surprised. Good. Short sequences suit your current body better than broad anticipatory fields. Kakashi straightened slowly. The night looked different. Not simpler. Editable in smaller truths. For the first time since awakening in this body, the future did not feel like a storm wall he either held back alone or drowned under. It felt like a series of 3-beat choices waiting to be entered honestly. Chapter 32 Lightning Country did not welcome them so much as dare them to cross. The road climbed into bare stone ridges where mist moved low over the ground even at midday, and every tree seemed to grow sideways out of stubbornness. The air tasted metallic. Wet wind kept combing through the passes in cold fingers. Far above, thunder muttered even under clear patches of sky. Their escort target this time was a pair of diplomats under neutral travel seals. 1 Fire Country clerk and 1 minor mountain intermediary with enough political value that an accident would become a letter war before it became a military one. Which meant Raiga's routes and weather traps mattered as much as any bandit blade. Minato took point. Rin guarded the principals directly. Obito ranged the left stone shelf with orders to check echo angles and hidden markers. Kakashi moved along the right edge where mist clung thicker against the rock. Sequence Walker changed the way he read terrain. Before, he had seen danger as lines waiting to spring. Now he saw it in beats. Stone that would grow slick after the next gust. Mist that would thicken on the next temperature drop. Loose gravel likely to turn a clean retreat into a stumble on the 3rd step rather than the 1st. 3-beat choices everywhere. Useful. Expensive. He had been anchoring thread marks to people, then to repeated moments. The pass ahead raised a new question. Could a sequence mark be fixed to a place in a way that outlasted 1 breath and helped the whole team move through hostile weather? The idea came from necessity, which was usually the only trustworthy teacher. At the first narrow ledge, Minato lifted 1 hand for halt. Below them a gorge opened like a split throat in the mountain, white water cutting through black stone far beneath. The crossing path ahead narrowed to barely 2 men wide. Fog drifted across it in long strips. Every few breaths a faint blue pop crackled somewhere inside the mist where Raiga's older current markers had bitten the damp rock. Obito peered over the edge and immediately stepped back. Nope. The mountain intermediary, a thin woman named Seo, muttered, I told you this route was cursed. Rin checked the older clerk's pulse with 2 fingers and said, It's only cursed if someone falls. Comforting, the man said weakly. Minato crouched and touched one of the faintly blackened stones near the path mouth. Residual lightning tags. Old, but not dead. Kakashi felt them too. Not active traps. Prepared conversation points between weather and chakra. If someone like Raiga pulsed current into the ridge, these stones would wake in order. Sequence. He looked at the mist, then at the stone, then at the next 3 steps every person on the team would have to take once they committed to the ledge. Give me 10 breaths, he said. Obito pointed at the gorge. That is never a sentence I enjoy hearing. Minato considered him for a heartbeat, then nodded. Take them. Kakashi knelt at the path mouth and pressed his palm to the blackened stone. Cold bit through skin first, then damp. Then the memory of road current and ravine smoke and the cleaner logic of Minato's 3-beat drills. Body, mind, memory. He fed a small thread mark into the stone, not to own the pass, but to record the safe timing of entry. First step on the gust lull, second on the fog pull, third on the dry seam near the inner wall. The rock answered with a faint pulse under his hand. The mist 3 paces ahead shivered. A pale line briefly traced itself from the marked stone to the next dry foothold, and then into the fog strip beyond. Anchor. New capability. Kakashi opened his eyes, and the ledge no longer looked like one field of danger. It looked like a series of places that could remember instruction. Again, Minato said quietly. Kakashi marked the second stone, then the third. By the fourth, sweat stood cold across his spine despite the wind. This was more delicate than road combat, and more persistent than moment tags. The backlash moved differently too, not sharp through his nerves but draining through the chest, as if each anchor cost him a little certainty about where his own body ended and the route began. Rin crouched beside him after the fifth marker and held out a canteen. Sip. Busy. Sip while busy. He obeyed. Cold water shocked his mouth clean of metal taste. Obito, surprisingly serious now, stared down the path. Can you feel those? Kakashi looked up. Obito pointed, not quite to the stones, but along the safe sequence between them. Not see. Feel. That made Kakashi's pulse shift. Sequence marks on terrain were not only his if the team learned to trust the beat. A little. Obito frowned. Like the ledge wants a rhythm. Minato's eyes sharpened. Good. Then use it. They crossed one at a time in the sequence Kakashi had anchored. First step on the lull. Second on the missed pull. Third on the dry seam. Every time somebody matched the beat, the next stone answered with a near-silent pulse. By the time Rin led the diplomat pair across, even Seo's shaking had eased enough to follow instruction cleanly. Halfway through, a gust slammed fog across the ledge out of rhythm. Raiga's weather interference. The old Kakashi would have tried to shout, "Everyone still," then overweave the whole pass. This Kakashi struck the nearest marked stone with his heel and barked, "Third beat, inner wall." Because the sequence existed, the order meant something immediate. Obito slammed himself flat against the rock. Rin dragged the clerk inward. Minato pivoted around the diplomat pair. Blue-white current ripped through the outer edge of the fog a breath later and never touched them. The mountain pass answered Kakashi's anchored rhythm instead of Raiga's old preparation. When they reached the far shelf, the diplomats were white-faced but breathing. Obito turned and stared at the ledge as if it had just betrayed physics on his behalf. That, he said, was disgusting. Kakashi leaned one hand against the stone wall and let the dizziness pass. Effective. Same thing. Minato looked back over the marked path and then at Kakashi. You anchored instruction to terrain, he said. For a few breaths. A few are enough. Minato's voice stayed calm, but the interest inside it was bright now. Remember the cost. This is the kind of trick people will want from you again and again until they forget your body pays for it. Kakashi looked at the ledge where pale thread marks were already fading into ordinary damp rock. He would remember. The question was whether everyone else would. Chapter 33. Obito lost in front of 30 people and one man he badly wanted to impress. The elite Chunin evaluator from the Border Command had the sort of forgettable face dangerous men cultivated on purpose. His name was Marino Juza. He spoke with unnerving politeness, moved with almost no waste, and had volunteered to test promising academy-age operatives under field conditions because enthusiasm without calibration becomes funerals. Obito hated him on sight. He's smug, Obito muttered while wrapping his wrists near the practice ring. Rin, kneeling by the med kit, said, he's standing still. Exactly. Minato had not forced the spar. That was the important part. Juza offered. Obito accepted in front of everyone because Raiga's shadow still hung over the unit and Obito wanted, with every loud earnest bone in his body, to prove he belonged on the same line as the rest of them. Kakashi understood that hunger too well. He also understood the matchup was bad. Juza specialized in counter-tempo fighting. He let aggressive opponents show him the story they wanted to tell, then cut the story apart at the joints. Against Obito, who fought like a promise trying to become true, that was almost cruelly effective. The ring sat in a clearing of flat-packed red earth. Pine smoke drifted from a nearby cooking fire. Border shinobi and messengers ringed the field in loose rows, all pretending not to enjoy a demonstration they would absolutely repeat later over dinner. Obito bounced once on his toes and flashed Kakashi a grin too sharp to be relaxed. If he tries anything annoying, I'm setting him on fire. Kakashi said, that describes you in most situations. Obito snorted and stepped into the ring. Juza bowed. Obito bowed late because he had almost forgotten. Then the match started. The first exchange looked even. Obito burst forward with a fast shuriken feint into a close punch chain. Juza gave ground exactly enough to invite overcommitment, parried the third hit, and clipped Obito's shoulder on the exit. Minor. The second exchange looked better for Obito. He adapted, cut left, used a clone as visual pressure, and forced Juza into the dust line near the ring edge. A few of the onlookers murmured. Then Juza smiled. Kakashi saw the problem one beat before it unfolded. Juza had been walking Obito toward the side with loose dirt, not retreating there by mistake. The clone's footing slipped half an inch. Obito committed to the right-hand follow because it had worked on academy opponents a dozen times before. Juza broke the rhythm cleanly. Palm to elbow, knee to thigh, heel hook on the pivot foot. Obito hit the ground hard enough to spray red dust. He got up too fast. Bad. Pride had taken the wheel. The next 3 exchanges were a lesson in disassembly. Juza did not beat Obito with overwhelming force. He peeled away assumptions. Every loud entry met emptiness. Every heavy follow-up turned into imbalance. Every trick Obito trusted by habit was fed just enough space to fail on its own. When Juza finally held a blunt training blade at Obito's throat, the clearing was silent. Obito stared up from one knee, chest heaving, dust pasted to sweat on his face. Humiliation in daylight. The kind that became shape if nobody touched it correctly. Juza stepped back and offered a hand. Obito ignored it, got up on his own, and walked out of the ring with his jaw locked, so tight Kakashi could see the pulse beating there. Some of the spectators nodded with professional respect. Worse than mockery, because it left no easy enemy. Obito kept walking straight past the gear racks, past the cook fire, and toward the tree line without looking at anyone. Rin started to follow. Kakashi touched her wrist once. Let me. She looked at him, measuring. Don't be cold. I know. That answer meant more now than it once could have. He found Obito at the edge of the clearing under a crooked pine, kicking bark off the trunk in savage short bursts. Resin smell filled the air. Distant voices from the ring drifted through the branches like something happening to other people. Obito did not turn around. Say it, he snapped. Which part? That I charged stupid, bit on the dirt trap, showed him the right side twice, and tried to win the crowd after the first clean hit. Obito kicked the tree again, harder. Say it so I can be angry at you instead of me. Kakashi leaned one shoulder against the trunk opposite him. No. Obito spun. No. You already know all of that. The fury in Obito's face wavered. Kakashi kept his voice level. What you don't know yet is what to do with it. Obito stared at him, breathing hard. There was a time, in another life, when Kakashi would have handled this moment with superiority sharpened into contempt. He knew exactly how much damage that version of himself would have done here. Not this time. Juza won because he wasn't fighting your attacks, Kakashi said. He was fighting your need to prove you deserved the stage. Obito's mouth opened. Shut. Then. That's not better. It isn't supposed to be. Obito looked away first. The wind moved through the pine above them, shedding one dry needle at a time. I hate losing like that, he muttered. Good. Can you not sound pleased? I'm pleased you hate the right part. Obito glared. Kakashi stepped off the trunk and moved a little closer, enough that the next words would not carry. You weren't humiliated because you aren't good enough, he said. You were humiliated because he found the place where your pride outruns your awareness. That's useful if you fix it now. Obito looked at him with open suspicion. You really think that? Yes. You're not just saying it because you don't want me sulking through dinner. I actively don't want that, Kakashi said. But no. Obito's laugh came out rough and unwilling. Good. Kakashi went on. Tomorrow we rebuild from 3 things. Entry without announcement. Weight check before commitment. And 1 exchange every match where you do nothing except read. Obito made a face. Doing nothing is terrible. Then suffer. You're a bad friend. Still a friend. The word sat there. Simple. Dangerous. True. Obito looked down at the dirt, then back up. Something steadier had replaced part of the humiliation now. Not gone. Reframed. Fine, he said. Tomorrow. But if I get better, I'm bragging for a month. Understood. They walked back, toward the clearing together. Obito's shoulders were still tight, but they were facing forward. Chapter 34 Genma arrived, chewing his sunbon like it had personally offended him. Tell me this isn't the child team everyone's whispering about, he said as he stepped through the way station gate, and took in Minato, Kakashi, Rin, Obito, and Guy all in one long lazy glance. I was hoping for at least 1 adult mistake, not 5 small ones. Guy lit up instantly. Shiranui Genma. Your youthful cynicism remains robust. Genma bit down on the sunbon and pointed it at him. I liked you better when you were farther away. Minato looked almost relieved. Perfect timing, he said. Genma dropped a travel pack onto the porch with a thud and stretched his shoulders until something cracked. Dust and road grit coated his cloak hem. Message from the last checkpoint. Raiga's runners are doubling back through mixed patrol zones. Border Command wants a quiet pursuit net, not another dramatic crater in the landscape. Obito folded his arms. So why are you smiling like that? Because, Genma said, quiet pursuit nets are where enthusiasm goes to die, and I want to see which of you cries first. Rin murmured, I also like him. The plan formed in layers over the next half hour. A split pursuit grid through the lower forest routes where smuggler runners used carved trail marks on trees and creek stones instead of formal maps. Minato would take high interception. Gunma would handle false lead reading and misdirection checks. Guy would pressure known movement lanes by being impossible to ignore. The younger trio would function as adaptive relay and capture support. Kakashi listened and realized at once that this was bigger than their usual small unit work. More voices, more styles, more opportunities for misunderstanding, which meant more opportunities to test whether named intention really did stabilize his weave. The forest route they entered after dusk smelled of wet bark and leaf mold. Moonlight filtered in broken silver through the canopy. Tree trunks rose like pillars out of black undergrowth. Every few minutes Guy's voice rang faintly somewhere ahead, deliberately loud on another lane to herd movement without ever needing visual contact. Gunma moved beside Kakashi for the first stretch, Senbon bobbing lightly as he spoke around it. Minato says you see fields oddly. He talks too much. No. Gunma's eyes slid sideways, amused. He talks exactly enough. Different problem. Kakashi said nothing. Gunma tapped 2 fingers against his own chest. Here's your lesson for tonight. Good pursuit doesn't work because everyone's smart. It works because everyone states what they are doing before the woods invent a better story. That was cruder than Minato. Less elegant. Same principle. At the first fork, Gunma held up one hand. Fresh cuts marked the birch bark ahead. 2 shallow. 1 deep. Smuggler code. Obito started to point left. Gunma said, say why. Obito scowled. Because the deep cut means urgency and the creek is faster that way. Rin shook her head. Unless they want us to think speed mattered more than silence. Guy's distant shout echoed from the ridge lane. Kakashi felt the threads stirring between their readings. He forced himself not to resolve them alone. Left is faster, he said out loud. Right is quieter. If I were sending a decoy, I'd mark left to flatter impatience. Gunma nodded toward him. Good. You stated the ego component. We go right. They did. 20 minutes later, they found the first runner crouched beside the quiet creek, trying to cut a wrapped packet open with numb fingers. Obito nearly announced himself with a triumphant yell. Kakashi caught his sleeve and whispered, intent first. Obito swallowed the sound and instead signaled with 2 fingers toward the creek bank. Rin nodded once and slid left. Kakashi felt the sequence forming, not from threads alone, from words previously spoken. We go right. Intent first. Creek bank. Declared intention made the field cleaner. People moved with less hidden friction when they had heard each other think out loud beforehand. The runner never had a chance. Rin's needle took the calf. Obito cut the retreat line. Kakashi closed the center and stripped the packet free before the man hit the water. Easy. Too easy. Which meant second layer. Gunma checked the packet, then the runner's sleeves, and laughed softly through the Senbon. There it is. He pulled a second rolled tag from the man's inner cuff. False surrender message. If they had rushed the first packet to command, they would have redirected patrols into an empty basin while the real line escaped uphill. Obito stared. How did you know? Gunma tucked the tag away. I assume everyone carrying one lie packed a second. Guy dropped into the clearing a breath later from the ridge lane, not even winded. Youthful success? Mediocre success, Gunma said. Promising though. They moved again. Near midnight, the pursuit net finally tightened around a narrow shale draw, where 3 smugglers tried to break upward under cover of creek noise. Guy hit first from the ridge with a joyous shout that made stealth irrelevant. Gunma cut the lowest exit. Minato appeared on the upper slope like a verdict. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito held center. One runner broke, left toward Rin. Kakashi opened his mouth to order. Stopped. She had already seen it. Rin stepped into the line, not backward, and shouted, Kakashi center. Obito low route. Named intention. There it was again, clean as struck glass. Kakashi pivoted to center without friction. Obito kicked the exposed root line exactly where Rin called. The runner stumbled on the lifted wood and went down into Kakashi's waiting strike. Pale threads flashed between all 3 of them, and then out toward the larger net where Minato, Guy, and Gunma were moving on the same truth from different angles. The weave steadied. For the first time, Kakashi felt his power respond not just to shared decision under danger, but to declared purpose in advance. Honesty as stabilization. He almost hated how poetic that was. Chapter 35 Raiga's message came wrapped around a dead man's wrist. By dawn, the pursuit had ended in a narrow valley cluttered with seized packs, bound smugglers, and 1 courier corpse they had been too late to save. Mist lay thick over the ground, turning bodies and gear into vague dark lumps until the sun rose high enough to separate them. The air smelled of wet wool, creek water, and the metallic flatness of death. Obito stood looking at the dead courier with a face gone younger and older at the same time. We were close, he said. No one answered immediately, because there was nothing useful to say first. Minato knelt by the body and cut the message strip free from the wrist cord. Raiga's handwriting slashed across the paper in jagged strokes. You are teaching them to coordinate. Good. That makes the breaking cleaner. Obito swore. Guy's usual brightness dimmed into something far harder. Gama bit down on the senbon until it clicked against his teeth. He wants the emotional read more than the route read now. Rin moved to the body without being asked and checked anyway, because medics did not surrender procedure to certainty. Her fingers rested a moment longer on the dead man's throat than they needed to. Kakashi watched the scene and felt two truths arrive at once. 1. They were getting better. 2. The enemy was learning from their improvement and shaping the field emotionally in response. That second truth mattered more, because it meant Raiga was no longer merely a dangerous fighter testing borderlines. He was trying to map where their connections hurt. The threads around the valley felt tangled, not mystical, but moral. A dead messenger too late to save. Teammates angry for different reasons. Minato thinking 3 steps beyond the valley while allowing grief just enough room not to curdle into stupidity. Kakashi's first instinct was to fix the whole mood. Assign, reframe, contain. Instead, he forced himself to name only his own part. I'm going after the wrist cord knots, he said aloud. Everyone looked at him. Good. He continued, because this mattered now. Raiga doesn't improvise messages like this. Somebody on his side taught him how to leave emotional bait without sacrificing retreat speed. The knot style may track back to the supplier branch. Gunma's brows rose around the senbon. There. You stated purpose before action. Someone's training is becoming less painful. Obito, despite the valley and the corpse and the message, managed a bitter half-laugh. Please don't praise him like that. He'll become unbearable. Kakashi crouched by the cut cord and examined it. Not standard bandit wrap. Not simple sailor knot either. A doubled hitch with a turn tucked under backward to make removal slower for cold hands. He had seen something like it in old military packing. Lightning country supply teams. Not Kirigakure. Not random. Here, he said, holding the cord up. Minato took one look and nodded. Field quartermaster tie. Gama clicked his tongue. So Raiga isn't just buying tools. He's pulling logistics habits from trained channels. Rin rose from the body and wiped her hands clean with more force than necessary. Which means if we focus only on fighters, we stay behind. Exactly, Minato said. He looked at each of them in turn. This is the shift. From now on, every pursuit has 2 targets. The visible threat and the support structure teaching it where to bite. Obito folded his arms hard across his chest. Then let's break both. Minato's gaze rested on him. With patience. That sounds like a no. It sounds like winning after anger instead of inside it. The valley quieted again. Kakashi finished checking the cord, then the dead courier's boots, then the pack seams. He found nothing else useful except one thing. A torn scrap of packet cloth carrying the same resin smell as the way stations smoke cedar tags. Not coincidence. Crossroute handling. He held it up. This passed through the lower relay stations, not the smuggler ravine direct. They have another supply loop. Minato came over, took the cloth, and smelled it once. Good. Kakashi looked up sharply. Good. Minato understood the look at once. Not the dead courier, he said. The answer. His voice stayed even. Raiga wants us reacting only to loss. We don't give him that field. The distinction mattered. Rin's shoulders eased by a fraction when she heard it. Guy straightened. Gunma spat the senbon into his palm and tucked it away, which for him was practically a declaration of seriousness. Obito looked at the corpse one last time, then away. Motion resumed. Kakashi stood in the thinning mist and realized his perspective had shifted again since Minato's rooftop lesson. Before, foreknowledge made every loss feel like a private indictment. Now, after sequences, terrain anchors, shared declarations, and being dragged bodily out of overweave collapse by people who refused to let him own disaster alone, losses felt different. Still personal, still sharp, but less isolating. They were fields to answer together, not verdicts delivered to one soul. Minato rolled Raiga's message once and tucked it into his vest. We move in 10 minutes. Gama lifted a shoulder. Toward the lower relay? Yes. Guy grinned again, though the grief had not left his eyes. Then youthful pursuit continues. Rin checked her kits and said, Kakashi, say your role. He looked at her. She held the stare. New rule, enforced. Good. I read route residues and relay markers, he said. If overlap starts, I say it immediately. Obito jabbed a thumb at himself. I break bad exits and make noise only when asked. That is painful growth, Gunma murmured. Rin ignored him. I keep people alive and call field changes. Guy slapped a fist into his palm. I become the impossible wall. Minato's smile returned, slight and steady. And I make sure all of you come back. The sequence settled over the valley like a drawn seal. Named, shared, honest enough to hold. Raiga had sent them a message with a dead man's wrist. What he got back was worse. A team learning how to answer pain without fragmenting around it. Chapter 36. Rin's blood hit Kakashi's hand before he understood she had moved. The relay station at Kurigane Hollow sat half built into the rock wall of a lightning country gorge, 3 storehouses, and a pulley tower linked by plank walks over rushing dark water. Raiga's runners had used it as a weather relay point, feeding conductive lines through the tower's bronze fittings so the whole gorge could become a hunting instrument whenever the storm front rolled low enough. It was rolling now. Rain came in thin, hard sheets. Thunder shook splinters out of the planks. Blue-white arcs crawled over the tower rigging and snapped into the gorge fog below like hungry animals tasting the dark. Minato had split the assault into clean objectives. Gamma and Guy hit the lower storage line. Obito took the right catwalk to cut off runners. Cheyenne and Rin worked toward the relay seals at the base of the tower. Kakashi moved with Minato up the center spine, aiming for the conductor crown before Raiga could charge it fully. It was a good plan. Raiga made it ugly in one breath. He landed high on the tower frame, with both clawed arms spread wide, current snarling between metal tines. Rain turned to hissing vapor around him. His grin looked half-carved by lightning. There you are, he called down to Kakashi. I was beginning to think Konoha locked you indoors with scrolls. Minato vanished upward in a blur. Raiga answered with a burst of current, not at Minato, but into the tower braces. The gorge howled. Bronze lines lit at once. Conductive wire under the plank railings woke. Lightning hound constructs burst out of the mist below, not true beasts, but chained current shaped by timing seals and terrain memory. They sprang across the catwalk shadows and snapping blue jaws. Split, Minato shouted. Kakashi did. He hit the left plank and felt it buzz under his sandals as a hound of current tore through where his torso had been. The construct wheeled in a clean arc, not mindless. Directed toward him. Raiga had chosen his prey. Kakashi raised a kunai already coated with thread residue and cut at the thing's neckline. The blade passed through current, disrupted the shape for half a breath, and then the hound reformed around his arm. Pain exploded from wrist to shoulder as if someone had poured molten wire into the bone. He bit back a shout and drove himself sideways into the railing. The plank shuddered. Another hound formed below. Too many angles. Too much moving conductor. The gorge itself had become a sequence trap. Cheyenne's voice cracked across the storm from the tower base. The lower seals are nested. I need 30 seconds and 2 fewer attempts on my life. Genma answered from somewhere under the east platform. One I can promise. Guy's laugh followed with the smack of a body hitting wet boards. Kakashi twisted to call a route change. Too late. Raiga snapped both claws together above his head. The hound on Kakashi's arm surged upward into a spear line aimed straight through his chest. Rin hit him from the side. Not with a tackle. With the full committed shove of someone who had already chosen the consequence and only needed her body to arrive in time. The current spear missed Kakashi's heart. It tore through the edge of Rin's shoulder instead. Light burst white. The smell of burned cloth and flesh slammed into the rain. Rin cried out once and hit the planks hard. Tom tried to stop. Kakashi's mind flooded with all the wrong possible endings at once. Field hospital. Blood and water. A hole through her chest. Her hand pushing him away with that terrible calm another life had burned into him. No, no, no. He almost grabbed for the whole field again. Almost overreached. Obito's voice cut through the storm from the right catwalk. Kakashi, tell me where. Cheyenne, down by the seal base, shouted over him. If you freeze, we're all dead. The words hit like slaps. Choice. Now. Not every line. The next 3. Kakashi dropped to one knee beside Rin. Blood mingled with rain on the boards. Dark red cut by silver blue burn light. The wound was ugly but not centerline. Shoulder, upper edge. Bad. Alive. Rin's face had gone white. I can move, she hissed through her teeth. Don't prove it, Kakashi said. He looked up. Raiga above. Tower rigging. 2 hounds reforming in the mist. Obito in flank position. Cheyenne at the lower seals. Minato locked high with Raiga but forced into constant adjustment by the tower current. He made the decision he had spent 2 arcs learning to make. Obito, he shouted, voice snapping hard through the gorge. Right tower braces, 3-beat fire sequence. Cheyenne, I need the lower nest delayed, not broken. Gamma, cut the west relay line. Guy, drop the middle platform supports. People moved. Not because he owned them, because he trusted them enough to hand them real weight. Obito didn't ask why. Fire jutsu burst from the right catwalk in staggered pulses instead of one proud blast. Good. Cheyenne slapped a tag against the lower nest and barked. 10 breaths, and then it screams. Gunma's Senbon flashed through rain and severed one of the west conductive cords. Guy hit the center supports with a joyous roar and all the tact of a siege weapon. The field shifted. Kakashi pressed one hand to Rin's good shoulder. Stay down. Count breaths. She glared up at him through pain. Bossy. Consistent. Then he stood and ran into the storm. Chapter 37 The Lightning Hound opened its jaws before it was finished being born. That was the mistake that let Kakashi see the seam. He hit the half-collapsed mid-platform just as Guy's final strike sheared one support beam loose. The tower groaned. Metal rings screamed against wet wood. Below, the mist-churned gorge spat up one more current beast shaped by Raiga's seals and the tower's dying rhythm. Not natural. Not fully cast yet either. The hound's head formed first because terror liked recognizable shapes. The spine lagged. The lower current feed arrived 1 beat late because Gunma had cut the west relay and Obito's 3-beat firebursts had forced heat variance through the right braces. Sequence damage. Question held since the rooftop breakthrough and every terrain anchor since. Could he stop only reading hostile structure and start rewriting it in motion? The answer waited in the half-born beast rearing through the spray. Kakashi drew the triple breath. Pain sharpened every line in his body. Rin's blood was still under his fingernails. The tower shook like an injured animal. Above, Minato and Raiga flashed across the conductor crown in white-blue strikes and yellow counterlight. The hound lunged. Kakashi stepped inside the attack. Not away. Inside. Its current jaws snapped where his throat had been. He turned with the half-born spine, laid his kunai across the unfinished seam, and for one impossible instant pushed not at force, but at timing. Not now. Then, the world answered. The air around the beast distorted in rippling rings. Rain hung wrong for a heartbeat, each drop seeming to hesitate in the space between falling and fallen. Pale lines flashed outward from Kakashi's knife hand, not to his allies this time, but into the hostile jutsu itself. Pulse Forger. He understood it at once and barely had time to use it. Every technique had beats. Every cast had arrival points. If Sequence Walker let him script responses, Pulse Forger let him strike the enemy's sequence mid-formation and force 1 beat to arrive out of order. Kakashi twisted the hound's lower feed forward by half a breath. The spine completed before the jaws. The current beast folded over itself with a shriek of blue-white static and slammed backward into the tower braces instead of into him. The explosion lit the gorge. Raiga swore above. The conductor crown lost clean rhythm for the first time all fight. Minato needed exactly that. He flashed past Raiga's outer guard and buried a marked kunai into the crown assembly. Formula chains lit across the wet metal like writing made of sunlight. Half the tower current redirected into dead air. Below, Cheyenne screamed, "Now I break it." "Do it," Kakashi shouted back. Her lower nest tags detonated in a burst of black ink and red seal light. The relay foundation cracked. The tower shuddered again, this time from its own guts outward. Raiga leaped clear with a snarl. Kakashi tried to follow. His body refused. Pulse Forger's cost hit without mercy. It felt as if someone had reached inside his chakra pathways and burned 3 bright holes straight through the thread nodes along his chest and right arm. Not numbness. Not simple pain. Absence ringed in fire. He dropped to both knees on the shaking platform. The rain around him looked briefly wrong. Too slow. Too fast. Each drop trailing after images of other drops that had never existed. Dream residue. Memory residue. Too many near futures cut loose by touching a hostile cast directly. Obito landed beside him, breath ragged, smoke still rising from his scorched sleeve. "You did that." Kakashi stared at the hand that had held the kunai. His fingers trembled and then failed to close fully. "Yes." Obito grinned in shock and fear both. "That was insane." "Yes." "Do it again." "No." The answer came from Rin, not Kakashi. She had dragged herself farther than she should have, and now stood at the edge of the broken platform with one arm bound tight, in a fresh field wrap and murder in her eyes. "He doesn't even get to stand up without my permission right now." Cheyenne climbed up from the lower braces, soaked to the bone and black ink smeared across one cheek like war paint. She looked from Kakashi's shaking hand to the warped rain around him, and then up to the tower crown where Minato and Raiga had disappeared into storm smoke. "You rewrote cast order," she said, and for once even she sounded shaken. "You suicidal little miracle." Kakashi almost answered. Instead his vision split. For a breath he saw not the shattered tower, but 3 different dreams layered over it. One where the whole gorge had burned white and empty. One where Rin lay still on the planks. One where Raiga's claws were already in Obito's throat. He shut his eyes hard. The false images did not vanish. Thread nodes burned where the new capability had torn them open. He had won the exchange. The cost was clarity itself. Minato dropped out of the smoke a heartbeat later, landing light despite the ruined tower, one sleeve sliced and blood bright against the wet cloth. Raiga's retreating to the cliff line, he said. Then his gaze fell on Kakashi. Status. Cheyenne answered first. He forged the pulse of a hostile technique and probably singed half the nodes that make him interesting. Minato absorbed that in one glance. Can he move? Kakashi planted one foot. Pain tore through the chest node like a hooked wire yanked sideways. He stood anyway. Yes. Rin's expression promised future violence. Minato only nodded. Then we finish the route and pay for it afterward. That, Kakashi thought through the haze, was exactly why he could follow this man into worse storms than the one breaking over the gorge. Chapter 38 Konoha's first response to Raiga's evidence was to fold it neatly, not destroy it. That would have been cleaner and easier to fight. No, the officials in the border review chamber did something more familiar and therefore more dangerous. They took testimony about burned relay towers, lightning supply routes, and captured requisition marks tied to old Fire Country abuses, and they began sorting which truths were acceptable for record and which might disturb negotiations. The chamber was long, dry, and too warm after the Gorge campaign. Paper screens filtered afternoon light into pale rectangles across the floor. Ink dried in shallow black dishes. A row of middle-ranking administrators sat opposite Minato's team with the expressions of men who believe peace came from controlling language more than events. Kakashi hated the room immediately. Rin sat to his left with her injured shoulder bound under a fresh uniform layer. Obito sat to his right, vibrating with the effort of not speaking out of turn every time someone on the other side said unverified collateral history instead of massacre. Cheyenne stood along the rear wall because no seat had been offered to a SEAL consultant not formally inside the diplomatic structure. She looked entirely capable of setting the structure on fire. The lead official, a thin man named Ebra whose sleeves were too clean for border work, tapped a brush against the report stack. Namake-san, no one is disputing that hostile actors attacked the route. The issue is whether references to previous Konoha operations in disputed territories serve present stability. Minato's voice stayed level. The issue is whether Raiga recruits through truth we refuse to name. Ebra gave a weary smile that implied moral complexity and meant administrative cowardice. Naming every historical wound in open channels empowers enemies. Obito made a strangled sound. Kakashi spoke before he could. Hiding them empowers enemies who already know them. Every eye in the room shifted. Ebra's brow creased. This is not a child's hearing. Then stop making children fight the consequences of adult omissions, Kakashi replied. Rin's good hand settled once against the floorboards beside her. Not restraint. Grounding. For him or herself. Hard to say. Ebra's smile disappeared. The report will be amended to emphasize the tactical victory and omit speculative political framing. There it was. Fold it neatly. Call the cut a correction. Kakashi felt the thread nodes in his chest ache with low hot warning. Pulse Forger had left them raw, and anger made every beat more tempting. He wanted, briefly and vividly, to tear the meeting apart by exposing every strategic lie in the room. Every line where paper had been sharpened into a burial tool. That impulse was satisfying, also useless unless shaped. Plan. He looked not at Ebra, but at the side table where the captured relay requisitions had been placed in stacks by provenance. One pile remained tied with black cord. Not yet reviewed. Good. If you omit the political framing, Kakashi said, quieter now, then at least preserve the source chain publicly. Ebra frowned. Meaning? The requisitions. Kakashi pointed. Read the lot numbers aloud into the hearing record. Minato's gaze flicked sideways. He saw it too. Lot numbers were boring. Boring things survived edits because no one with blood on their hands expected children to understand procurement. Ebra hesitated, then lifted the top slip with visible annoyance. Why would that matter? Kakashi answered without looking at him. Because if the route materials came from domestic overstock channels, someone can trace them later even if you bury the narrative now. Silence. One of the other officials, older and smarter, shifted sharply in his seat. He had understood the trap too late. Minato's mouth moved at one corner. Approval again. Careful this time. Ebra could refuse, which would reveal intent. He chose the worst option for himself and read them aloud. One line, then another. Then a batch code tied to a Fire Country War Quartermaster depot decommissioned only on paper. Shine, from the back wall, spoke for the first time. Interesting. Every head turned. She held up a copied notation slip she must have taken from the Seas Tower cache, while no one was watching closely enough. Same batch code appears on the conductor varnish orders. Which means if this hearing omits cause, the seal office still gets a live domestic trace to follow. Ebra stared at her, as if noticing only now that the room contained a second dangerous child, though Cheyenne was technically older. Cheyenne smiled without warmth. You should have offered me a chair. Obito made a choking sound that was mostly laughter and fury both. Ebra set the requisition slip down too carefully. This hearing is concluded pending revised record submission. Cowards retreat. Still, the batch codes had entered the official hearing log in front of witnesses. The truth had been folded. Not cleanly. When they stepped out into the corridor afterward, sun-warmed dust and pine air felt almost shocking after the chamber's trapped dryness. Obito rounded on Kakashi at once. You were going to let him cut the whole report in half until you saw the side stack. No, Kakashi said. Obito glared. That sounded like a lie. It almost was. Rin stepped between them before the edge could sharpen wrong. What he means is he was looking for the place paper couldn't hide what they were doing. Kakashi looked at her. She looked back steadily. Then Cheyenne slid into the space on his other side, as if she had always intended to stand there. You were also about 3 breaths from trying to shred the room with your face alone, she said. Face pressure is underappreciated. Not by me. I enjoy it. But it isn't stable. Her tone made it impossible to tell whether she was joking. That was becoming a habit. They walked down the outer steps together. Late light flashed over the courtyard tiles. Somewhere near the wall, a clerk hurried past with sealed packets and avoided eye contact with all of them, which suggested Cheyenne's performance had already begun collecting a legend. At the bottom step, she caught Kakashi lightly by the wrist. The contact was brief. Deliberate. You did 2 things right in there, she said. You used paper against cowards, and you didn't let anger choose the method. Her copper charm clicked softly as she tilted her head. That is more attractive than it should be. Kakashi, who had been prepared for another diagnostic insult, stared at her. Rin went very still beside him. Obito's eyes widened with delighted horror. Cheyenne let go of Kakashi's wrist, as if she had merely commented on weather patterns. Don't look so alarmed, she added. I'm still mostly interested in the Dead Seal branch. Obito inhaled so sharply, he almost injured himself. Rin's expression became unreadable in the particular way that meant she was very busy deciding how to feel later rather than now. Kakashi said the only thing that came cleanly. You are difficult. Cheyenne smiled. Good. Then your instincts still function. Chapter 39. The cliff path ended in a broken shrine and a sea trying to kill the rocks. Raiga had retreated east after the gorge fight, leaving cut relay lines, scorched braces, and one deliberate trail of bait strong enough that Gunma called it either a gift or a mass grave. The pursuit led them into the coastal storm cliffs where the land stopped pretending it liked people. Narrow paths carved through black rock. Salt wind battered the face raw. White surf exploded against the base of the cliffs so hard the sound never really ended. Night had fallen without stars. Only storm light remained, blue at the horizon and white when lightning found the sea. The broken shrine crouched near the cliff lip, half collapsed into the rock, old prayer bells tied to cracked beams with conductive wire. Raiga stood inside it among those bells like a priest who had murdered the gods and kept the job anyway. No runners. No visible support. Too quiet. Minato stopped the team at the last turn in the path. He wants isolation, he said over the surf. Gunma, crouched behind a boulder, spat his senbon into his hand and tucked it away. Or witnesses to a clean suicide blast. Guy's grin had gone knife bright. Either way, he receives the flames of response. Rin checked the wrapping on her shoulder one last time. Cheyenne unrolled a compact tag sheet against the cliff wall where the wind could not steal it. Obito looked past the shrine toward the drop and said what everyone else was already thinking. He'll try to take someone with him. Kakashi looked at the bells. Not decoration. Conductors. Each one tied into the shrine beams. Each beam tied by wire down into drilled anchors along the cliff face. If Raiga dumped enough current into the structure and then collapsed it with them inside, the whole point wasn't surviving. It was ending as a storm bomb. Taking Minato. Maybe Kakashi. Maybe anyone stupid enough to enter the final exchange on Raiga's preferred terms. Question held since Raiga's first appearance. Could Kakashi beat an enemy whose strategy was to turn death itself into the last move? Not through force. Through refusal of the offered script. He drew one slow breath and saw the answer in parts. The bells. The lip. The inward angle of the shrine roof. The sea spray freezing momentarily on the north wall before the next gust. The exact place where a body thrown sideways would survive impact with beam instead of vanishing over the edge. Sequence. He wants center commitment, Kakashi said. Minato glanced at him once. Then, don't give it. He pointed. Guy and Gunma left flank to cut bell lines 3 and 5. Cheyenne marks the north wall with dampening tags, but does not enter the threshold. Obito makes the front collapse look real, then pulls right. Rin stays with Cheyenne until I call otherwise. Rin frowned. No. He turned to her. She met the look head on despite the wind battering hair loose around her face. You don't get to bench me because it's a cliff, she said. Kakashi almost said the wrong thing. Because you already took one lightning hit for me. Because I remember another version of you dying inside my failure. Instead, he answered with the truth the field could use. I need the dampening tags to land fast if his first pulse breaks the bell sequence. You're faster at reading the injury arc than Cheyenne is. Cheyenne looked offended. Rude. Accurate, but rude. Rin held his gaze one beat longer, testing whether he was hiding fear inside assignment. Then she nodded once. Fine. Minato's eyes had not left Raiga. On your mark, he said. Kakashi watched the surf slam white into black stone below. Then he gave the signal. Everything moved. Guy and Gunma shot left along the outer rock ledge. Obito burst front center with a fire clone pack that made the shrine mouth flash orange and alive. Cheyenne's tag snapped against the north wall in neat black bursts. Rin followed with a second line of chakra-damp cloth seals. Raiga laughed. Of course he had seen enough to enjoy it. He drove both clawed arms down into the shrine floor. Every bell screamed. Current raced through the wire lattice in a blue-white net, not outward first, but inward toward the center altar stone where Raiga had tied his own body with a belt of conductive cord. Suicide anchor. Kakashi moved before the realization finished. He did not go center. He hit the right wall, ran 3 steps up the slick rock, and slashed 2 of the upper bell lines exactly where Guy and Gunma's flank cut would force the sequence to stutter instead of detonate cleanly. The bells changed note. Wrong note. Raiga's eyes flashed. There. Surprise. Minato appeared inside the shrine on that beat, not attacking Raiga directly, but throwing marked kunai into the roof joints and the altar base. Space seal preparation, not kill strike. Obito's clone pack burst against the threshold and collapsed the front beam just enough to choke the clean entry lane with falling wood. Cheyenne shouted from the cliff wall, North damp. 3 breaths. Raiga tore one claw free from the floor and flung a lightning whip at Minato's throat. Kakashi saw the sequence and answered with Pulse Forger before the thought finished. Not the whole jutsu, only the release beat. He cut the whip's timing late by a fraction. The current snapped into the falling front beam instead of into Minato's neck. The shrine exploded with sparks. Raiga roared, half fury, half delight. Again. Good. Do it again. Madman. Useful. His enthusiasm meant he was chasing the duel now, not the detonation. Kakashi used that. Obito, he shouted. Obito grinned, caught the shift instantly, and hammered a fireball not at Raiga, but at the altar cords binding him to the conductor stone. The blaze didn't burn them through. It blackened them. Changed conductivity. Cheyenne's dampening tags flared on the north wall. Rin slammed a second line into the floor crack running under the altar. The blast pattern Raiga wanted began pulling crooked toward the tagged side instead of evenly through center. Minato saw the opening. He flashed once. When he appeared again, Raiga's right claw arm hung lower, a sealing mark burning bright across the wrist. Not enough to hold long. Enough to ruin symmetry. Raiga realized it and made the final choice he'd always been coming toward. He kicked the altar stone loose and hurled himself backward toward the cliff edge with the whole overloaded bell net screaming around him. Take the blast to open air. Take one of them with him if possible. Kakashi was already moving. No thought. Only the 3 beats that mattered. First, Pulse Forger the left bell chain early. Second, step through the collapsing floor seam. Third, strike the tag north wall line to redirect the blast vector. He did all 3. The shrine roof tore upward. Blue-white light ripped sideways into the cliff wall instead of outward over the team. Raiga vanished into storm spray and shattered beams at the edge, swallowed by dark and sea noise before anyone could confirm body or corpse. Silence came in a rush after. Then the remaining bell dropped from its wire and rang once against the broken floor. Thin, almost mournful. No body. No clean end. Kakashi stood in the wreckage with salt spray on his face, Pulse Forger burning raw through his nodes again, and knew exactly what that meant. Driven off. Not finished. Chapter 40 The official report on Raiga's coastal network vanished in transit. Not the field notes. Not Minato's direct mission summary. Those existed in copies too numerous to erase cleanly now. But the full annex packet containing testimony about old border purges, captured logistics ties, and the domestic quartermaster codes that might have unraveled half a generation of dirty procurement routes disappeared somewhere between Border Command and Central Archives. Missing, the runner said. Delayed, said the office that should have received it. Administrative complication, said the clerk who would not meet Minato's eyes. Gone, thought Kakashi. He stood in the Konoha Records Annex 3 days after the cliff battle, pulse low and furious, while a soft-spoken intake official shuffled replacement slips, as if paper's fragility were the whole tragedy. We're opening an internal trace, the man said. Minato stood beside Kakashi with his hands hidden inside his sleeves, which was how he looked when choosing patience over speed by force. Open it faster, he said. The official gave a helpless little nod. Helplessness had become one of Kakashi's least favorite human performances. They left the annex in afternoon heat sharp enough to bounce off the stone steps. Konoha smelled of hot roofs, tea stalls, and summer dust, offensively ordinary after the cliff shrine and the disappearing packet both. Obito waited at the bottom of the stairs with Rin and Cheyenne under the shade of a persimmon tree. Guy perched on the low wall nearby, somehow patient for once. Gamma had already been pulled to another route 2 days ago, leaving only his sardonic absence behind. Obito took one look at Minato's face. It vanished. Minato gave one short nod. Obito swore with feeling. Rin's good hand tightened around the strap of her med satchel. How? Cheyenne answered before Minato could. Because archives are temples for cowards with beautiful handwriting. Guy laughed once, more surprised than amused. Kakashi should have felt rage first. He did feel it. He also felt something colder beneath it. Recognition. Systems protecting themselves by allowing just enough truth to surface that everyone sincere could say they tried, then quietly cutting the artery where consequences would have started. Not new, just clearer every time. Minato looked at the group and made the decision that kept them from rotting in the heat of it. We assume the packet is compromised, he said. Which means we also assume anyone who wanted it knows we traced quartermaster ties. From this point on, nobody carries the full chain alone. Kakashi's head turned sharply. There it was again. The lesson restated under a new sky. Rin nodded first. Copy split. And hidden separately, Shine added. Under systems that don't respect each other enough to collude cleanly. Obito frowned. That sounded smart. I hate that. Guy punched one fist into his palm. Then youthful redundancy shall bloom. Minato almost smiled. Exactly. They spent the next hour dividing the surviving fragments. Lock codes with Cheyenne under seal off as pretext. Witness summaries with Minato. Route sketches with Gunma once contact was possible. One coded extract with Rin because no one ever expected medical packets to carry procurement poison. And one thin strip of quartermaster notation with Kakashi because he could read the pattern ties fastest if the next ambush came. By the time the last copy dried, the sun had slanted low enough to turn the training yard rails gold. An academy courier came running across the yard with a lacquer tube clutched under one arm. Hatake Kakashi. Every head turned. The boy skidded to a stop, bowed too fast, and thrust the tube forward. Selection notice from the academy command office. Obito leaned in so far he nearly took it first. Open it. Kakashi broke the wax. Inside lay an official notice stamped with academy and village marks both. Preliminary Chunin track evaluation to begin early for select candidates under wartime acceleration protocols. Date, location, names, his, Obito's, Rin's, and several others from the rising class cluster. Obito made a noise halfway between triumph and impending disaster. Yes. Rin read over Kakashi's shoulder and exhaled slowly. That's sooner than expected. Cheyenne tilted her head, which means someone either noticed competence or wants to measure the failure radius. Probably both, Kakashi said. The words came automatically. Too automatically. Because beneath the selection notice another folded slip had slid loose inside the tube and landed against his sandal. Plain paper. No official mark. Only a tiny call symbol inked in the corner. White Fang field notation. Tsukumo's old call mark. Kakashi's breath stalled. Minato saw the shift at once. What is it? Kakashi bent and picked up the second slip. The paper felt ordinary. Too ordinary for the pulse it drove through him. He unfolded it. 3 short lines in a hand, trying very hard not to be recognizable and failing anyway. They asked the wrong archive questions before your packet vanished. Do not answer the next invitation alone. North Training Ridge. 3rd lantern after moonrise. No signature. None needed. Tsukumo had sent it quietly enough that even the selection notice looked like cover. Kakashi looked up. Rin had read his face and gone alert. Obito noticed that and straightened. Minato did not ask again. He only held out his hand. This time Kakashi gave him the slip without hesitation. Minato read it once and his eyes hardened. Good, he said softly. Obito stared. How is that good? Minato handed the note to Rin, then answered while watching Kakashi. Because it means whoever moved the packet isn't the only one paying attention. The evening breeze shifted through the yard. Somewhere beyond the walls, the village carried on with dinner fires and market calls and all the ordinary sounds people made when history was sharpening itself somewhere else. Obito read the training notice again and muttered, Chunin track and secret meetings. Great. My life has become paperwork and conspiracies. Shine smiled faintly. You say that like it lowered the quality. Rin folded the secret note once more and handed it back to Kakashi. You heard your father, she said. Not alone. I know. This time he meant it without friction. The official selection notice crackled softly in his other hand. The missing report hung like a shadow behind every word spoken that afternoon. And ahead, somewhere on the north ridge under lantern light, Tsukumo was waiting with an answer or a warning or both. Step 2 ended there. Not with Raiga dead. Not with corruption exposed. But with Konoha's next gate opening early and the hidden war around paper, memory, and children stepping into it without masks. Chapter 41. The letter smelled like ink, dust, and pressure. Kakashi broke the academy seal at the breakfast table while steam still rose from the rice and miso between him and Tsukumo. Morning light lay pale across the floorboards. Outside, the village had only just begun to wake. A vendor's cart will squeaked in the lane. Somewhere a broom scratched stone. Ordinary sounds, offensive in their normality given what the letter carried. Preliminary Chunin selection orientation. Foreign observers present. Cross-village tactical examinations under wartime adjustment. Attendance mandatory. Tsukumo ate one bite of rice before asking, how bad? Kakashi handed the paper across without comment. Tsukumo read in silence, then gave the smallest breath through his nose. Sooner than expected. Yes. By design. Also yes. Kakashi watched the light on the edge of the bowl instead of the paper. In another life, Chunin tracks and promotions had always felt like ladders built over graves. Necessary. Dangerous. Full of adults pretending acceleration was merit instead of desperation. Now it felt worse. Because he knew the structure more clearly and still could not refuse it without narrowing his own future options. Tsukumo folded the letter once and set it beside the salt dish. You don't have to enjoy this to use it. That sounds like something you practice saying in a mirror. No. Tsukumo took another bite, chewed, swallowed. I learned it from older mistakes. The answer carried more weight than the room could comfortably hold. Kakashi looked at his father properly then. Alive. Present. Still capable of speaking about mistakes as lessons rather than tombstones. That alone made the coming selection different from memory. Tsukumo tapped the folded letter. The question isn't whether this will become political theater. It will. The question is whether you intend to enter it as a participant or a target. Kakashi almost said both. Instead, he said, participant. Tsukumo nodded once. Then we prepare for every audience, not just the examiners. The academy grounds had changed by noon. Temporary rails went up around the larger fields. Visiting banners from allied and rival villages snapped above the central avenue. Chunin-ranked instructors checked storage caches twice over while clerks pretended the whole affair was administrative rather than military theater with younger faces. Obito stood at the edge of the main practice ground and stared at the new stands like someone had built a festival in his honor. This, he announced, is finally a proper amount of attention. Rin looked over the candidate list pinned to the board. This is a proper amount of pressure. Guy bounced on his toes beside them with indecent enthusiasm. Pressure is merely the anvil upon which youth is forged. Gunma, passing by with a sunbon in his teeth and a messenger satchel over one shoulder, muttered, if you keep saying that loud enough, the anvil is going to file a complaint. Kakashi read the board. Konoha candidates. Visiting evaluators. Rotating problem sets. Multi-stage filtering. And beneath the obvious list, the less obvious lines. Observers from IWA. Observers from Kiri. A Fire Country noble liaison with authority over logistical commendations. Interesting. The Chunin track wasn't merely about promotion. It was a sorting room for future leverage. Obito leaned into his shoulder hard enough to be annoying on purpose. Don't make that face. Which face? The one where you start seeing conspiracies in grain patterns. Grain patterns are often conspiratorial. Rin snorted. Then her attention shifted to the lower edge of the list, where supplementary tactical assignments had been pinned in a second column. These aren't normal preliminaries. Kakashi followed her gaze. Not pure combat brackets. Supply red tests. Mixed team simulations. Public strategy boards. Civilian evacuation models. Wider than memory. Or perhaps simply clearer because now he knew how much war could be fought through paperwork, roads, and fear long before someone drew blood. The threads at the base of his neck stirred. Not danger. Scale. The exam had been expanded to identify not just fighters, but future officers, quartermasters, medics, and manipulators of information. Kajahana's kind of field, he thought without yet knowing the name. Minato arrived late enough to make them wait, and therefore think. He He stopped at the board, scanned it once, and said, "Good. You're all annoyed." Obito threw up his hands. "That isn't praise. No. It's proof you're reading instead of just imagining yourselves heroic." Minato folded his arms. "The exam begins before the whistle. You are already being observed for what you notice, what you ignore, and what offends you." Guy grinned. "Then my righteous spirit is already winning." Gunma, still walking, said, "Please lose more quietly." Minato's eyes settled on Kakashi. "What changed?" Kakashi pointed to the supplementary tactical column. "They're sorting for command traits and administrative elasticity, not only field capability." "Good." Minato nodded toward Rin. "You? Medical and evacuation models mean they expect civilian pressure variables." Obito. Obito squinted at the upper banner row. The IWA observers got the stand with the best view of the logistics board instead of the spar ring. Minato's smile sharpened. "Better." That was the beginning. The rest of the day turned into layered preparation. Field drills in front of unknown watchers, records reviews, route memorization, public etiquette sessions that made Obito look physically ill, and one quiet hour at dusk where Kakashi walked the academy perimeter alone to test whether his thread sense reacted differently to a space primed for examination. It did. Not with the hot direct pull of traps. With an airy pressure in the spaces where people would soon project intention hard enough to leave marks. The entry gates, the candidate board, the tactical map room, the narrow corridor behind the exam hall where officials would pause to gossip just out of student hearing and underestimate who could listen. The whole academy felt like a battlefield before soldiers entered it. When he returned toward evening, Cheyenne was waiting on the low wall outside the side archive, one boot up, a scroll case across her lap, and the expression of someone who had found a better puzzle than sleep. "You walk like you're trying to overhear the walls," she said. "Sometimes they deserve it." "Good. I brought you a gift." Kakashi stopped. Cheyenne held up a narrow strip of copied notation. "Recovered handling marks from old Chunin logistics exams. Most useless. One interesting." She hopped down from the wall and handed him the strip. Her fingers brushed his. Brief. Deliberate enough to notice. On the paper, tiny seal route annotations linked observer seating to candidate supply scoring. Not corruption exactly. Influence. "You looked at exam archives for me?" he asked. Cheyenne adjusted the scroll case strap on her shoulder. "No. I looked at exam archives because hidden administrative cruelty is a fascinating social art form. You happen to benefit." The answer should not have warmed anything. It did anyway. Kakashi folded the strip carefully. "Useful." Cheyenne's mouth curved. "You say nice things like they're classified." He had no good reply to that. That, more than the exam letter, was an irritation he carried into the night. Chapter 42. Cheyenne kissed him over a spread of stolen ledgers and bad tea. Not out of nowhere. That would have been simpler and therefore less in character for either of them. It happened in the Academy Auxiliary Archive 2 nights before the first selection trial, with 6 oil lamps burning low, dust crawling silver in their light, and 2 stacks of copied requisition logs turned into a barricade against interruption. The room smelled of old paper, sealing ink, and the aggressively mediocre tea Cheyenne insisted was good enough for conspiracy. Rin had gone to sleep 3 hours earlier after telling Kakashi not to stay up, doing whatever grim little creatures like you do when left near documents. Obito had attempted to remain, declared ledgers spiritually violent, and fled, which left Kakashi and Cheyenne at opposite ends of a narrow table, comparing route transfer numbers from the vanished Raiga packet against Chunin logistical seating records and older quartermaster traces Sakumo's network had quietly passed inward. Cheyenne's handwriting ran sharp and slanted. Kakashi's was more compact, almost rude in its efficiency. At some point, they had begun annotating each other's notes instead of their own. "Your arrows are hostile," Cheyenne said, circling one of his margin marks. "Your symbols are smug. They are elegant. They look like they expect applause." Cheyenne's eyes lifted over the paper. Copper charm catching lamp glow. Ink stain on the side of her thumb. "You flirt like a filing knife." The words hit the center of him harder than they should have. Kakashi looked back down at the ledger. "Cowardly. Immediate." Cheyenne laughed under her breath. "There," she said softly. That was the interesting reaction. He should have redirected. He should have said something clipped and safe and professional and mildly insulting in the way they had both come to enjoy too much. Instead, he heard himself ask, "Which reaction?" Cheyenne set down her brush. "Not dramatic. Just finished with pretending the room held only paper. The one where you act like every human feeling is an ambush but still lean toward it when you think no one sees." The archive around them went very quiet. Somewhere outside, a night insect rasped against the paper window frame and then fell still. Kakashi looked at the ledger entries until the ink blurred. This was not a battlefield sequence. Not a tactical proof. Not a jutsu he could refine by surviving its backlash. It was worse in the exact way honest things usually were, because there was no superior position except participation. I don't lean, he said finally. Shine's smile was slow and merciless. Liar. The answer held no judgment. That made it difficult to resist. Kakashi set his brush down. The table between them was narrow enough that if either leaned in now, it would happen. He understood that with the same clarity he used to read enemy fields. He also understood that the old instinct still wanted to protect future grief by starving the present first. That instinct had ruined enough. So he chose. Fine, he said. I lean. Cheyenne went still for one breath. Then she stood, stepped around the edge of the table, and braced one hand against the wood near his papers. Good, she said quietly. I dislike doing all the difficult work. Kakashi looked up at her. Close now. Lamp light on her cheekbone. The faint scent of ink and cedar smoke clinging to her sleeves. No fear in the way she occupied space. Only awareness and the deliberate choice not to retreat from it. Her voice dropped another fraction. If you want to stop me, say it clearly. There it was again. The same law his whole art kept trying to teach him in different forms. Choice named. Consent explicit. Shared sequence honest enough to hold. No, Kakashi said. It came out rougher than he intended. Shine's mouth moved. Not in triumph. Something softer. Then she kissed him. The first touch was brief enough to be mistaken if either wanted that. Neither did. Kakashi felt the whole world narrow to the exact warmth of her mouth, the dry whisper of paper under his palm when he steadied himself on the table, the way his own pulse jumped into a sequence no combat lesson had ever prepared him to name. When she drew back, it was only far enough to study his face. Still leaning, she observed. He should have said something clever. He didn't. So she kissed him again and spared them both the effort. The second time lasted long enough that his hand found the side of her wrist and stayed there, because anywhere else would have felt like too much too fast, and he still had some instincts left worth respecting. When they finally separated for real, the tea had gone cold. Cheyenne rested one hip against the table and looked entirely too pleased with herself. Now, she said, picking up her brush again, where were we before your emotional development interrupted procurement analysis? Kakashi stared at her. She glanced sideways. You can either answer the question or keep making that face. I enjoy both. He exhaled once through his nose. The route codes. Good. They went back to the ledgers because that was the sort of people they were. But the room had changed. Not into softness. Not into some absurd pretense that hidden quartermaster networks and blood on the border mattered less now. Into a new alignment. At one point their hands brushed over the same ledger edge and neither moved away. At another, Cheyenne read one line aloud and then paused to add, without looking up, if you disappear into self-sacrificial silence during the exam phase, I'll drag you back by the throat. Romantic. Practical. He found, to his ongoing irritation, that he liked the sound of it. Chapter 43 Tsukumo's old allies met in a noodle shop that pretended to close early and never did. The sign outside read Dawn Broth House in flaking paint. The windows steamed heavily enough to blur anyone inside into warm shapes. At this hour the street beyond the market lane had gone mostly quiet except for late foot traffic and the occasional clatter of shutters closing. Garlic, broth, and charred scallion scent rolled out every time the sliding door opened. Kakashi arrived first because he trusted his father and still intended to read every entrance line before any conversation began. Tsukumo arrived second, carrying no visible weapon except the one at his hip everyone expected. The third was an older woman in civilian dress with a merchant's satchel and a shinobi's shoulders. The fourth limped slightly on the left and ordered tea before he sat. The fifth wore an ugly travel hat on purpose and kept his right hand away from the table as if old injuries had taught him to negotiate pain before etiquette. None of them used real names. They didn't need to. Tsukumo sat across from Kakashi and rested both forearms on the table as bowls arrived. Eat first, he said. Then questions. Kakashi obeyed because the broth was hot enough to fog his lashes and because this room held too much tension already to waste any on reflexive defiance. The merchant-shouldered woman was first to speak once the initial silence had covered their arrival. White Fang says the archive disappearance touched old supply ghosts. Tsukumo nodded once. Enough to wake them. The limping man snorted into his tea. War quartermaster records always wake ugly. We told the old men that years ago. Kakashi looked from one face to another and understood with sudden clarity that these were not merely former comrades. They were the people who had once seen enough of the system from inside to know where it lied and had survived long enough to stop being useful to the lies. The woman set down her chopsticks. We have 3 things. She lifted one finger. Names of merchant houses that moved conductor varnish and insulated line through domestic channels. 2. Another finger. Evidence that some quartermaster reports were altered after missions involving civilian heavy sacrifice zones. 3. A final finger. A dead clerk in Fire Country who asked one question too many about decommissioned depots. Broth turned cold in Kakashi's mouth. Tsukumo didn't look at him, which meant he expected him to hear and hold before reacting. Good. Kakashi swallowed. Why wasn't this brought to the Hokage directly sooner? The man in the travel hat gave a harsh little laugh. Because direct is where concerns go to become sealed concerns. The limping one added. And because not all of us like the answer we might force if we pulled too hard. There it was. Complicity by hesitation. Cowardice mixed with prudence until neither stayed pure enough to name cleanly. Kakashi understood it. Hated it. Feared becoming fluent in it. The merchant woman slid a folded packet across the table. Younger people move differently. That changes some odds. Tsukumo stopped the packet with 2 fingers before it reached Kakashi fully. Not all at once, he said. Kakashi looked at him sharply. Why? Tsukumo met his gaze. Because having more proof than you can process turns into another kind of recklessness. His voice stayed even. And because if you're carrying every thread in your head during the selection exams, one person with the wrong questions can read too much from your face. Push back again. Rightly placed. Annoying enough that it must be trusted. Kakashi breathed once through his nose and asked, Then what am I allowed? The travel-hatted man barked a laugh. He hates that word. Good. Tsukumo ignored him. You're allowed 1 chain tonight, he said. Merchant houses, because they intersect current operations. The rest stays partitioned. Kakashi wanted to argue. He also knew exactly what overloading before a multi-village exam field would do to his expression control and sequence stability. Fine. The merchant woman nodded approval at the concession and opened the packet herself. Inside were copied ledgers, routing seals, and 3 discrete household marks tied to entirely respectable trade names in Konoha and 2 Fire Country towns. There. Not faceless corruption. Homes. Families. Account books. Warehouses. That made it worse and therefore more useful. As the conversation deepened, Kakashi listened more than he spoke. That too was deliberate. Every older operative at the table carried a different injury pattern in the way they discussed the same history. The woman wanted exposure through trade law. The limping man wanted targeted silent removals of the dirtiest quartermaster links. The travel-hatted one wanted to feed enough truth to enough rival ministries that the bureaucracy would shred itself chasing blame. Tsukumo wanted proof anchored to living witnesses before any public move. They did not agree. Good. Useful. Every supporting force here had its own goal. That made the map real. Halfway through the second pot of tea, Kakashi noticed one more pattern. Whenever Tsukumo disagreed, the table shifted toward him anyway. Not because rank said so. Because he kept framing actions around civilians first and personal revenge second. That was influence harder to counterfeit than fear. When the meeting ended, packets were split, burn slips counted, and routes staggered so no 2 people left in the same sequence. Tsukumo stepped into the alley with Kakashi last. Night air hit cool after the hot broth room. The sky over Konoha had gone black and starless with clouds holding rain somewhere distant. You're angry, Tsukumo said. Yes. At me? Partly. Kakashi looked at the packet in his sleeve. At all of you. Tsukumo accepted that without flinching. Good. You keep saying that. Because I prefer honest anger to false composure. He started walking. Kakashi matched him. You should be angry. Some of those people waited too long. Some were afraid. Some thought managing rot was the same as reducing harm. Kakashi said. And some were right enough to survive. Tsukumo's profile went still in the low light. Yes, he said. That is the part you'll need to learn without worshipping. The alley opened toward the main road. Lantern lights spilled over wet stones. Kakashi walked beside his father and held the single merchant chain he had been given, aware of how much more sat outside his reach and how dangerous that frustration could become if he fed it the wrong way. Control by omission, Shine had called his flaw. Tonight the world answered back with another face of the same thing. Protection by partition. Necessary, maybe. Still a knife. Chapter 44. The exam puzzle looked solvable until Kakashi noticed which information was missing. The first formal Chunin trial took place in the Academy Strategy Hall, a broad room of tiered desks, suspended route maps, and rotating wooden boards where instructors could change battlefield conditions by shifting marker tiles behind screens. Foreign observers sat in elevated galleries behind lattice panels. Their faces were dimmed by shadow. Their attention was not. Candidates entered in silence and took assigned stations. Obito landed in his seat with the suppressed energy of someone trying not to treat a tactical exam like a dual challenge. Rin read the room first, and only then sat. Guy grinned at the ceiling like he had personally requested more witnesses. Kakashi stood long enough to feel the air before taking his place. dry paper, lamp heat, ink, tension, and underneath it, intention layered in tears. The exam board at the front displayed a river crossing, 3 civilian clusters, 2 supply depots, 1 damaged bridge, and an enemy battalion approaching from the east under fog cover. Candidates were to produce a response plan in fixed time while new variables entered at intervals. Straightforward, on the surface. Too straightforward. Kakashi read the initial resource list. Bridge engineers. Limited med corps. Relay hawks. 1 sealing team. For local guides. He read it again. Then the civilian count. Then the map scale. No grain stores. No weather report. No mention of river depth variation across the marked width. Not oversight. Deliberate omission. The question wasn't, how do you defend the crossing? It was, what do you notice is absent before you commit the wrong defense? The first gong sounded. Brushes scratched all around the room. Candidates lunged for the obvious. Fortify bridge. Split supply. Evacuate nearest civilians. Contest eastern fog. Kakashi sat still for 3 breaths. Not to posture. To watch the pattern of impatience. From the gallery above, one of the observer silhouettes leaned subtly forward. Interest. Good. Kakashi wrote his first line. Refuse final plan submission until missing variables are declared or independently estimated. Halfway through the first interval, a proctor walked the aisles dropping supplementary slips at random stations. Obito got 1 and scowled at it. Rin got none. Kakashi received a slip that read, local rumor claims 1 civilian cluster collaborated with the enemy previously. He almost laughed. Bait. Not because the rumor was false necessarily, but because the exam wanted to see who would let moral contamination simplify logistics. Question held since paperwork became a battlefield. Could he outthink a structure by refusing the emotional shortcut it offered? Yes. He struck a line through the rumor with 1 clean stroke and wrote beneath it, no action based on unverified stigma, without food and casualty data. The second gong sounded. A new variable board flipped. Bridge sabotage discovered. River current stronger than expected. Of course. Candidates around him reacted visibly. 3 cursed. 1 tore up half a page. Guy laughed under his breath like someone being physically delighted by difficulty. Obito's pen stabbed the paper so hard it nearly split. Kakashi wrote faster. The damaged bridge had never been the point. The point was that everyone who built a plan around a single crossing was now trapped inside their own efficiency. The missing grain stores meant civilian movement would choke the South Bank whether or not the bridge held. The absent weather report meant fog conditions could not be trusted as static. The right answer was not a defense. It was a delay structure. 3-layer fallback. False bridge triage to draw enemy scouts. Sealing team on river ford markers, not main crossing. Local guides split to create multiple believable evacuation stories rather than 1 vulnerable route. He built it in short sequence blocks, the same way Minato had forced him to think on the rooftop and the mountain pass. The board became less a war game than a braid of decision beats. 1 candidate 2 rows over raised his hand and demanded clarification on the civilian collaboration rumor. The proctor said blandly, use your judgment. Bad answer. Useful answer. Kakashi did. At the final gong, brushes fell. Pages were collected. Only then did the room exhale. As candidates stood, a side panel in the gallery opened, and one of the foreign observers descended to the floor for direct review. IWA. Middle-aged. Broad-shouldered. Plain robes that did nothing to disguise military bearing. His face looked ordinary until he focused on something. Then it became a knife. He stopped at Kakashi's station. Picked up the page. Read in silence. When he spoke, his voice was almost conversational. You refused the rumor. Kakashi looked at him. It was operationally expensive without verified value. The man's mouth moved by half a degree. And politically naive. Then the politics were badly designed. The surrounding candidates all pretended not to listen and failed. The observer's eyes sharpened with that faint private interest dangerous men sometimes showed when they found a mind worth turning over. Name. Hatake Kakashi. Of course. The man set the page down with care. I am only an observer here. But if I were grading, I'd say you distrust given information more than is healthy. Kakashi's reply came clean. If the information wanted trust, it should have arrived whole. For the first time, the IWA observer smiled. Not kindly. Not cruelly either. Like someone marking the beginning of a game. Good, he said. Then we may yet enjoy the same war for different reasons. He moved on before Kakashi could answer. The gallery swallowed him again. Rin came to Kakashi's desk the moment dismissal was signaled. Who was that? Trouble, Obito said, arriving at the same time. I can tell because Kakashi used the voice. Which voice? The one that means he's either thinking too fast or insulting someone with no visible movement. Guy joined them with a beam of ridiculous pride. What a glorious test. The hidden absence was the true battlefield. Kakashi looked toward the dark lattice where the IWA observer had vanished. No name yet. Only the certainty that the exam had just introduced a future antagonist shape into the room without needing a sword drawn to do it. Chapter 45. The forest tried to make them traitors. The second trial opened at dawn under thick mist and old rain smell, with candidates split into provisional teams and dropped into a boundary-marked stretch of woodland laced with false maps, hidden supply caches, and one stated objective: reach the central signal tower with one intact route packet. Simple enough to say. The part they didn't announce was the real test. Every route packet was slightly wrong. Kakashi knew at the moment his provisional team unfolded the one they had been given. He had been grouped with Obito, Rin, a serious Konoha clan boy named Arita, and a sand-colored-haired Fire Country auxiliary candidate named Mei who looked at all of them like she expected disappointment and planned to survive it anyway. The packet showed 3 marked water sources. The forest smell said only 2 were real. One contour line bent wrong around a ravine. The time estimate to tower center assumed no civilian movement variables, which meant the map had been built to produce betrayal under pressure. Arita saw the first problem and immediately said, "We should split." Obito said, "That is the sentence stupid stories start with." Mei folded the map once, twice, and looked at Kakashi instead of Arita. "You already hate something about this." "Fair." Kakashi pointed to the false water source. "If we commit to the north route, we run dry by midday and blame whichever guide argued for it." Arata's jaw set. "Unless we move faster. Unless you're trying to make speed a moral category," Rin said. Mei's mouth twitched. The forest around them was too damp for comfort. Mist beaded on eyelashes. Ferns brushed cold against calves when they left the start marker clearing. Somewhere to the west a bell rang once from another team's trap or checkpoint. Birds had gone quieter than normal, which usually meant human movement had already spread too far through the undergrowth. Question held since the exam board. Could he keep a group from turning on itself when the whole structure was designed to make suspicion feel efficient? He made the choice early. "No splits," Kakashi said. "Not until the map proves one of us right through terrain instead of volume." Arata's head snapped toward him. "You're not team leader." "No," Kakashi said. "I'm the one noticing your route preference depends on the fake water source." Arita flushed. Mei laughed once, short and sharp. "Humiliation. Potential fracture. Plan." Kakashi crouched and pressed 2 fingers into the wet soil by a root cluster. The ground held runoff from the night rain and the faint sweet rot smell of decaying leaves. "Real spring lines leave different moss spread," he said without looking up. "If the north source existed, the bark on the second cedar line would show it." Rin moved first, checking the nearest trunk. "He's right." Obito brightened with immediate, partisan satisfaction. "Excellent. We are correct and still prettier than Arita." "That last part was unnecessary," Mei said. "No," Obito replied. "It was balance." Arata's ears went red. There it was. The structure of the test trying to crack them through ego before hunger or enemy contact ever entered. Kakashi stood. "We verify 2 more terrain tells before any final route." He looked directly at Arita. "You want to move fast. Good. Then move usefully." That could have gone wrong. Instead, Arita, caught between pride and the obviousness of being publicly corrected, chose the less bad road. "Fine," he muttered. "I'll take forward bark check." Mei lifted one shoulder. "I'll confirm runoff direction." Rin said, "I'll watch for false cache markers." Obito grinned. "And I heroically keep everyone from doing anything dumb." "You are the most probable source of dumb," Rin said. They moved. For the first half hour the test worked as intended on other teams around them. Twice they crossed signs of disputes gone physical, broken branch markers, hurried foot patterns splitting in opposite directions, one abandoned packet strip near a muddy slope where someone had either run or been pushed. The exam was turning impatience into attrition exactly the way it wanted. Kakashi listened to his team's breathing, to the statements they made as they found evidence, and to the tiny shifts in tension between them. Named intention. Same stabilizer as always. When Arita found the second cedar line dry and said, with visible reluctance, "North source false," the whole field around them eased by a degree. Truth spoken by the person it most inconvenienced had that effect. They reached the first supply cache marker near noon. A hollow stump marked with blue chalk on the inside rim. Trap or resource? Mei crouched and sniffed once. Too obvious. Obito squinted. "Can you smell obviousness?" "Yes. It smells like examiners." Kakashi almost smiled. He circled the stump instead of opening it, and found the giveaway half buried in pine needles. A thin tension wire running out from the back root into a cluster of dry leaves. Alarm. Not a blast. A reveal. Whoever opened the stump from the front would advertise their position to any nearby team. Again, the forest was trying to make them traitors through urgency. Kakashi looked at Obito. Loud but controlled. Obito grinned. My favorite category. He tossed a stone not at the stump, but at the wire anchor point. The line snapped. A bell hidden higher in the branches rang once in the wrong direction, pulling the reveal away from them. Rin opened the stump safely and found ration bars, one water skin, and a second folded map. She looked at it once and swore under her breath. Kakashi took the page. This map contradicted the first in only 3 places. Each contradiction corresponded to a decision that would invite majority pressure if handled by vote under fatigue. Brilliantly cruel. Arita looked sick. They want us accusing each other. Yes, Kakashi said. May exhaled through her nose. Then let's disappoint them. The line was so unexpected and so precisely right that all of them went still for half a beat. Then Obito barked a laugh. Good. I like her now. They reached the central tower at dusk with the packet intact, all 5 still together, and no betrayal to report except the one built into the exam itself. The proctor at the base took the route packet, counted the team, and looked genuinely surprised. No conflicts. Kakashi answered before anyone else could. Only curricular ones. The proctor's mouth tightened. Good. The forest had tried to make them suspicious of each other. Instead, it had taught them exactly what sort of mind was designing the larger exam structure. Somewhere behind the layers of boards, observers, and false maps, a strategist was building war out of omission and pressure. Kakashi stood in the evening mist at the tower base and understood that this exam was no mere promotion path. It was the first move in a regional game already being played against them. Chapter 46. The noble's son wore perfume to a field exam. Kakashi smelled it before he saw the man properly. Spiced cedar, expensive oil, and the kind of sweet powder meant to disguise sweat rather than effort. The scent drifted across the candidate's staging lane just after the second trial results were posted, and half the courtyard had erupted into relieved shouting, thinly disguised bitterness, or both. Obito, still bright from their intact tower finish, wrinkled his nose. Why does the air smell arrogant? Rin, scanning the next bracket board, said, because someone with money entered a military process and assumed those categories were synonyms. Cheyenne, leaning against the low wall with a copied result sheet in hand, looked up over the page and smiled slightly. I'm going to like this part. The man coming toward them was perhaps 18, too old to be in the standard candidate bracket, and therefore attached under a regional sponsor combat observation clause someone corrupt enough or frightened enough had revived for the exams. He wore lacquered wrist guards too polished for real field work and had the posture of someone taught since infancy that public space arranged itself around his confidence. 2 attendants shadowed him at a respectful distance. One carried a practice spear wrapped in silk. That alone was reason enough for mockery. The noble heir stopped just inside conversational range and looked first at Obito, then at Rin, then finally at Kakashi with the faintest sneer of delayed classification. Which one of you is Hatake? Obito grinned. Depends. Are you delivering praise or humiliation? The heir's nostrils flared. I asked a question. Then ask a better one, Kakashi said. Cheyenne lowered her result sheet very slowly. The attendant stiffened. The heir's smile returned, but it had gone thin and unpleasant around the edges. You must be him, the one who enjoys embarrassing superiors. No. Kakashi looked him up and down once. I enjoy competence. Embarrassment is sometimes a side effect. Obito actually choked on his own laugh. Rin closed her eyes for one short beat, probably in prayer for civilization. The heir's ears reddened. There it was. The easy type. Not dangerous because of strategic depth. Dangerous because institutions often bend around their fragility out of convenience. My family finances 3 district fortifications, the heir said. Men like you rise because houses like mine keep walls standing. Kakashi glanced toward the exam railings where actual fortification engineers were resetting field barriers with blistered hands and no perfumes at all. Then your family should send them more money and you less lacquer. One attendant made a strangled sound that might have been a swallowed laugh. The other stared straight ahead with professional terror. Humiliation landed, which meant retaliation would not be verbal for long. Plan. The heir stepped closer. A peasant genius is still a peasant. Don't confuse provisional applause for standing. Obito moved first, shoulders already squaring. Kakashi caught his sleeve without looking. No, he said softly. Not because Obito was wrong. Because the noble wanted public disorder more than dignity. Kakashi shifted his attention to the heir's right cuff instead. Ink fleck. Not from study. From fresh handling of marked paper. Interesting. Before he could press that line, a candidate from one of the auxiliary brackets came sprinting around the staging corner, clutching his jaw and yelling, He hit me. The whole lane turned. Perfect timing. Too perfect. The auxiliary candidate skidded to a stop, pointed at Obito, and repeated louder. That Uchiha hit me outside the tower route. He stole my packet and hit me when I called him out. Obito froze. Then his face transformed from confusion to incandescent offense. What? The noble heir stepped back with a smooth expression of practiced regret. How disappointing. There. He had expected this. Kakashi looked at the runner's jaw. Red mark on the left side. Wrong angle for Obito's dominant hand unless thrown from behind or while turning. Also too clean for a fresh punch in this crowded lane. There would have been more swelling already. The auxiliary candidate kept pointing. He threatened me. Candidates and proctors converged in a growing circle. Good. Witnesses. Kakashi let the noble heir enjoy one full breath of thinking the story had landed. Then he stepped sideways so he could address the accusing candidate without raising his voice. Which packet? The man blinked. What? You said he stole your packet. Kakashi's tone stayed flat. Which route seal color? The candidate hesitated. Not long. Long enough. Blue. Wrong. Auxiliary tower packets in that bracket had been yellow-striped after the prior afternoon reshuffle. Anyone who had actually lost one would know because the proctors had shouted about the confusion for half an hour. Kakashi turned to the nearest exam proctor. Check his packet issue record. The proctor frowned. This isn't your hearing. Then run it correctly. The noble heir's expression sharpened by a hair. Good. Kakashi continued before anyone else could muddy the line. Also check his jaw after someone confirms whether he is left or right-handed. The accuser's face changed. Rin saw it too. The bruise is staged for a right-hand assault from the front, she said at once. If Uchiha struck him during a confrontation, his footing and shoulder rotation would have changed the angle. Obito, who had gone from furious to delightedly murderous in the span of a breath, pointed at his own face. Also, I hit harder than that, Cheyenne said mildly. A convincing legal argument at last. The proctor signaled two assistants. One ran for the packet log. The other seized the accuser's wrist and checked the issue band. The man tried to pull away. Too late. Yellow, the assistant said. Silence dropped into the lane. The noble heir's attendants looked at anything except their employer. The accuser swallowed. I misspoke. No, Kakashi said. You were paid. The line landed so plainly, it could not be dodged without effort. The noble heir's posture hardened. Careful, he said. No. Kakashi looked directly at him. You chose an accuser who didn't know the updated route colors. Next time bribe someone who pays attention under panic. The crowd's murmur changed texture. Not gossip. Understanding. The noble heir had been publicly measured and found lazy. The auxiliary candidate cracked first. He said it was only enough to get the Uchiha delayed. The man blurted, sweat breaking at his hairline. He said the proctors wouldn't care after the first report if I had a bruise. The noble heir moved. Not to flee. To strike him silent. Kakashi stepped in. He caught the noble's lacquered wrist guard, twisted just enough to ruin balance, and drove the man face first into the staging rail without enough force to maim. Only enough to make the impact ring ugly in public. The attendants lunged. Cheyenne slapped a paper tag onto the ground at their feet. Black ink flared red. Both froze on instinct as the tag hissed, thinking explosion. It wasn't. Just enough seal pressure to make movement look stupider than stillness. Rin stepped between the fallen heir and the auxiliary liar with crossed arms, and a healer's patience sharpened into threat. The proctors finally remembered their jobs. Enough, one barked. Stand down. Obito folded his arms with obscene satisfaction. This is the best exam day ever. Kakashi released the noble heir and stepped back before the man could claim assault as his own rescue line. Blood shone at the heir's lip where the rail had kissed it. Humiliation complete. Public. Earned. The proctor looked from the trembling auxiliary candidate to the noble heir to the crowd and made the only viable call left. Sponsor observation privileges suspended pending review. Auxiliary witness held for false accusation and bribery statement. The heir glared up at Kakashi from one knee. You think this matters? It already does, Kakashi said. The answer wasn't grand. It didn't need to be. By the time the attendants hauled their master upright and dragged him out of the lane, everyone present had learned the same useful lesson. Embarrassing Kakashi in public required more than money and a bruise. Chapter 47 Kajahana introduced himself by correcting an exam problem no one had asked him to touch. The strategy hall had been rearranged for the regional review session. No tests this time. Only candidate observation and commentary from foreign tactical delegates under the pretense of academic exchange. Liar's furniture, Kakashi thought the moment he entered. The room smelled of dry reed mats, lamp oil, and polished wood. A large route board dominated the front wall, layered with removable river and supply markers. Chunin candidates sat in 3 rising rows while delegates from Fire, IWA, and allied minor territories occupied the side benches. The broad-shouldered IWA observer from the earlier board test stood at the route display now, one hand resting lightly on the frame. No ordinary observer then. He wore plain robes again. No clan insignia. No obvious rank markers. The ordinary face remained ordinary until he began moving pieces. Then every line in him sharpened. The Konoha response plan used in the prior crossing exercise, he said, voice carrying easily without needing force, assumes that civilians move as instructed once a route proves rational. He lifted a supply marker and placed it 2 squares south. That is a military fantasy. Murmurs moved through the hall. Kakashi watched his hands. No wasted motions. No flourish. Just the confidence of someone used to terrain, logistics, and human desperation all being part of the same sentence. The delegate continued. If grain stores are 3 days low and one settlement believes the other received warning first, your evacuation routes become political weapons before any enemy arrives. He moved a second marker, then a civilian cluster tile. The route board's whole shape changed. Candidates who had solved the earlier problem one way shifted in their seats. A few looked angry. A few looked defensive. Kakashi felt something colder than irritation slide down his spine. This man wasn't merely commenting. He was demonstrating exactly the kind of warfare Raiga's support web implied. Food, timing, fear, route trust. The face of a strategist who killed through infrastructure first and bodies second. The man turned at last. I am attached to the Iwagakure Logistical Modernization Bureau, he said. You may call me Kajahana. Not a lie, probably. Not a full truth either. Kitsuchi no Kajahana, Kakashi thought, though the room had not yet been given a first name. There you are. Kajahana's gaze crossed the candidate rows and stopped, just briefly, on Kakashi before moving on again as if such notice meant nothing. It meant enough. For the next exercise, Kajahana said, I will be interested not in whether you can protect a bridge, but in whether you understand when the bridge has ceased to be the real target. He stepped aside. The proctor invited candidate questions. Most asked the wrong ones. Clarifications about troop count, whether local clan loyalties could be assumed, if a grain panic was probable or hypothetical. Kakashi waited. Kajahana answered each with maddening precision, giving enough shape to guide thinking and never enough to anchor certainty. He was teaching through omission, testing through discomfort. Cheyenne, sitting behind the candidates under seal office observation rights, and therefore gleefully outside protocol, leaned forward just enough for Kakashi to hear her murmur from the row back. You look offended. Is it attraction or hatred? Professional concern. Same family. The last candidate question died away. Kakashi raised his hand. Kajahana's eyes returned to him immediately. Yes. Hatake, isn't it? Not a question. You said the bridge may cease to be the real target, Kakashi said. In your model, what replaced it first? Supply confidence or inter-civilian trust? The room stilled. Because that was not a student's question. That was a command level one. Kajahana's expression did not change. Which answer do you think is less survivable? He asked. Bad answer for most rooms. Useful answer here. Kakashi said, supply confidence breaks faster. Inter-civilian trust poisons longer. Kajahana inclined his head the smallest degree. Good. Then remember that armies often lose to whichever one they notice second. There. Acknowledgement. Not praise. Something worse and more valuable. Recognition between minds that could see the same dirty architecture from opposite sides of a border. Obito shifted in his seat like a dog hearing thunder and not liking what it meant. Rin's fingers tightened once on her notes. Minato, from the instructor wall, had gone very still. The exercise that followed was no longer merely educational. Kajahana turned the route board into a living trap. Every time a candidate fortified one line, he changed food distribution. Every time someone proposed forced civilian movement, he introduced rumor. Every time a plan relied on a single honest message chain, he showed what happened when one runner arrived late and another arrived first with half-truths. Some candidates drowned in it. One from the sand auxiliary line snapped and accused the board of being designed to make success impossible. Kajahana replied, no, merely expensive. By the time the hall dismissed for supper, Kakashi understood that Arc 3 had found its true antagonist. Raiga had been the blade. Kajahana was the hand on grain, route, and story. More dangerous, because raw power at least admitted its shape. Chapter 48 Rin found the poison because she hated how neat the ration stack looked. The evening cash inspection should have been routine. After Kajahana's review session, candidates were assigned rotating support tasks under supervision, water checks, route marker resets, and supply integrity confirmation for the next day's field problems. It was busy work in the way military institutions loved best. which meant it was either harmless or the most dangerous thing on the schedule. Kakashi assumed the second. The supply yard behind the strategy hall held 3 open-sided sheds, each stacked with waxed food packs, water barrels, and tagged med bundles under canvas awnings. Lanterns hung low enough to cast warm pools over the tables while leaving the corners dim. The smell was rice paper, old rope, and dried mushrooms. Rin stood over one ration crate with her head slightly tilted. "This row is wrong," she said. Obito, lugging a water barrel hook over one shoulder, looked around theatrically. "The entire world is wrong. Not usefully wrong." Rin picked up a ration bar packet and turned it under the lantern. "The binding wax on these 5 is newer than the crate tag." Kakashi crossed the shed in 3 strides. There. She was right. The wax sheen differed by only a little, but once seen it was obvious. Someone had opened and resealed part of the row after official packing. Cheyenne, who had once again inserted herself into their work under the excuse that seal tags on ration boxes counted as her jurisdiction, set down a bundle and came over. "That's ugly," she said. "Open one." Rin looked at Kakashi. He nodded. She slit the wax cleanly with a scalpel. Inside the ration bar looked normal. Dried grain, pressed fruit, dense travel nutrition. Rin broke it in half and held the cross-section near the lantern. The center grain shimmered faintly green. Obito's whole expression changed. "That's not food." Rin touched the tiniest smear to a test paper strip from her kit. The strip browned, then blackened. "Slow gut irritant," she said, voice going flat in the way it did when anger and professional focus became the same thing. "Not enough to kill fast. Enough to weaken, cramp, and make field teams blame bad water or nerves. Exactly Kajahana's sort of cruelty. Not dramatic enough for alarms. Efficient enough to rewrite outcomes." Kakashi looked at the crate tags, then at the shed lane, then at the supervisor desk beyond. This was larger than one sabotage line, because whoever placed the poison expected it to survive ordinary checks. Rin was already moving down the next row. These 2 crates came from the same lot. Cheyenne checked the seals, and these lot tags were restamped. Sloppily. Whoever did it counted on fatigue, not ignorance. Obito set down the barrel hook and clenched both fists. "Can I hit Kajahana now, or do we need another form first?" Kakashi answered without humor. "First we prove it in a way nobody can fold neatly." He pulled the nearest clerk slate from the wall and started writing times, lot marks, supervisor rotations, and which crates had been opened in whose presence. Once again paper became a battlefield because anything else would die too easily inside administrative denial. The yard supervisor arrived halfway through the process looking irritated at the interruption. Then he saw the blackened test strip. The irritation disappeared so quickly it became suspicious. "Where did that come from?" "Your storage row," Rin said. "Impossible." Cheyenne smiled without warmth. "A useful word if your goal is sounding involved while contributing nothing." The supervisor stiffened. "Watch your tone." Obito stepped half forward. Kakashi stopped him with one finger against the sleeve and asked the supervisor the question that mattered instead. Who had access after official sealing? The man hesitated. Not because he didn't know. Because the answer implicated chains above his comfort. "Supplementary logistic reviewers," he said at last. "Foreign and domestic both. Observation rights included, Kajahana, then. Or someone using the corridor he had normalized." Rin held up another opened ration half and said, "Call every team leader to the yard. Now. Nobody eats from lot 7 through 9 until I clear them." The supervisor looked at her as if reconsidering the hierarchy of the room. "I'm not under medical command." Rin's eyes flashed. "Then be under survival." He moved. "Good." Within minutes the yard filled with candidates, instructors, and angry quartermasters. Ration stacks were opened under lanterns. More poison bars surfaced. Not many. Enough. Selective sabotage. Designed to create inconsistent weakness and therefore mistrust. Kakashi stood in the middle of it, copying marks as fast as he could while the whole exam machine shuddered around the discovery. Kajahana had moved from theory into their stomachs. That made the game simpler. Now he could be fought in public as well as in inference. Chapter 49 Minato found Kakashi on the roof because the boy always went upward when anger needed shape. Night had settled hot over Konoha. The last of the supply yard uproar had faded into distant voices and the periodic slam of storage doors as quartermasters rechecked every crate in the district like men trying to hammer trust back into wood. The academy roof still held warmth from the day. Crickets rasped in the grass beyond the walls. A lantern glowed low at the far eave where someone had forgotten to snuff it. Kakashi sat with one knee up and the poisoned lot numbers spread across a board beside him. Not because he needed the air, because he needed distance before he chose the wrong kind of action. Minato landed lightly beside the ridge beam. Hands in sleeves, no wasted noise. You want to expose Kajahana tomorrow, he said. Not a question. Kakashi kept his gaze on the copied lot line. Yes. How? Supply trace, observer access records, poison caches, and the review session where he laid out the exact operating logic. Minato was quiet for a moment. Then, that is evidence of method, not ownership. Kakashi knew. He hated that he knew. Then we push the chain until someone above him flinches. And if the someone above him is a Fire Country official tied to exam funding, Minato settled onto the beam opposite him, or a village liaison whose public exposure collapses the entire selection process in front of foreign delegations. Kakashi looked up sharply. So we let him keep poisoning candidates? No. Minato's tone cut the night cleanly. We stop the immediate harm. Then we decide whether exposing the architecture now destroys more than it saves. There it was. The exact compromise line Kakashi hated most, because it was where every decent adult started to resemble the machinery he distrusted. He stood too fast. The roof tile shifted under one sandal. Minato did not move. Say it, he said. Kakashi's voice came colder than he intended. This is how people disappear into procedure. A child gets poisoned. A courier dies. A report vanishes. Everyone says timing matters, and the right moment keeps moving farther away from the body. Silence held after. Only the crickets. Only the warm dark. Only the lantern humming faintly at the far edge. Minato let the words sit instead of stepping around them. Good. Necessary. Finally he said, Do you know why I asked you to speak fully when your extra perception changed a team choice? Because secrecy rots trust. Yes. Minato looked out over the sleeping academy grounds. And because if you know more than everyone else, every decision starts to feel morally pure from your own height. Kakashi said nothing. Because again, he knew. Minato continued. I am not asking you to spare Kajahana. I'm asking whether exposing him tomorrow gives us the best chance to remove his network or just the satisfaction of naming him before he can be fully pinned. That was the harder question. The more humiliating one, because it forced Kakashi to separate justice from emotional immediacy when he was angry enough to call both the same thing. He looked down at the lot numbers, at the copied access marks, at the thin chain not yet closed. If he detonated the accusation tomorrow and Kajahana slipped free under diplomatic smoke, the man would learn exactly which lines Kakashi could see and would adapt. If he waited too long, more poison would find more mouths. Between those truths sat strategy. Minato saw the shift before Kakashi answered. We strip his current lane first, Kakashi said slowly. Publicly. Supplies, access, and candidate safety. But not the full claim that he owns the wider logistics sabotage web. Minato's eyes stayed on him. Why? Because if we accuse the network without final chain proof, the hearing becomes about diplomatic overreach. If we force immediate safety corrections first, his methods get less room, and he has to move under pressure. Minato nodded once. Good. Kakashi exhaled. Not relief. More like the release that followed choosing a knife carefully instead of swinging the whole rack. I still hate it. You should. Minato's mouth curved faintly. Righteous disgust is useful. It only becomes dangerous when it confuses itself with complete planning. Kakashi almost smiled. Almost. Then Minato did something worse than advice. He trusted him further. Tomorrow's tournament board includes your bracket with Hayato Nara from the Western Tactical Corps School. Minato tapped the copied lot line with 2 fingers. Win cleanly. Make the correction to the supply lane impossible to ignore. Let the audience see competence and danger together. That's how you buy room for the next move. Kakashi looked at him. You already knew the pairing. I make it my business to know what fields my people enter. People, not assets, not tools, not prodigies. The words softened something jagged enough in Kakashi that the rest of the anger became easier to place where it belonged. Fine, he said. Good. Minato stood. Before stepping off the beam, he added, and for what it's worth, if we don't close the chain soon, I will help you burn louder. That earned the smallest real laugh of the night. Minato left him the lantern and the warm roof and the numbers. Kakashi remained there until the last anger turned into plan. Chapter 50 Hayato Nara smiled the way some people sharpen knives. The tournament ring had been built in the Academy Central Court overnight, a raised square of packed earth bordered by dark railings, and watched from all sides by candidates, instructors, delegates, and those political parasites who floated to any place where talent and narrative might soon become marketable assets. Afternoon heat sat heavy over the courtyard. Dust stuck to sweat. Vendors outside the walls had begun selling skewers to spectators who pretended this was culture instead of military selection. Hayato stepped into the ring with loose shoulders, gray eyes, and the kind of economy Kakashi distrusted immediately. Not because Naracom was unusual, because this one looked too entertained by the possibility of other people's mistakes. Obito leaned over the railing behind Kakashi as final announcements were read. I don't like his face. Rin, arms folded carefully to spare her shoulder, said, that means he probably thinks before moving. Cheyenne, from the outer observer lane, added, so unlike this team in its natural habitat. Kakashi stepped into the ring and let the noise narrow. Hayato bowed with precise courtesy. Hatake, I've been wanting to see if the stories exaggerate. Which stories? The ones where you make other people's plans feel insulting after the fact. Kakashi looked at him. Then try to be less insultable. Hayato's smile flickered brighter. The proctor dropped a hand. Begin. Hayato moved first, which meant he wanted information more than dominance. A single shuriken flicked low, not aimed to wound. A question asked in steel. Kakashi answered with less than Hayato hoped for, shifting just enough to let the weapon pass and bury itself in the ring edge post. Hayato followed with shadow line hand signs hidden under the motion of closing distance. Troublesome. The man's first real objective was foot placement, not strike impact. He wanted Kakashi standing where the afternoon angle made shadow extension easiest. Kakashi saw it on the second beat and altered his center line a half step before the trap finished shaping. Hayato's eyebrows lifted. Good. Then the real match began. Hayato fought like a strategist who disliked being forced to show it physically. Every kick carried a secondary line. Every feint had a map under it. He kept trying to herd Kakashi toward portions of the ring where rail shadows and spectator shade cut clean angles across the earth. Kakashi refused him the field in smaller and smaller ways. Not through speed alone. Through sequence. Free beat exchanges. Tiny force corrections. One shoulder turned stolen from an opening. One landing rhythm delayed by a fraction, so Hayato's shadow touch arrived on empty dirt instead of an ankle. The crowd felt the intelligence of it before they understood it. Noise rose, then dipped, then rose again in the rhythm of people watching a fight where raw force refused to explain the outcome. Hayato caught it too. You keep changing my timing, he said during a brief lockup, voice low enough that only Kakashi heard over the crowd. Poorly protected timing should change. Hayato's smile went knife-thin. Interesting. He withdrew faster than expected and bit his thumb. Shadow possession. The jutsu shot low along the ring floor, not broad and obvious, but split by the churned dust into three thin paths. Pulse Forger could strike a hostile cast mid-sequence now. Question held since the gorge. Could he do it against a controlled clan technique under public scrutiny without overexposing the art? He had to. Not because Hayato was unbeatable. Because the entire courtyard was watching for what kind of candidate Kakashi truly was after the poison discovery and the noble's humiliation. A clean victory here would buy the moral room Minato wanted. Kakashi waited one heartbeat longer than instinct preferred. Then he stepped into the split paths instead of away. The crowd gasped. Foolish, if done honestly. Not foolish at all if one understood where the split would reconverge. Hayato did. Too late. Kakashi struck the reconvergence point with a chakra-loaded heel not to break the shadow, but to advance its central pulse by half a beat. The three lines snapped together early and overshot the timing of Hayato's hand seal lock. The whole shadow jutsu staggered. Visible this time. Air over the ring rippled like heat over stone. Dust lifted in a shallow circular wave. The shadow line kinked in broad daylight and missed Kakashi's feet by the width of 2 fingers. Every observer in the stands leaned forward at once. Hayato's composure cracked. Not panic. Admiration sharpened by irritation. What was that? A bad landing for you. Hayato laughed once, breathless. Fine. He abandoned the safer game and came in hard. Good. Anger made him simpler. Kakashi met him in close. Forearm strike. Hip pivot. Elbow feint high. He let the sequence walker logic run through the exchange while Pulse Forger touched only the tiniest unstable places in Hayato's follow-through. Not enough to expose the whole art. Enough to make Hayato feel like the ring itself had stopped agreeing with him. 3 exchanges later, Hayato committed to a desperate low sweep into shadow bind. Kakashi had been holding that question since the match began. Can I end this without spectacle? Answer, no. Not if the right ending also needed witnesses. He forged the sweep beat late, used the delay to step onto Hayato's planted thigh instead of away from it, and came down over the Nara candidate's guard with a blunt kunai edge at the throat and his weight pinning both shoulders into the dust. The impact boomed through the packed earth. Dust burst out in a ring. For one suspended breath, the whole courtyard went silent. Then the stands erupted. Hayato stared up at him, blinking dust out of one eye. That, he said hoarsely, was rude. Kakashi looked down. You tried to steal my shadow. Hayato barked a laugh despite the loss. Fair. The proctor called it. Kakashi rose and stepped back. Hayato accepted the offered hand this time. then leaned in just enough to murmur before the crowd noise swallowed them both. The IWA delegate watched every shift of that ending. Kakashi's gaze flicked once toward the observer gallery. Kajahana stood there, plain-faced and still, attention fixed not on the dust or the crowd, but on the exact place in the ring where Hayato's shadow sequence had bent wrong. Interest confirmed. Good. Dangerous. Outside the ring, the supply correction orders were already being nailed publicly to the notice wall under emergency review authority. Minato had moved the political lane while Kakashi won the visible one. Competence and danger together, just as promised. Obito met him at the rail with a grin so wide, it was almost painful to look at. You made the air itself disrespect him. Rin pressed a water skin into his hand. Pulse cost. Sharp. Manageable. Shine, from one step behind them, said, "You say manageable the way normal people say bleeding." Kakashi took the water and looked once more toward the gallery. Kajahana had already gone. Of course he had. Arc 3's real war would not be decided in the ring. But the ring had announced that Kakashi could no longer be read as merely an early genius reacting to danger. He had become something more strategically inconvenient. And somewhere beyond the courtyard, Kajahana was almost certainly planning around that now. Chapter 51. Obito won because he finally stopped trying to look like victory before he earned it. The quarterfinal bracket crowd was louder than the previous day by half, which in Konoha terms meant the academy walls shook with every decisive hit, and vendors outside the gate were already bragging that they sold skewers to future legends. Afternoon heat pressed down over the ring until the air above the packed earth wavered. Dust clung to damp skin. Spectators snapped paper fans open and shut like nervous birds. Obito's opponent was a Kumo exchange candidate named Daisuke, all braided hair, hard calves, and the lazy confidence of someone who had flattened his way through 3 preliminaries without ever once being forced to think in public. He carried a weighted chain blade and wore amusement like another weapon. "This one will hurt him if he tries to impress it," Gunma muttered from the rail with a sunbon tucked at the corner of his mouth. Kakashi said nothing. He was watching Obito instead. No swagger today. No broad grin for the crowd. Still restless. Still bright. Still himself. But his hands were loose, his breathing set, and every time the noise surged he looked not at the stands but at the line of the ring. Good. The proctor dropped his hand. Daisuke opened with the obvious trap, a low chain sweep meant to test whether Obito would leap dramatically and hand over the next 3 beats for free. Old Obito would have. This Obito checked the first sweep with a short backward slide, let the chain hiss across the dirt in front of his toes, and did nothing else. The crowd murmured. Daisuke's eyebrows rose. Obito smiled then, but only with one corner of his mouth. "You don't get applause for existing." Daisuke laughed and came in harder. Good speed. Better reach. Excellent recovery discipline. He drove the chain in looping arcs, using the weight to control space and force Obito either inward on bad footing or outward into the ring shadow line, where a follow-up lightning kick would own the exchange. Obito gave him neither. He yielded ground in ugly short steps, exactly the way Kakashi had drilled him to. Hands up not to strike, but to read. One exchange. Nothing. Second exchange. Still nothing. Third, Daisuke snapped the chain high and turned his left shoulder a fraction too early. There. Obito saw it. He ducked under the weighted line not with a flashy dive, but with one brutal, efficient drop step, let the chain skim over his goggles, and drove a palm heel into Daisuke's hip before the Kumo candidate's kick could align. No huge damage. Perfect disruption. Daisuke's kick landed without his center. He stumbled. Obito was already gone from the obvious follow-up line. He circled behind with a clone burst not to overwhelm, but to make Daisuke choose which body to punish. The Kumo candidate hit the wrong one. Smoke burst in his face. Obito's real body cut low from the blind side and hammered a shoulder into the back of Daisuke's knee. The crowd erupted. Rin grabbed the rail so hard her knuckles went pale. He waited. Kakashi's mouth moved by half a degree. Yes. Daisuke hit one hand to the dirt and recovered astonishingly fast, spinning the chain backward toward Obito's ribs. This was where raw advantage should have reasserted itself. Instead, Obito laughed. Not because he was winning, because he recognized the shape. "You're angry now," he said. Daisuke snarled. That alone proved the point. The rest of the match became a lesson in converted humiliation. Every time Daisuke pressed harder to restore his status cleanly, Obito gave him just enough opening to recommit the same emotional mistake. By the 4th trap, the Kumo fighter was no longer dictating pace. He was chasing the version of the match where he looked untouchable. Obito fed that hunger like dry wood to a fire. One false retreat toward the left post. One clone flicker at shoulder height. One apparently desperate leap over the chain line. Daisuke committed to the punish. Too soon. Obito let the chain wrap his forearm guard, pivoted with the pull instead of against it, and used Daisuke's own retrieve motion to sling himself inside the Kumo candidate's stance. Forehead to nose, elbow to collarbone, heel hook behind the trapped lead leg. Daisuke went down hard. Obito followed him to the dirt with a kunai edge at the throat and his chest heaving so fast he looked almost shocked by the silence that came right before the proctor called it. Then the ring exploded into noise. Obito stood and tore the goggles off his face just long enough to rake sweat-damp hair back. He looked toward the rail automatically. Not for the crowd. For them. Kakashi lifted 2 fingers once in the exact approving signal Obito had been pretending not to want since the day Juza dismantled him under the pines. Obito's grin this time was helpless, huge, and earned. When he reached the rail, he pointed at Kakashi and said, too loudly, "You are not allowed to say I told you so because I improved beautifully on my own." Kakashi said, "You improved loudly with supervision." Obito clutched at his heart. Murder. Public murder. Rin hugged him before he could perform a more elaborate death scene. That startled him enough to shut him up for a full breath. Good. He needed that silence more than the victory howl. Kakashi watched Obito's face over Rin's shoulder and felt the old terror move under his ribs in a new shape. Stronger now, he thought. Safer today. More valuable tomorrow. That was the hard truth of changing the future. Saving people did not make attachment easier. It made it more expensive to lose them later. Chapter 52 Rin's recognition arrived quietly, which made it cut deeper through the room. The medical evaluation stage took place in a wide lecture chamber that had been cleared of desks and reset as a triage theater. 3 long tables held staged casualty scenarios with false blood packs, toxin simulants, pulse seal dummies, and 1 actual injured border scout under controlled supervision, because Konoha had long ago decided realism was more educational than comfort. Rin moved into the room and became something else. Not gentler, sharper. The air there smelled of alcohol wash, blood iron, linen, and the medicinal bitterness of dried herbs hanging from the rear racks. Candidates from several villages stood around the tables trying to look calm, while proctors explained rotations and timed intervention windows. Most of them watched the injuries first. Rin watched hands. Who reached too soon? Who froze? Which assistant glanced toward authority before toward the patient? Kakashi stood outside the marked participant line with Obito and Cheyenne, because this phase belonged more to medics than fighters, but even from there he could see the shift happen the moment the first scenario gong sounded. A simulated cart blast. 1 real scout with thigh trauma. 1 dummy airway obstruction. 1 false poison child. Candidates swarmed the dramatic elements first. Rin did not. She walked straight to the scout, checked skin temperature with the back of her fingers, smelled the blood, and cut the belt line on the man's gear before 2 older candidates had even finished arguing about poison protocol on the fake child. The scout hissed through his teeth. Cold hands. Rin tied a pressure band and said, "You can complain after circulation." Kakashi almost smiled. Shine did. "See?" she murmured. "This is why medics should govern provinces." Obito squinted toward the floor markings. "I don't know what she's doing, and it's still impressive." Rin shifted table assignments twice without waiting for permission when she realized the designated supply runner had frozen under blood smell. Instead of humiliating him, she shoved gauze into his hands and barked, "Compression count to my voice. If you vomit, turn your head away from the wound first." The candidate obeyed. Useful. The proctor at first looked ready to object, then stopped. Because the bleeding slowed, the airway dummy got cleared by a second candidate she had redirected with 1 sentence, and the poison child scenario revealed itself as exactly what Rin suspected, a distractor designed to test whether anyone would abandon the salvageable casualty for the emotionally louder case. At the final whistle, the room did not cheer. It breathed. A different sort of victory. The chief medical evaluator, an old woman with a voice like split bamboo and no patience left for theatricality, walked the length of the tables in silence before stopping in front of Rin. Rin stood with blood on her sleeves up to the elbow, and hair half escaped from its tie. The evaluator looked at the pressure band. The repurposed runner. The corrected supply line. The scout, alive and glaring because survival often wore irritation better than gratitude. "Who taught you to steal authority before it becomes a body count?" the evaluator asked. Rin blinked. Then, without looking away, said, "People who kept forcing me to explain my reasoning." Kakashi felt the answer hit him in the chest like a thrown stone. The evaluator snorted. "Good. Keep those people." She turned to the proctors. "Mark Noera for advanced trauma logistics and field command compatibility." The room shifted around the words. Recognition. Not as support. Not as afterthought. As center. Rin bowed because form still mattered even when the whole room had already changed its judgment. When she straightened, she looked almost uncomfortable with the attention. That, more than the praise, made Kakashi's throat tighten. Because he remembered too clearly a world where Rin was always described by what others felt around her rather than by the force of her own skill. Not here. Not now. The evaluation ended in scattered clusters of tired argument and embarrassed self-review. Candidates drifted toward wash basins and noteboards. The real scout finally allowed himself to be carried properly to follow-up care. Rin came out to the corridor, wiping blood from her forearms with a rough towel. The late afternoon sun through the narrow windows lit the steam rising from the wash bucket behind her. Obito hit her with words first. You bullied an entire room into competence. Rin rolled her eyes. I organized panic. Cheyenne tilted her head. More attractive answer than necessary. Rin looked at her, then at Kakashi, then back at the towel in her hands. Are you two always like this now? Obito's mouth fell open in delighted betrayal. Wait. Kakashi, to his credit, did not visibly flinch. Rin exhaled through her nose. You both keep doing the same annoying expression after saying things at each other that normal people do not say platonically. I am a medic, not blind. Cheyenne looked pleased. Obito looked as if someone had handed him a forbidden scroll written entirely in gossip. This exam keeps getting better, he whispered. Kakashi said, You will say nothing. I will say many things privately. Rin shook her head and finally smiled, tired and real. Both of you are intolerable. But if either of you turns this into a drama while we're still tracking poison supply lines, I'll sedate you myself. Cheyenne put one hand lightly to her chest. Frets. How romantic this team has become. Kakashi, watching Rin's recognition settle into the structure of the exam around them, and hearing her own authority land cleanly in the corridor, understood with a strange fierce relief that the future had already changed in ways no enemy could fully calculate now. Rin was no longer a hidden center waiting to be wounded into narrative. She had become visible in her own right. That mattered more than the evaluation sheet ever could. Chapter 53 The ledgers almost kissed them before either did. The auxiliary archive near the Western training wing had gone warm from too many bodies and too little ventilation. Lamps smoked faintly. Outside, the Academy festival noise from the tournament courts carried in pulses through the paper walls. Applause, argument, the clack of practice weapons, a vendor trying to sell grilled squid to anyone with poor judgment. Inside, Kakashi and Cheyenne sat shoulder-close over 3 merchant ledgers copied from Tsukumo's chain and 1 fresh seal office requisition audit that should never have been available in the same room at the same time. Which, Cheyenne would insist later, made the whole scene educational rather than criminal. She had one knee drawn up on the bench, brush tucked behind one ear, and the infuriating ability to look fully at ease while dismantling institutional lies line by line. Kakashi had stopped pretending that proximity to her did not alter his breathing. He had not, however, gotten particularly good at knowing what to do with that. Cheyenne tapped a line item with the back of her fingernail. There. Merchant House Natsum routes conductor varnish to a fortification district that officially never placed the order. She shifted to the next page. And the compensating reimbursement gets hidden as post-flood bridge maintenance. Because bridge losses are emotionally legible and conductive varnish isn't. Yes. Cheyenne glanced sideways. See? This is why I keep you. The words landed warmer than they should have given the subject. Kakashi kept his eyes on the ledger. You keep me because my handwriting frightens clerks. That too. Their shoulders brushed when both leaned for the same margin note. Neither moved away. The near kiss didn't happen because they suddenly lost control and forgot the world. It happened because Cheyenne turned her head at the same time Kakashi looked up to answer a question. And for one suspended heartbeat, the next line in the room was not about quartermaster fraud or vanished packets, but about the exact inch of space between their mouths. Cheyenne's gaze flicked once to his and stayed. Kakashi knew he should either close the distance or move cleanly. Doing neither was cowardice disguised as attention. He also knew the archive door stood half-latched, and the whole academy was one interruption away. The world solved it for them. A runner slammed into the outer corridor, shouting for administrative escort. Both of them turned at once. Opportunity gone. Cheyenne sat back with a sound that was half amusement, half irritation at reality itself. Well, I despise timing. Kakashi forced air into his lungs as if that had become unexpectedly complicated. You usually seem very fond of it. Not when the village is in the way. Before either could decide whether to salvage the moment, the runners' shouting sharpened. Market Lane. They're throwing stones at the exam supply wagons. Kakashi and Cheyenne were on their feet before the sentence finished. By the time they hit the Western Gate corridor, the noise had already become something uglier than a rumor and smaller than a riot only because it was still deciding what shape to take. Market Lane was a strip of confusion. Half the shutters had slammed down. The other half stood open because merchants never fully trusted danger until it physically touched their profit. Townspeople crowded the lane edges, yelling over one another. 3 exam supply wagons stood blocked at the central fork by overturned baskets, loose fruit, and 1 smashed crate of rice someone had very deliberately spilled where everyone could see it. Above the noise ran a handful of sharper accusations. They feed candidates while our districts ration. My nephew lost work because of military convoy lanes. They poisoned their own stores and now they want sympathy. Kakashi stopped in the lane mouth and let the whole thing hit him at once. Not spontaneous. Too targeted. The talking points were half-truths sharpened in advance. Kajahana again. Weaponized rumor laid over existing resentment like oil over water. Cheyenne looked at the wagon block, then at the crowd spread, and muttered. He scaled up from stomachs to sentiment. Rin arrived from the side street with 2 med assistants and 1 look at the lane before she swore softly. Obito and Guy came in from the market arch at nearly the same time, 1 furious, 1 delighted to finally be useful against civilian chaos. Minato appeared last and therefore best, because his entrance happened not at the crowd center but at the rear of the wagons where he could see both bottleneck and escape lines. No force unless it prevents injury, he said. Kakashi's mind split the lane into beats. Stone throwers near the awning pole, rumor leaders near the rice spill, actual angry civilians mixed with planted voices. 1 elderly merchant having chest pain under the west stall overhang. 2 children trapped behind a wagon wheel because their mother couldn't push through the crowd. 3 feelings check lit at once. Strength. Rescue. Wisdom. Good. He made the call. Rin, west overhang, chest distress and child extraction. Guy, visible calm in the center, not shouting. Obito, awning pole, disarm stone throwers without touching the mothers. Cheyenne, find the planted voices. Minato was already moving. I have the wagon line, he said. Kakashi cut into the crowd. Not fast. Deliberate. The worst thing in a rumor riot was to move like someone confirming the fear of military force. He stepped over the rice spill, grabbed the nearest wagon handle, and said in a voice pitched to carry without strain, "No supplies move until everyone sees what's inside." That caught them, because it violated the script. The planted shouters wanted concealment and resentment. Transparency stole both at once. One of the loudest men near the front yelled, "Why should we trust a child soldier?" Kakashi looked at him. There. No vendor calluses. Wrong sandals for a market porter. Voice too trained for public anger. Plant. You shouldn't, Kakashi said. You should trust your own eyes. He sliced the wagon seal. Inside were bandages, dried food, and field water casks marked for candidate lanes. No weapons. No secret luxuries. No hidden proof of elite indulgence. The nearest real civilians leaned in despite themselves. 1 woman at the edge said, "That's just exam stock." Another, louder, "Then who spilled the grain?" Exactly. The planted man realized the lane was shifting. He reached for the second supply wagon to tip it harder into the crowd and restart panic through motion. Cheyenne's tag hit his sleeve first. The paper snapped red. Not explosive. Seizing. His arm locked mid-grab. Found one, Cheyenne called, almost cheerful. Obito, from the awning pole, barked laughter as he kicked a hidden stone cache off the beam and into plain sight. Children immediately began shouting about the man with all the rocks, which was perhaps the most devastating testimony available in a market lane. Rin, meanwhile, dropped to the elderly merchant with terrifying efficiency. Breathe to my voice. Not theirs. The crowd began to change. Not calm yet. Worse for Kajahana. Confused in the right direction, which was often the first step back from manipulation. By the time the military stewards arrived, the riot had lost its clean emotional shape and become what planted crowd work always feared most. A messy public problem with too many witnesses and no simple villain except the one now standing half-tagged and swearing under Cheyenne's seal. Kajahana's hand was still invisible. His fingerprints were getting harder to hide. Chapter 54 Mirror Conductor arrived when Kakashi realized the crowd hated being seen as much as any enemy did. The market lane operation should have ended with order restored. Instead, it turned into a second, subtler fight when 3 planted agitators, realizing the first wave had failed, began retreating through the side alleys while still shouting partial truths about poisoned stores, military rationing, and district neglect. Each accusation hit some real wound. Each real wound made the false line easier to carry. Minato was holding the wagon block. Rin had stabilized the elderly merchant and reunited the trapped children with their mother. Guy was doing his best impression of harmless volume in the center. Cheyenne kept one planted agitator pinned under a seal line near the rice spill, which left Kakashi, Obito, and the moving edges of the lie. They're splitting, Obito said, breath sharp, pointing toward the side lanes. No, Kakashi answered. They're seeding. He saw it then, not as routes, as reflected intent. Every planted voice chose targets not by convenience, but by grievance resonance. The woman already angry about food prices. The porter bitter over exam road closures. The merchant embarrassed at having first believed the wrong story, and therefore desperate now to blame someone else before admitting the mistake. Kajahana's method wasn't merely misinformation. It was emotional conduction. Hostile will reflected through whoever in the environment could carry it furthest. Question held since the first rumor riot shout. Could Kakashi redirect hostile intent through allied presence instead of merely stopping it head-on? The answer landed with physical force. His pulse hit the thread nodes in a new pattern. Not forward, outward and back. The lantern light under the awnings shivered. Rice grains on the street trembled in tiny rings. For one heartbeat, every shouted accusation in the lane became visible to him as pale dark-edged threads bouncing from planted mouths into wounded listeners and then multiplying. Mirror conductor. He understood instantly that this rank was not about sending power outward. It was about turning the field's emotional current against the origin by changing who held the reflection surface. Obito, he shouted. Obito looked at him and, because 2 arcs of fighting beside him had finally taught the necessary trust, did not ask for explanation first. South Alley exit. Loud truth. Make them choose witnesses. Obito grinned like a man being handed exactly the right crime. Finally, he bolted. Kakashi cut left through the fruit stall gap and laid one hand briefly on the shoulder of an angry porter who had just begun echoing the agitator's line about district ration theft. Not a genjutsu. Not control. An anchor. Look at the actual wagon, he said. Then say the accusation again if it survives your own eyes. The porter blinked, startled by the directness. The reflected thread shifted. Good. One beat later, Obito's voice tore down the south alley at full force. If you're honest, shout from the open lane. If you're lying, keep running. Crude. Perfect. The planted agitator in the alley cursed and turned to reassert control through the nearest cluster of resentful laborers. Kakashi saw the intention thread bend toward that cluster and struck not at the man, but at the reflection line itself. Pulse. Tiny. Precise. Mirror conductor caught the hostile social current and threw it sideways into Obito's open challenge and Cheyenne's public capture scene instead. The laborers didn't hear military theft first anymore. They heard, keep running. That changed everything. Why are you running if you're right? One of them shouted. Another grabbed the agitator's sleeve. The lie folded inward on its carrier. No physical overpowering needed. Just the right mirror held up at the right second. Kakashi moved through the lane in that strange doubled awareness, touching shoulders, naming visible facts, and redirecting rumor lines toward places where planted voices had to confront public contradiction instead of private grievance. Every use cost him. The new rank burned behind the eyes and left his heartbeat stuttering oddly between beats, like his body objected to becoming a surface for so many emotional vectors at once. But it worked. By the time the third agitator tried to disappear through the dye merchant alley, half the lane was already shouting after him not as a military enemy, but as a coward selling borrowed outrage. The crowd did the rest. Not violent enough to become massacre, embarrassing enough to become capture. When it ended, the market street looked wrecked but honest. Rice everywhere. One torn awning. Bruised feelings by the cartload. Yet the planted emotional script had broken, and the people left standing now argued about food allotments and district fairness directly instead of through the imported shape of Kajahana's lie. Messy. Real. Far better. Kakashi stopped under the west awning and pressed one hand hard against the support post until the new ranks ringing settled enough that the street returned to single focus. Rin appeared in front of him with that infuriatingly accurate expression medics wore when they already knew the answer. What broke this time? Nothing. She looked at him. You really expect me to respect that answer after all this? Fair. Kakashi exhaled once. Emotional bleed. Too many reflected lines at once. Cheyenne joined them, seal ink up to one elbow, and grinned when she heard it. Congratulations. You've evolved into a more socially dangerous problem. Obito arrived carrying the second captured agitator by the collar with visible satisfaction. The market likes me now. Guy dropped in behind him, bright again because the worst danger had passed. Your truthful shouting was a glorious mirror of justice. Obito beamed. See. Kakashi leaned his head briefly against the post and let the street sounds wash over him. Not because he was exhausted only. Because Mirror Conductor had changed his perspective in a way that felt almost cruel. People were not merely allies, enemies, or civilians. They were reflective surfaces of intention under pressure. Use that wrong, and you became a manipulator indistinguishable from the people you hunted. Use it right, and you could turn lies back toward their makers without stealing anyone's will. The difference was razor thin. That made the rank more dangerous than Pulse Forger had been, and perhaps more necessary. Chapter 55. Danzo offered alliance the way some men offered poison in clean cups. It happened after dusk in a council antechamber too elegant for honesty. The room sat off the Eastern Administration wing, where polished floorboards reflected lantern light in soft gold, and the walls carried just enough expensive calligraphy to remind anyone entering that state violence preferred cultured handwriting. Incense burned low in a bronze bowl near the window. Kakashi was there because Hiruzen had requested a brief post-riot update, and then been delayed by a dispute in the district office below. Tsukumo waited outside speaking quietly with one of the Hokage's aides, which meant for 3 minutes. By luck or design, Kakashi stood alone in the room with the supply yard notes under one arm. Danzo entered like he belonged to every unoccupied space in the building. No guards visible, no wasted movement. Bandaged arm, one eye, and the same dry paper presence Kakashi had first felt in the academy side office, what felt like another age entirely. Hatake, Danzo said. Kakashi did not bow. Shimura. Danzo's mouth shifted very slightly. You've become less subtle. You've stayed consistent. The old man came to rest by the window, not too close, not too far, the exact distance for conversation shaped as evaluation. Incense smoke curled between them. You handled the market disturbance effectively, he said. Better than the district officers. Kakashi waited. Praise from Danzo always arrived with hooks already set. The riot was not spontaneous, Danzo continued. Nor were the poison stores. Nor the vanished packets. Konoha is being tested by people who understand that soft institutions make excellent pressure points. True. Kakashi hated that truth could sit in Danzo's mouth and still feel contaminated. Get to the offer, he said. That earned a tiny glint in the visible eye. Very well. Danzo folded his hands into his sleeves. You see patterns early. You act before committees have finished discovering the existence of danger. Root was built for precisely the time lag that now threatens this village. There it was. Not recruitment phrased as glory. Recruitment phrased as inevitability. If you worked with me, Danzo said, the people poisoning our future would lose the luxury of procedure. We would remove the supply lines, the false merchants, the planted agitators, and every smiling official whose fear makes him useful to enemy design. Kakashi listened because refusing to hear was how seductive arguments got smuggled in later wearing vaguer clothes. Danzo took that silence for space to continue. Your father chooses morality first. Admirable. Also expensive. The Hokage chooses legitimacy first. Necessary. Also slow. His gaze sharpened. You are young enough that you still think all three can coincide without force. I am telling you that history rarely grants such mercy. Kakashi thought of Raiga's storms. Kajahana's ledgers. Riot seeds thrown into real hunger. Reports folded into safety. Children poisoned so the statistics might later argue over whether the weakness had been natural. Danzo was wrong about the solution. He was not wrong about the cruelty of the problem. That was what made him dangerous. And in your version, Kakashi said quietly, who decides which futures get removed? Danzo answered without pause. The ones willing to carry the guilt. There. Not patriotism. Ownership. Same disease the chronochakra art kept warning Kakashi about every time his fear tried to become total control. For one ugly heartbeat, he saw the temptation cleanly. No more half steps. No more folded reports. No more waiting while older men debated timing over younger people's blood. Just force, precision, and the comfort of calling every moral loss necessary because someone had to decide. The temptation was real, which meant the answer had to be chosen carefully, not performed. Kakashi said, you think guilt is proof of worth. Danzo's eye narrowed. No, I think willingness to bear it is proof of seriousness. Wrong. Kakashi looked at the polished floor between them, then back up. Plenty of people are willing to carry guilt if it lets them own everyone else's choices too. The room cooled. Danzo said nothing. So Kakashi finished the cut. You don't want to protect the village from pressure. He held the old man's gaze. You want the village shaped into something that can never refuse your answer to pressure again. The incense smoke curled once between them and broke apart. Danzo's expression did not visibly change. That made the next line more revealing, not less. And what do you want, Hatake? A village pure enough that no child bleeds before a committee approves the wound. Kakashi thought of Rin in the gorge. Obito in the ring. Shine in the archive. Tsukumo refusing easy moral arithmetic. Minato forcing honesty into power until the art itself started punishing lies harder than weakness. No, he said. I want a village where people who bleed still get to remain people afterward. Footsteps sounded in the outer corridor. Tsukumo's. Danzo heard them too. He inclined his head once, as if closing an ordinary political conversation. You will come closer to my position than you think, if you live long enough. Kakashi answered the way he had learned to answer bait since waking in this younger body. Then I'll make living longer harder on your assumptions. The door slid open. Tsukumo stepped in, took one look at the room, and understood enough without asking. Danzo passed him with perfect courtesy. At the threshold, he paused only long enough to say, White Fang, guard your son well. People like him attract weather. Then he left. The room held his absence like a stain. Tsukumo closed the door fully and turned to Kakashi. What did he offer? No point in trimming it. A faster version of my worst instincts. Tsukumo's shoulders